530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello, everyone. This is Candy Bryan. I am your humble host for 530 Day. Who is ready? Listen, if you can hear me, you can see the videos. Everything looks good on your end. Go ahead and put a comment on the screen. Now, in order to comment live on the broadcast, you have to go to StreamYard.com/Facebook. Again, that's StreamYard.com/Facebook. Look, we have an amazing day of panels for you. I don't know who's out there. Let's see who's out there right now. Put a comment in wherever you're tuning in from, whatever page. We are on I Am Beautiful 365. Shout out to Candace and Warren. Shout out to Silas and all of the team behind the scenes who made today possible. We got some Black Girl Magic going on this afternoon. So I hope you all are ready for some amazing panels. Who's ready out there? Let's take a look at some comments really quick. And if we could display those comments, it is 530 Day. We've got some people showing up. Hello, hello. All right. If you want to have your comments on the screen, you have to go to StreamYard.com/Facebook. Again, that's StreamYard.com/Facebook. So this is my second time back. I'm so grateful to be back and be hosting. Hey, Yolanda, good morning, good morning. I want to welcome all of you to 530 Day. And this amazing organization is preparing our superstars, our business owners, our scholars for the future, right? So if you love 530 and everything they're doing in our community and for our students, would you go ahead and leave a comment this morning, this afternoon, whenever you're tuning in, and hit the share button. The biggest thing you could do for us today for 530 Day is hit share, share, share. Now we are so blessed to have Val Warner on with us today. She is hosting and we have the panels. So we're going to turn it over to Val here in just a moment and we're going to get started.
Our first panel, saving the next Black Messiahs before they get murdered. We all have felt the pain and the heartbreak from losing so many of our young Black lives. Have we ever looked at how devastating this is to losing not only the potential future leaders, but the solutions that may have died with them?
Welcome to 530 Scholars Conference. We're here with one of the founders of 530 Scholars, Silas Green, and today we're going to be discussing saving the next Black Messiah before he gets murdered. It's a call to action for protecting the lives of young Black Messiahs in our community. Welcome, Silas.
Hey, how you doing, Ish?
I'm good. My name's Ish, Ismail El-Amin, and we're going to have a little fireside conversation this morning. So, Silas, what defines a Black Messiah in your words?
Black Messiah to me is somebody that the people can believe in. You know, somebody that just has the best interest of Black culture. Somebody who is not out for self, and just somebody like I would call Fred Hampton like a Messiah. Dr. King, Malcolm X, people who just lay down their life for the cause. And the cause and their people is the most important thing.
So you bring up Fred Hampton. So Fred Hampton was just a guy walking through the neighborhood, saw a cause, jumped on it, and rode it out. Do you think we have any future Fred Hamptons walking the streets today?
Yeah, I think we definitely have future Fred Hamptons. We always do. It's just up to us to cultivate them. It's up to us to mentor them, and it's up to us to protect them. You know, one thing about Fred Hampton that just sticks out to me every single time I hear his story is his age, bro. Like, I'm 42 years old right now, you know, and so I'm like twice his age. And the stuff that he was coming up with, the thoughts that he was having, the message, the passion that he had at such a young age, man, it just always like well, newsflash, he's like one of my favorite ancestors. Him and Harriet Tubman are my top two. I don't know which order they like to tie.
Yeah.
You know, I love their spirit, but just to know that he was on that at 19 years
Right.
old, you know, and I think that there's more of them. And unfortunately, I think that a lot of them actually are in the grave because we don't do a good enough job of protecting them as a community.
So you use us and you use we. Is that black men? Is that parents? Is that the community? Is it education? Is it the city? Is it politicians? It's easy to point a finger at them.
Mm-hmm.
Who are we talking about when you say us and we?
Yeah, so first I start with me. So every time I say we, I'm talking about myself first. I always, since I was a kid, I had like this responsibility for like black people. I always just was like, you know what? If something happened in the black community or something didn't go right, it was my fault. You know, I'm not doing enough.
Accountability,
so forth.
yeah.
You know, so I am a big fan of accountability. So any kid that works with me knows about the Red Table Talks. So we had the Red Table Talks before Jada Pinkett. It's the Red Tables in the Pullman Center. So when the kids mess up or when they don't perform in the competition, and we've been practicing for 3 months.
Yep.
You know, like I said, all right, meet me at the Red Table, and they know it's about to go down.
Yeah.
And they parents sit there with them. You know, and I always tell people we co-parent these kids, right? So when the parents are sitting there, the parents want to save them babies. And I'm like, I got this one, right? And we have a huge accountability talk. So I hold myself accountable first. But I think to answer your question more directly, I think it's all of them. I think it's the parents, the men, the women. I think anytime we lose a black child, everybody's responsible. You know, everybody could have done more, and I think everybody should do more.
That's a really strong point. And between men and women and between older generations and younger generations, seems to be so much divisiveness, so much finger pointing. Your generation ruined this. Our generation has no hope because of this. If only we would have known that. To turn the mirror around and say, that's on me. To say that's on me to fix. To say that's on me to prevent this from happening again. That's really huge.
Yeah.
That's really huge.
And I think that's the only thing we can control, bro.
Yeah.
You know, like I can't make a grown man or a grown woman do anything different. I can inspire them to be different. And I can inspire them by living it out through my life. You know, so if I show them the example, if I lived it, forget showing them.
Yeah.
Right? If I live the example, right, and I go first.
Yeah.
You know, I am accountable first. I stick my neck out first, right? Then now I can expect other people to do the same thing because I've done it. So I'm not asking anybody to do anything that I'm not willing to do. But I think that we all should be willing to sacrifice everything for these young babies. You know, and I think, and it's not even a selfless act.
Right.
It's really a selfish act, or it's a what do you call it? You are setting yourself up to be protected later, because when we're 80, we're going to depend on these young people,
right.
And they're going to be our leaders, they're going to be our protectors, and if we don't protect them, then it's not going to be nobody there to protect us when we get of age.
That's a strong way to look at it, and it reminds me of your program with your mentoring. You have your chain. Mm-hmm. You have your people that are this age group, drop it down 10 years, you're mentoring someone 10 years younger than them, they're mentoring someone else,
sir.
And that chain eventually reaches, is it first grade?
First grade, yeah.
First graders are at the bottom of that chain.
Yeah, so you're talking about the helix.
The helix.
The helix, yeah. So every generation is responsible for the next generation. And that 60-year-old that's like in the Fortune 500 executive or business owner, their helix is only as successful as the first grader in their chain. So if that first grader got a C in math, you know, and he's going around winning all type of awards, I'm like, what you setting up, bro? What's your legacy?
Right.
You know, so it's cool for that to happen with you. But, you know, I've seen so many times, and just because I'm being transparent, and I'm going to get personal. So even in my family, my dad was probably the greatest pianist I've ever heard play. And I'm not saying that because he's my dad. The dude went to Juilliard. He was a minister of music at our church since he was 12 years old.
Wow.
And I've never heard anybody be able to play like that, and people that know him will agree. When I was maybe 25, I picked up the guitar, you know, and I was teaching myself the guitar, and I had a thought. I was like, to be around that level of musician and to be 25, my dad passed when I was 21, but to be 25 and teaching myself, you know what I mean, from the beginning, I was like, that was just a lost talent. You know, he worked all those years to develop a talent. He died at a young age, but his gift died with him. You know, and I was thinking, what if all of his kids and everybody that he was in contact with could start not from the beginning, but start from the middle, or start where he left off? Where would that talent take us, and where would that gift take us? You know, so I think, you know, I think that's our goal, and that's what we need. We're always looking for, you know, where's the next black leader, where's the next black savior, so forth, so forth. I think that we have to create them, we have to groom them, we have to mentor them, and set up each generation to be better than the next. But we got to do it with our talents, we have to do it with our time, and we have to do it with our money. You know, we can't just be like, hey, I did it, let me point you the way. You know what I mean? Just give me the map, here's the directions, I'm out of it. You know, you get it how I got it. You know, we have to actually put in time, put in money, and put in effort.
Let me ask you, you talked about your father's gift being the piano. You said that you look at the community's children as your children. This is my responsibility. I'm gonna guess your father had more gift than just the piano, if that's what you got out of him in your 21 years.
Yeah, so to be fair to him, thank you for asking. So to be fair to him, he was definitely a hands-on parent.
Yeah.
You know, so the thing that I did get from him is the way that he loved his kids and the way he loved the kids in the community.
Yeah.
So everybody, so we grew up in the church, you know, and he was the minister of music. So me and my sisters, we were in the choir, and we used to travel around the city singing. But everybody flocked to him. Everybody's kids thought he was like Mr. Rogers. You know what I mean? Like, and just the way he just took to people who weren't even his own kids, but still gave us enough time so we knew that we were loved.
Gotcha.
You know, he was just like this endless bounty of love, like this endless pool of love. And even the way he related to the kids, like a lot of the kids in the 530 Scholars, they'll respect me and they don't want to have that red table talk. But every time else, like, I am Mr. Rogers to them, like, and we are having conversation, and I'm not like, don't talk to me about that, I'm an adult. Like, I'm straight up like, hey, you can talk to me about anything, I'm gonna laugh with you, I'm gonna joke with you. And you know, I learned that from my dad, because he never made us, you know, like, teachers always tell the kids to call me Mr. Green. Trying to be formal, but they always call me Mr. Silas. You know, and I was like, I don't call them by their last name, and it's not a lack of respect. You know, it's me respecting them, to like letting them know that they're little humans, their emotions matter, their feelings matter, and we're the same.
And that's going to build trust. That's going to build, this is my comrade, this is my peer. Yes, there's still that respect because you're an elder and you're an authority figure, but it's not a fear level. In education, a lot of times the black male student only sees black males as disciplinarians, black males as the security officer in the hall, black male as the gym teacher, and they miss out on that connection with a black male that is actually a math educator, a counselor, the principal, somebody that you can chat with, somebody that you can rap with on an educational level, intellectual level, and not seeing them as, every time I see Mr. Silas, I'm in trouble. Every time I see Mr. Silas, they got to call my parents. And that's huge. To want to be in that position, to be able to be in that position, that's huge. And I can hear from your family line that that's what you grew up in a household with. I'm in a similar situation where both of my parents, they gave back. My dad was sponsor of our baseball team, and having his company's name on the back of our jersey. We didn't come from a lot of money, but knowing my last name was on my jersey, that's huge.
That's what's up.
And the boys, when he would show up, he'd give them 75 cents for the ice cream. And it was huge, because everybody's like, oh, it's just dad is here. And it was just like, yeah, that's him. That's him. That's real big. So let's talk about the perception of young black males. We're in Chicago. Summertime's coming. Young black males are a threat to society. This neighborhood is an iffy neighborhood. You don't want to ride the train at that stop because of the activity. Let's talk about that threat.
Yeah, so, you know, people are a threat. You know, it's not young black men. It's people who mean harm are a threat. You know, I like to learn from history, and historically, the least of my concerns as a black man has been the young black man. You know, when I'm going places, like when I'm downtown and I see the young brothers, man, I say, "What's up?" You know, we talk, we rap, you know, and so forth. And if it's nighttime and I get caught out in the street, like I think I'm way more afraid of being caught at nighttime in West Virginia in the sticks, you know what I mean, and just other places historically speaking, you know, to be historically accurate, you know, than being attacked by young black men, you know. And I think that because my nephew is a young black man, my little cousins who are here today who set this all up, they're young black men, you know, Keith and Cal. So like, my experience is totally different, you know, and I don't like letting the media dictate to me how to view these young brothers, because when something happens to them, right, then that makes us okay, because we've accepted their notion, even though every day we realize that that's not our experience. Like, we go 365 days around these young brothers just helping the ladies with their groceries and shoveling your snow and so forth, and we have millions of those experiences, right? But just because on television they tell us, oh, it's getting hot, be scared of them, you know, like we want to get scared of them, you know. And I think fear begots fear, right? So it's like a dog, right? When you're scared of a dog and you're bracing up, right, that dog gets into attack mode because they like, oh, what you on? You know what I mean? So I think when you approach stuff like that and you touching your gun, you know, when you walking down the street, then they grabbing in. But if you're extending peace, you know, and you just like kindness, you know, then that's what you get, you know. So I'll never be scared to live among my people. And I don't think that people should be scared. I think they should talk to these brothers and embrace them and love them, you know. And it's the proverb that says, what's that proverb that says, if a child isn't shown love or warmth for the community, it set that community on fire just to feel its warmth, or just to feel it, you know. So I think that's what normally happens.
That's a strong point. And taking that initiative to say, how are you, what's up, that first response might be cold. They might not be used to that. They might have some trauma to why you want to know how my day was. You know what? We don't have any reason for you to be worried about. But then you ask him again the next week, and then you ask him again in a month, and eventually he's pouring his heart out to you. Well, I have to work at Wendy's because my mom doesn't get off until then, and I got to work. He didn't want to talk at first, but you showed that repetitive. You came back. You showed up and came back. Asked him again, and I think I had an experience the first year out of college where I got to do some student teaching at South Shore High School. And I was 21. And I'm teaching freshman and sophomore kids, same area I grew up in, but much totally different experience at my level at that point. They wanted to know, why are you working here? You have a college degree, you're an engineer, go get a job. Why are you bothering with us? That was the mentality. I spent 1 year there, and working with these kids, teaching at this high school, working with the football team, coaching the freshman football team. When the year was over and I was leaving, why are you leaving us? Why don't you stay another year? Oh man, no, what are we gonna do without you? But it took some time. It took warming up. They had to trust that I was literally there for them, that I was concerned about them, that I treated them like family, that I wanted to know, are you okay? How are you feeling about that? Did he make you upset? Okay, you got some options. Do you want to fight him or do you want to resolve it? Talking to them on their level where other people wouldn't, and building that confidence and that trust. I'm still very close with a few of them to this day. As men, now we're peers at this point. I was a teacher at one point. And
that's really literally my first conversation with the young men. So I work in some high schools. So I worked in Finger last year before the pandemic. Worked with some kids doing ACT, SAT prep, Corliss, and hands down, my best relationships are with like the young men in those classes. I always joke, like I feel like Derrick Rose walking into the class, like after a couple of months. Like, I mean, they jump up, they run over, you know, and they hug me, you know, and these are young boys, like they like 16, 17, you know, these are the same people that everybody wants us to be scared of, you know, and they're like, Mr. Silas, oh, that's my boy, man, what's up? You know, and they're just so excited. But my first conversation is always, You have everything that everybody else has. You guys have the same brain. You got the same intellect. You know, you don't have the same resources as a school like Whitney Young, right? You don't have the same funding as those schools in the suburbs. But now it's time to tap into that potential, because now y'all got me.
Yeah.
And we are the best ACT, SAT prep program in the nation. Like, we're the best for young black kids in the nation. And I was like, and now y'all have that resource. And I said, I promise y'all, I'm going to be here every day. I'm going to show up ready to work. And if y'all show up ready to work, then we're going to improve these scores. And I said, and I promise y'all something else, that y'all going to quit before I quit. You know, and every time they look and they be like, yeah, right. Like, I could see the look in their face, because they're used to people like giving up on them.
They've been burned.
You know, and after a month or so, they like, this dude is for real. Mm-hmm. You know, and they will do anything I ask. You know, I asked them to get on meetings with the city. They like, I don't really do politics. I don't like being like on with politicians. That ain't my thing. Right. They be like, but since you asked me to do it, Mr. Silas, I'm gonna go ahead and do it, you know, because you show up for us every time we ask you, you know, and and then they do it and they love it, and they be like, when's the next meeting? Exactly. You know, they be like, that's not what I thought it was gonna be, you know, so.
They accidentally learned something.
Yeah, so I don't think anybody should be scared of these young men, because these young men are our warriors, and they're here to protect us, and they want to protect us. They want to fill the role, and we have to just train them up to fill that role.
So you brought up a couple of different high schools, and you mentioned the tiers and the different resources that different schools are getting. Today's society, we've gone through different regimes at mayor, different regimes at governor, federal funding coming, federal funding not coming, school reform, a lot of different conversations. When you put 530 Scholars together, there's this quote my mentor told me: in the absence of leadership, lead. If there is no leadership to take care of those problems that you see, become it. Start the program. Put your mind to it and start the program. And when I hear about, I'm here to fill the gap of what you're not getting, that to me is the best reason to start your program. It's nothing about me or my gift. I'm here to help you with your gift. I'm here to help the situation that you were born into, that you lotteried into, however you got to this space. I'm here now to get you to the next step. And to lay out that plan. And one of the things that I love about 530 Scholars, I mentioned the helix coming top down, but it also shows that first grader, this is what's next. This is what's after that. Absolutely. This is what's after that. Because you don't want to just get to the end of first grade and be like, I did it. Where's my big Mylar balloon?
Absolutely. And you know, Ish, every movie that we love, from Rocky to Lord of the Rings to Black Panther, right? So every movie has a hero. And every movie or every hero has a guide. You know, and this is a story that's told many times over and over again, from Spider-Man to Lion King, right? So that hero starts off weak or vulnerable, right? And they have a guide that just knows who they are, you know, grooms them every step of the way. When that Mr. Miyagi for Daniel's son, you know, when that hero is ready to quit, you know, that guy is just a wise person who's like, not yet. You know,
Rafiki and the Lion King.
And they showing them every step of the way. This is what's next. And even if they don't show them, they guide them. They nudge them in that direction, because that guide sees what's next, right? And it's like, dude, you can't come off this path. You want to, but I'm not gonna let you come off this path. You know, and I think that's who we have to be. You know, that's who we are. That is my calling. You know, because I feel like a lot of places, a lot of segments in my life, I did not have that. I feel like I turned out okay as an adult. I searched it. Like I found, like I probably made more progress in the last 10 years than the first 30. But it was I was just seeking out mentors. I'm talking about, it was almost like when I saw a black man that was positive and willing to mentor that I could look up to, man, I was running and grabbing their leg.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like, listen, I ain't letting you go.
Yeah.
You know, you gonna mentor me. You know, and I would shoot photos for them, do anything. Like they call, I take out their garbage because I'm like, you are going to mentor me, and I craved that so much growing up that you know, I decided to become it. You know, because I know that's what like black kids are missing. You know, especially black men. You know, we talk about black girl magic. We've seen it on display all day, and we're gonna see some more of it on display all day. You know, so I'm just gonna be frank. Like our women got it together.
Yeah.
You know, and it's no shortage of women mentors. You know, of course, we could always want more and desire more.
Right.
But you see Oprah, you see all these black women, Angela Bassett, Maya Angelou, Mama. Like you see all these black women just doing their thing.
Right.
You know, and it was just so hard for me to find like a black male mentor that I decided to become it.
Yeah, that's big. And I've been a parent for 8 years now, and raising them, you get these questions that you know you don't know the answer to. And there's this fear, what if daddy's wrong? What if I steer him the wrong way? What if I try to give them this answer and it turns out to not be the best answer, and there's that doubt? I got to imagine some of those men you were chasing down, like, you know, show me the way, send me the mentoring, they don't want to steer you wrong. They have this, you know, Silas has this potential to be this great person. Am I the one to take him there? And there's that vulnerability that is hard as a black man to show, but we all feel it.
Yeah, but they're going to be the one.
Yeah.
'Cause I ain't letting go of that leg, bro.
Yeah, you show
know,
up.
And I've had some great mentors, man. So from Damian Moses, you know, like Jeff Dace, like I've had some great mentors. Sean Jackson and Truman. Like I just, you know, I had plenty. I had
At what age would you say the black youth are most at risk of falling into this menace to society mentality?
Yeah, so I think from birth the clock is ticking. You remember my 4-year-old son, he was famous, viral, reading 100 books in a day. And one of the things that Anderson Cooper started off with, he was like, man, if you don't want to see something adorable, if you don't want to see the cutest thing, right, turn away. And I think that, one, Anderson Cooper was right. Caleb was adorable. I still look at the videos now. But two, at that age, that's when we kind of support him. And then now that he's 8, he gets less of that. And when they become 10, they start transforming. So you know how like little boys are being rough or whatever, and you be like, oh, that's just being a boy.
Yeah.
And then once they get around 10, it's like, yeah, I don't know, he gonna be bad when he grows up. Don't play with him. Right? Kids, don't play with that one because he gonna be a troublemaker.
Yeah.
And then when they become like around 13, 14, that's when people start kind of crossing the street. You know what I mean? And then after that, I would say about 16, 17, game over.
Yeah.
You know, society wants to paint them as threats or as dangers at that point, and God forbid they don't graduate for high school in a couple of years, right? So they don't make it out of high school, then it's over with.
Sure.
They're a menace, right? According to society.
Right.
And if you're not plugged into college, I tell all the young men I work with, it's a time bomb, right? If you're not in college, even in your family, that dynamic starts changing. You're 19, you're not in college, you don't have a job yet, you haven't figured it out. They're like, yeah, I don't know how this is gonna turn around. And the older you get from there, like the less respect you get from even your family. So the 30-year-old that hasn't figured it out and is living with his mom, nobody wants to hear their opinion on the family reunion. They're like, where should we go? You know, you want to go to Miami? He's like, well, I think they like, nobody cares what you think, right? You can't get the big piece of chicken no more. You know, and the older that you get, you know, the less you are respected and the less people believe in you. So I don't know if that's fair, but I don't know that it's unfair, but I do know that youth is a currency.
Yeah.
And our young men have to understand that youth is a currency. When you're young enough, everybody wants to help you. Everybody wants to like support you. Everybody wants to mentor you.
Yeah.
As you get older, everybody's like, hey man, you're a man, do it for yourself. You know, I'm not gonna do it for you. You know, and they want you to just pull yourself up. as part of manhood.
So
like you don't need help anymore.
All
you
that
don't have feelings.
potential started off high, and now it's kind of like you should have been there by now. So it's interesting you brought up, when Caleb was 4, there's a piece of data, I think it comes out of the East Coast, Maryland somewhere, where they use the dropout rate, the grades at the 4th grade level, I want to say.
I think it's 3rd grade.
3rd grade level, to determine the number of prisons they're going to need for that county. They just project it out and say, hey, look, this many people are acting up at this age. They're not going to get right statistically, so let's go ahead and prepare for them to come on in.
Yeah.
It's crazy that they can put it down to that type of statistic, and you got to wonder, is someone out there deciding, well, they've already failed, that they're on that path, as opposed to saying, let's correct that. Let's build the community around that and say, let's take those 4th, 3rd grade numbers and bring them up by 6th grade and put them on the right track.
So the thing I like about you is you've always been like an optimist, right? I wish I would have been a sociology major, because I always try to look at things as what they are and understand the dynamic in which they exist naturally.
Yeah.
So like it is too much money in the school system for it to fail. We also have to take a look back at history. So historically, the school system in every state was basically catered around the industry that the state needed the students to go into.
Gotcha.
Right? So you take those two things and you put them together, right? So they got tons of money, tons of experience. They've been doing it hundreds of years, right? It is too much money going into it to fail. Right? What if the school system wasn't failing, Ish? Because this is America. So it's the same country that brought you slavery. It's the same country that brought you Jim Crow. And now they bring you a failing school system that by the time like people are in 3rd grade, they know how many prisons to build, right? Except for the 13th Amendment says that slavery is illegal unless you commit a crime.
Right.
We also know that this is a capitalistic country, and capitalism does not exist without slavery, right? So, what the preacher said, I submit to you today, right, that the school system is not failing everybody.
Its purpose.
Right, it's serving the purpose in which it was created to serve. So in 3rd grade, because the industry now is prison, right? You know how everything says made in America? And we drive miles and miles and we don't see any factories, right? That's because the factories are the prisons now. So that's how things are being made in America. So in 3rd grade, the state wants to know how many workers they're gonna get, right? They want to make sure that their plan is working, because if we don't have anybody to work in these factories,
no succession plan,
then capitalism doesn't work. So I think that slavery is what the backbone of America is built off of. So now, in order to do slavery, right, in order to engage in slavery, it's just like Birth of a Nation, not the new one,
right,
but the old one, right? They always had to make you think that black people were monsters, right? Back to your earlier question, right? Like, why are black men a threat? Because they need you to think that they're a threat so that they can make them slaves, right? They need for them to fail in 3rd grade so that we can give up on them and let them go into prisons. And if you don't believe that the system is built to make prisoners, right, then just think of the skills that you learn. 75% of the skills that you learn in school. So when the bell rings, you get up. Everybody uses the restroom at the same time. When you go to lunch, you just get in line and eat off these trays, right? You take these trays, you sit down, quiet lunch, right? That's not useful in any workplace that you've ever been to. Like, any workplace you've ever been to, they were like, hey, I got a monitor standing above you right here. And if you say something, then we're gonna have to punish you. You're gonna have to go stand in line. You won't get any recess
Gym
today.
class, recess.
Right?
I'm putting a lot of this.
All this
school
stuff
bus.
is preparing you, right,
Crazy.
for prison. It is building that prison culture in your mind, right? The tables that you sit at, nobody can sit at your table. You start doing that as a young kid, right? And the only place that type of culture serves you, walk in a straight line, right? One behind another. Right?
College
That's the same game. You
college
never had to do that in college, right? You never had to do that in the workplace. But the teacher spends like tons of time, we're not moving unless y'all in a straight line. Look at the person's head behind you. Right? When the bell ring, I want y'all to move quietly, hands to your side, right? And it's like, it prepares you the whole time to be able to be disciplined enough to be a good prisoner.
And it's going against the nature of a child.
Absolutely.
What a child wants to do, to expand, to
explore,
to grow,
right?
to challenge.
Think freely.
Yeah.
Like, don't challenge the teacher. I don't care if the teacher is wrong. Don't challenge the teacher, right? And then if you do challenge, then we're gonna send you to the warden or the principal or the dean, whatever y'all call it these days. You know, so I think that, and then you got in-school suspension. What's that about?
That's crazy.
You know, and it's like they've sometimes even educates without them knowing, because we just so used to doing it, and we're such in practice. We're preparing the kids for prison. You know, so the school system is serving the purpose it was created to serve. You know, because we need factory workers that don't get paid in order for capitalism to work. Because you can't pay all these prisoners $15 an hour. The economy would crumble. Right? And we're not ready to have that hard discussion, you know, in America or in this society, to figure out why our AC works. You know, and why we can just turn on the AC and not worry about where the energy comes from.
How can we afford 2.3 kids and cars?
How I got enough of these to last a whole month, and I can just order more, right? And somebody's gonna make them, you know. And I want that price to be down. I don't want to pay $50 for a sweatshirt. I want to pay $15, right? So that comes from somewhere, and we don't want to have those discussions. So we just operate in blissful ignorance, you know, and allow it to happen.
So let's take the school system as a whole, channeling people, preparing them for this institutionalized labor. As black men, what type of reform in particular could help black men in the school system, the public school system?
Well, first they need to have some black people that look like them. So some black men, you know, they say, it sounds cliche, but it's true. If they can't see it, they can't be it. So they need men that look like them. You alluded to it earlier. That's not just there for the discipline, right? They need a man that's there that's crazy about math, crazy about biology. You know, they need to see that as masculine. You know, a lot of times we see these teachers, you know, you tell a young black boy, hey, you want to be a teacher? They think that's like feminine. You know, and it's like, you know, I don't even know a teacher. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, it's masculine to take care of kids, right? It's masculine to teach and to educate, right? Most of our master teachers, they embraced that back in the day. You know, like men would like, I am a master teacher. You know, even in religion, like the preacher, you know what I mean? That was just masculine. And then all of a sudden, we just started warping our concept of what a man is supposed to do, you know, and now it's just not cool, you know. But I think that everybody that knows me knows that I'm cool. You know what I'm saying? So,
and that cool factor goes so far because people are gonna attempt to do the cool thing when they're young. The trend in the clothing, the way you speak, the songs you're listening to, you want to be inclusive. Certain industries have that flair, have that excitement, and you can, you know, I don't know if you can still keep everybody wants to be a ball player, everybody wants to be a rapper. I think there's a lot of other things that people aspire to be, but educator could be one.
Yeah, it should be.
Influence could be one. You want to be a trendsetter, you want to be popular, you want to be somebody that sets the way for the next generation, an influencer. Teachers are the first influencers.
Absolutely. And I don't think we're that far away from it, because like one thing, you can get the hardest dude in the hood, right? And you can start asking them a question, and they'll try to break stuff down so deep. Like they'll be in this conversation chiming in, right? Because everybody wants to be smart.
Yeah.
You know, we just have to give it the attention that we give to sports. Just like everybody wants to be an athlete, right? It's because they see how crazy y'all go over it for Thanksgiving. You know, if a kid in our family goes to the NCAA basketball tournament, they're in the Final Four. You know, the whole family, all kind of cousins, they're trying to get tickets. They got an entourage. My daughter went to the spelling bee in 3rd grade, Scripps Spelling Bee in DC, right? What we saw was those South Asians, right, the Indians. right? They had entourages just like an athlete.
Yeah.
Their whole family, they were flying from London, from everywhere. Every kid had about 12 people around them walking with them like this is the kid, you know what I mean, that's gonna win the spelling bee. And because they make that so cool and give that so much attention, right, and prestige, that kid is really, really into that.
Yeah.
Right, really into being smart, really into spelling, being a doctor, because they put so much esteem on that. You know, and we have to, as adults, like start paying attention to what we pay attention to, right, and what we honor.
I'm definitely a fan of that. So when I first started working downtown, I'm taking the Madison Street bus from Western into downtown, passing through a lot of different neighborhoods. And I get on the bus, and this woman gets on with 3 children, elementary school age children. She looks tired, end of the day. She's had a rough one. One of the girls looks out the window and she says, "Mommy, look at those cumulus clouds."
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow.
Lady looks back, "Girl, those just clouds. They're not cumulus clouds." Crushed the little girl. She was excited to share something that she had learned. And the mom just crushed it. It's not important. Nobody cares. She said, "You're wrong." Like all these things that in a heartbeat took this little girl's imagination and potential future and was like, "Nah, not in this house. Those are just clouds."
Yeah.
Is she gonna go to class the next week and raise her hand?
Nah.
Is she gonna try to go above and beyond and find out, you know, what's the difference? Why does this hang heavier? How does this create rain? Where's lightning coming from?
Yeah.
Mom crushed it.
Yeah. And it's a shame because somebody did that to that mom. You know, and a lot of times, well, if we can't see it ourselves, or if we're not there, then we kind of want to shut down that conversation because the mom probably didn't even know what cumulus clouds were.
Yeah.
And instead of asking what they were, she wanted to like shut it down because she didn't want to get exposed.
I can't be
You know?
exposed as not knowing.
Yeah.
That's something we got to get. I want my children to educate me.
Absolutely.
Teach me something new. My 6-year-old, she's struggling with a math problem, and I knew she knew the concept, so I gave her the calculator and said, "This is how the calculator works. If all you gotta do is add it, let's go down and calculate it and go to the next one." She hit those calculator buttons, saw her brain working, hit some more. She came back to me an hour later. She said, "I want to know everything the calculator knows."
Oh, wow.
I gotta call Silas.
Yeah, you should have called Silas.
This is not a normal thing to
Bring
do.
that baby.
I was not gonna shut her down. I was like, we're gonna work on that.
Yeah.
Let's see where this goes.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's got something in her that is curious. And I'm like, yeah, let's do it. I don't know everything it knows. You might be the first one to figure it out.
Amen.
So yeah, that curiosity, that support, seeing that it's not only okay, it's actually cool.
Yeah.
You take that mentality from youth and say, this is where those type of people end up.
Yeah.
Not that it's all about success and titles and money, but you keep going. Let's
Absolutely.
clear the path of all your obstacles, because that's something.
Yes.
Be curious.
Absolutely.
What should the Black village look like to successfully raise and empower our Black males?
I think the Black village has to be, I got a short answer for this one. I think the village just has to be supportive. The village has to be loving. The village has to be a village based on accountability, both holding the young men accountable, but also modeling accountability. You know, so I think parents should be apologizing when they're wrong. I think people should talk to the young men with respect. You know, the same respect that they wish to receive. Because a lot of times we try to beat them down, and just as a man, it just doesn't sit right, and as a person, it doesn't sit right with your spirit. You know, but part of Black men, when they get into altercations, the biggest thing is you're not gonna disrespect me. You know, so the Black men are looking for respect before they even really truly understand what it is. You know, so the village has to kind of give them opportunities where they can do things that will earn your respect. You know, and it's just like a classical condition, right? They got to get that reinforcement. You know, and you got to create situations for them to get that reinforcement the right way.
Yeah.
Right? Or they're going to get it the wrong way. And that's where drug dealing and so forth. Because no matter what people say, they do respect those drug dealers.
Right.
And so if people can't get it the right way, they're gonna find a way to get that reinforcement.
It's a strong point. Somebody's going to make a family out of that young man. That's a good point. How do you see 530 Scholars as a resource to elevate the community in that fashion?
Yeah. So 530 Scholars to me is it's a mentorship program. It's an academic support. We're guides, like I stated earlier. I think the biggest thing we will do is we are heads of protection. So the kids that are in our program are in a bubble where they build their confidence, where they build their academic prowess, where they learn how to win, learn how to be accountable, learn how to be successful, learn how to work hard. What the kids' shirts always say is future leaders, and we teach them at an early age. You got to be socially responsible. We're not trying to send you to Harvard, Yale, FAM, Howard. We're not trying to send you these places for you just to go there and be great. That'd be fine. But because the community is pouring all these resources in you, we expect you to come back to this community and lead this community. We always tell athletes they need to give back, or superstars they need to give back. What I believe is we have to give them something first in order for them to give back. So if we never gave those kids energy, love, support, financial support, then we should not expect them to come back, and that's what normally happens. So we always think about hood as something that we need to escape from. Where we got the best real estate in Chicago, especially on the south and west sides. So we never needed to escape. We need to escape our mentality, our poverty mentality, and our crabs in the barrel mentality, our selfish mentality that just said, I'm just trying to get mine. And we need to stop telling these talented kids that these other kids that's not as talented as you, right, you don't need to be associated with them. You don't need to play with them, because we give them that message and they start thinking, to be successful, I have to distance myself from these kids on the block, right? So then they go to school, and then in school they like, yeah, I got to distance myself from like where I came from, and they get further and further away. And when they become these execs in corporate America, we're like, hey, give back. And they're like, no, I've been distancing myself from you the whole time, and that's how I got successful. So I'm going to teach my kids to distance themselves from you. So I'm going to move my kids away from there, so they will never even see y'all. So we got to stop giving our kids that message, and just see the beauty in our community, see the beauty in our people, and bring up our people, as we rise.
That's a strong message there. So there's your community, and then there's the community influence. We're saying try to prevent the influence of the negative, but don't necessarily prevent the communication with the community.
Mm-hmm.
That's a strong message.
Yeah, because I think you believe you become that influencer.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody on the block that's going to be a stronger influencer than me.
Yeah.
Or you, right? If we are there and we give our energy to that. Now, if we just go in our garage, leave our garage, and then go to work, and then don't even speak to nobody on the way out, then everybody else is going to have that influence in our community. But if we take our time to spend time with our young people, talk about life, ask them questions, ask them what they're going through, offer advice, offer a ride to school, offer a dinner, sit down and have a meal with them and just work them through their struggles, right? Then nobody's going to have a greater influence on these kids, because they want attention and they want love, they want time. So we just got to make time for them.
That's huge.
So
that's huge, and that's the smallest ask that you can have. If someone's sitting there saying, how can I help? How can I change the situation? It's not about $1. It's not about giving your whole summer. Say hello.
Mm-hmm.
Shake a hand.
Mm-hmm. And care.
That's deep. Yeah.
This is a children's program. I was about to use my colorful language.
Give us something.
Give a care. That's what I want to say.
What does a promised land look like?
The promised land looks like, to me, the promised land looks like, I traveled in college. I did a study abroad in the Caribbean, and I went to some islands that was like 98% black.
Okay.
And I was like, this is dope. Oh my God, people value diversity a lot, and that's cool, if that's your thing. But when I went and everybody looked like me, and it was just harmonious and just beautiful and just living off the land. I think, man, and then I moved to DC in my 30s, and I was like, yo, like I'm going out to dinner and I'm just seeing this flood of people. It looked like the Essence Fest every day. You know, in the Essence Fest, you go into this restaurant and you just see these beautiful people and they're just having a good time and smiling and speaking to each other. I think the Promised Land looks like that. It looks like everybody understands self-interest. Like, I get what I want by helping you get what you want, or I get what I need by helping you get what you need.
So we don't have to fight about it.
And we know that we come from abundance. You know, we never came from lands of scarcity as a people. You know, so operating in abundance and helping each other out, loving each other, educating each other's kids, you know, and just like really just flourishing as a people and supporting each other, and not trying to assimilate to the point where we think somebody else's is better than ours.
Yeah.
We think somebody else's cars is better than ours. We think somebody else's food is better than ours. A lot of black businesses go out of businesses because of integration, because when you can go to this counter and not get beat down, you know, then you prefer to go there instead of going to the place that supported you and fed you and your parents, you know, your whole life. You know, so I think the Promised Land looks like us believing in ourselves and believing in our products and supporting everybody and supporting each other's dreams internally.
And it sounds like what's unique about that, the vision is not necessarily excluding the threats, the people that are on that path to menace to society. It's bringing them, it's including them. It's, come on, you got a space too.
Well, you need them. You don't just give them space. It's like every strong culture had a military, had warriors, they had blacksmiths, they had all these things. We need everybody. You know, we need everybody who means well.
Yeah.
You know, and we need Malcolm X, right? So Malcolm X wasn't Malcolm X until somebody ministered to him. You know, and he is on my Mount Rushmore as well. So it's Fred Hampton, Harriet Tubman, Malcolm X. You know, and I look at when you read his autobiography, you like, yo, like he came from here.
He started off in a much different space.
And became Malcolm X.
Yeah.
So he really came out the mud.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that you don't know. That's the thing, right? You don't know what those young people will become.
Right.
Now, when they old, that's somebody else's ministry.
So then why they still growing?
Yeah, so you're 45, then that ain't my calling. If you're a knucklehead and you're selfish at that point. But when you're young, I'm like, we don't know what they're gonna be. You know, they didn't know what I was gonna be.
Yeah.
You know, I had people tell me I wasn't college material. I graduated college as a Gates Millennium Scholar. I didn't get accepted to any colleges on the way in. On the way out, I was getting paid $5,000 a semester after room, board, tuition, everything was paid, getting a check to go to school. You know, so you don't know what these kids are gonna be. You know, the only thing we can do is give them resources and support them. You know, and they'll amaze us.
So that's the educator side of you. Flip it to the parent side of you. What must we do as parents, specifically black fathers, to save the young men and identify the next black messiah?
As fathers, I think we have to create a support system among men. Like the barbershop used to be like a dope place in the community for us to go and just see how men interact and see how men behave. For some of us, it was church in the male chorus or the deacons, you know, used to kind of be that. I think as black men, and here it is again with accountability, because I know a lot of men, and rightfully so, is going to say the reason they leave is out of their control because of some stuff that they don't want to deal with.
Sure.
But my boy Marcellus, man, when he had a child, you know, I saw him being a dope father to my godson Simeon. And before I had kids, I was like, yo, what's the secret, bro? You the best father I know. And I was like, tell me the game. And he was like, don't leave. He's like, no matter what, don't leave. You know, so when I knew my daughter was coming, I was like, we got to be in the same house. Like, we gonna be together.
Yeah.
You know, there's no situation that exists that's gonna separate me from my kids. You know, and I think number one, don't leave. You know, like, maybe you got to make some better decisions beforehand before you procreate, because sometimes some of the sisters make it real hard not to leave, right? Because I ain't trying to put my hands on nobody, right? So you don't leave. Then two, you gotta live the example. You know, so you have to. I also knew when I had kids, I was like, I want them to see me be great. You know, so I had to become great. I don't think I was great before my kids. I had to become what I wanted them to see and what I want them to remember from their father. And funny story is Caleb's name. I named my daughter after my wife. So my wife's middle name is JL actually. So Rhoda's middle name is JL. Okay. JL was named after her. I did not name Caleb after me. You know, and I regret that now. You know, but at the time, I was like, I wasn't living up to the potential that I wanted him to be. I wanted him to be better than what I was. And I was like, I don't deserve to put my name on him because what he's going to be is much greater than I am now. You know, maybe now I'm feeling myself a little bit more since we started the 530 Scholars. You know what I mean? So I'm like, yo, I should have just gave him my name so when he go to the bank or he goes somewhere else, they be like, oh, Silas, I know your dad. You straight. You know, but I think as men, we got to live that legacy. You know, we got to live up to a standard that we want our kids to follow in our footsteps, and we're okay if they follow exactly in our footsteps.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. You hear a lot about men in particular naming their child and saying, I don't want a junior because I don't want them to fall short of what I've become. You're saying the opposite.
Absolutely.
I don't want him to set his limit at what Silas became.
Absolutely.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. What are your top 3 solutions to empowering our young black males to become black messiahs?
So we have to, again, we have to educate them.
Educate?
We have to build their confidence, and we have to protect them.
Yeah, confidence and protect. And in doing that, we've talked about the community impact. We've talked about seeing the physical leaders within the community. There's the influence. There's the direct contact. Mm-hmm. My dad is in my house. My uncle is in my life. Mm-hmm. And then there's grabbing it from elsewhere.
Yeah.
There's some people who aren't going to have that black male in their life, right, but they can emulate it from afar. We all came up in the magazine era where we would cut out a poster. This is what I'm going to become. Mm-hmm. This guy standing next to this car, or this guy holding his basketball, doing this move. I was a Barry Sanders fan. Like it was whatever we wanted to be. He didn't have to be somebody that knew who I was, right, but I was chasing that. Mm-hmm. That's what I knew I wanted to do with myself. And those 3 things I think play into the 3 that you just mentioned, mm-hmm, as far as exposure, as far as seeing something that they can chase after. Mm-hmm. It's big. Given the state of black America, why should every parent watching this consider sending their black child to 530 Scholars?
I think they should consider sending their child to 530 Scholars because we're a family. You know, one of the things, and I don't know if we got to it, but when we were talking about the messiahs and the young messiahs, I had a lot of influences when I was starting the 530 Scholars. I had a lot of successes and pains, you know, in life that motivated me to start it. So one thing, you know how the Raising in the Sun, like the poem, you know, and just the concept of like just these talented people just withering up and, you know, just not living to their full potential. Right. One of the things that happened to me when I was in 8th grade, or when I was in elementary school, I had a couple of friends that actually, the 2 most talented boys that were a year older than me, we were in gifted class mix, were Jason Combs and Marlon Wormy. So Jason Combs, he actually drowned. So they were the top 2 kids in their grade. Wow. And Jason drowned in 7th grade, and Marlon actually was the person who came and gave me the news. And he told me about Jason, and it was a sad day. And then, but me and Marlon grew closer, and Marlon was like the coolest dude. So when you talk about the next black messiah, that's Marlon, right? He was like Fred Hampton mixed with Dr. King, mixed with whatever cool rapper, you know what I mean? Like Tupac, right? So it was like, he could fight the best, he was the best athlete, and he was valedictorian in 8th grade. So he was the best athlete, valedictorian. All the girls loved him. So I know you Burnside girls over there like, ooh, yeah, Marlon was fine. You know what I'm saying? So all of us wanted to be Marlon, right? So long story short, so Marlon, he was valedictorian. He went to Kenwood, graduated. He went to college, and he came back from college on break, and they were having a party at his house, and they shot him on his porch. Like, they were shooting up the house, and he was murdered.
Wow.
And when my sister called me, it was like, Marlon, I just wanted to let you know that Marlon is dead. And I was like, I didn't even think it was that Marlon, because he was just never on that, And I was like, nah, like, because he was just bigger than life. And he was just like always positive, always protective, always just this dope individual, so like as men or as a community, to get to the point, it's like we can't let that happen tomorrow. Like that, we're looking for Harold Washington, and he got murdered on the porch, coming home from college. We're looking for Dr. Martin Luther King, and we just allowed that to happen. And forget no snitching, forget all this stuff. Like, we cannot allow that to happen in our community, because that is the talent that didn't leave. We talk about all the talent that leaves, and we talk about how the talent gets extracted, and they move to DC, they move to California, they move to the suburbs. They don't want to have nothing to do with the city, and I, for one, I always be calling people out. I'm like, man, you can't leave, like, you got to stay here, you got to be here for your people. Like, this community that raised you, they need you now, but when Marlon stays, and we allow that to happen.
Right.
Like, that's a fail on everybody's part. And we have to recognize that, and we got to protect those individuals with, like, everything we have, if we are to survive as a people, or if we are to flourish as a people.
That's strong. That's strong. For parents that are interested in 530 Scholars.
Oh, yeah. I got to do myself.
Bring it back.
So why should they? Because we live in an age where kids not only need intelligence to grow up to be successful adults, they need a structure, they need a family or a system that's not going to prepare them for prison, not going to kill their intelligence, but nurture it, encourage it, help build their confidence, teach them how to compete early, because life is a competition. And we get that way too late, in my opinion, and prepare them, like we were talking about the Helix, prepare them for what's next, because so many people, even at Whitney Young, we tested in the top 3% in the nation to get into Whitney Young, right? And then I know so many people who scored like less than 25 on the ACT.
Yeah.
Because even in those environments, like, society and the system does not prepare you for what's next.
Right.
I went in to take the ACT. I didn't even know it was 4 subjects on the ACT. So how was I gonna score a 30? So I scored top 3% the whole time, my whole life.
Yeah.
Then went to go take the most important test of my life. 1, didn't prepare for it, and then 2, the people who did prepare for it started taking prep classes 3 months before.
Right.
And we knew for 12 years of our education, or somebody knew, that we was going to run into this test and it was going to be a barrier to our academic success, right? And at 530, that'll never happen, right? We let these kids know years before. We started prepping years before. They just released a selective enrollment, and my phone was just blowing up, and I was not surprised at all. All our kids got a placement in selective enrollment.
Congrats.
7th grade and high school. Right, we're gonna get to the point where we don't have any high school placements, because all of them are getting seats in 7th grade. And it's because they knew exactly what to study for 2-3 years beforehand. And I think as a parent, if you want your child to be in an environment where academic excellence is the norm,
Right.
where it's embraced, where they walk into the room and they the man because they're the smartest, right? Where their peers are challenging them to be good in the algebra, right? Instead of smoke weed, right? Then this is the place, and this is like academic AAU, so if you want to be elite, then this is where the elite kids are. They're not at the Center for Talent Development and all those other places where you're the only black person in the room.
Yeah.
They're here, and we know that because we've been to those places and we've dominated those rooms as well.
Yeah. That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. Last question. What would your final message be to the following for saving the Black Messiah before they get murdered. I'm going to go through a bullet list of different people. Final message to Black mothers.
Black mothers, keep up the good work. It's not a sign of weakness to admit that you need the fathers, and synergy is better than energy.
Black fathers.
Black fathers, don't leave. Sacrifice and be an example.
Educators.
Educators, it is not a job, it's a calling. If you find yourself complaining about your job, quit, because it's somebody else that is waiting to build these kids, and they want to be there.
I hope the people in the back got that one. Police.
Police, your oath is to serve and protect. Reaction is never the solution to anything. Part of policing communities is like pastoring the church. So a pastor is successful when they know their members, when they go and support their members. So have conversations. And if it's a community that you don't want to live in and you don't feel comfortable living in, it should not be a community that you feel comfortable policing. So find another job.
Local officials.
Local officials. I actually love my local official. Shout out Alderman Bill. But I think for a lot of them, keep up the good work. And for the other ones, the community needs you to be responsible. They need you to fight for our best interests.
President of the United States.
President of the United States. Even though I paid off my student loan, I'm not mad that you said you was going to forgive some of this debt. All right? But I still haven't seen anybody getting their loans forgiven. But on a real note, earn our vote. Don't show up just when it's time for election. And we would like to see an agenda for us, even if we don't have to create it. You know, like sometimes people use that as a scapegoat. Like, where's your agenda? Well, we want what everybody else wants, so you don't have to figure out what black people want. Like, we want what white people want. We want great schools for our kids. We want good health care, right? We want to be able to work 40 hours and earn a livable wage. You know, so just think about all the things that you want for your family, and then understand that we are men and women just like you are men and women. This is a human experience, so we want the same exact things. So you don't have to wait for this black agenda, but you just have to be honest and realize that we don't have the same level of resources that other races have, and just make the correction.
And finally, to Caleb and all the other young black males that aspire to be the next Black Messiah.
So to Caleb, my son, so I got to take this time out, selfish moment. Caleb, I love you. I believe in you. I always knew that you would be better than me. And I can't wait to see what that looks like. You are the catalyst for the 530 Scholars. At 4 years old, you did something amazing that just lit the world on fire. You know, even before then, I saw what you were doing, and it inspired me to be great. Other young black men, our community needs you. We believe in you, and we are gonna be better as a people because we're gonna support you. We're gonna love you, and if people don't appreciate you, then that's not the environment that you should be in. Find the environment that love you, that appreciate you for who you are, and be great.
It's amazing, man.
All right.
Scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 530.
All right. If you are watching and you have a pulse, you are either falling out of your chair, you are screaming, running around the house because that was so on fire. So what we need you to do is put a comment in there, give us some fire emojis, some hand claps, some smiles. My name is Candy Bryan. I am your humble host today for 530 Days. So we need some smiles. Give us some thumbs up. Let us know you're out there and that you are engaged in this important conversation. And I hope you, like me, your pen is on fire and you are taking plenty of notes. I want to welcome you to 530 Day. We are just excited to have panel after panel of powerful conversation. And I want to give you a brief overview of the panels for today. So you just heard Saving the Black Messiah. That was our first panel for the day. We're going to move into Black Girl Magic Boss Edition. And if I could just show my shirt, I know Rhoda and I know Silas are there, very proud that I have my Black Girl Magic t-shirt on. But you know, guys, can I get some 530 apparel? I saw that the interview and I'm thinking, where is my apparel? It is amazing. So, you know, you don't just have great apparel here at 530. We also have an amazing program. And I want to talk a little bit about the 530 Scholars, the mission and the founders, and give some shout outs and some thank you to the production crew in just a moment. But we're going to move from the Black Girl Magic Boss Edition. Next panel will be Black Girl Magic in Medicine, followed by 10 Commandments to get a free ride. And we're going to round out the day of panels with Rhyme Fest, State of the Black Genius. This is absolutely amazing. You can see the panels here on the screen and the times. So when we take a break, you know, you can go grab your water, take a bio break, but you got to come right back. But right now, if you could, oh, thank you. Let's get some of these comments on here. Yes, Silas and Ish burn down the building. We got lots of fire going on here. Warren says it was fire. Baby Silas and Ish came with that hotness. Rhoda, great to see you on here, Rhoda. Good morning. And, you know, I took so many notes. I got my notebook here. And some of the things that were said are just mind-blowing. I'm learning a lot myself. I'm happy to be a part of the 530 Scholars family. It is a family. And thank you for inviting me back to host this second year of hosting here. So some things that I heard and impacted me greatly: in the absence of leadership, lead. And I believe the 530 Scholars are doing just that. Silas said, youth is a currency. Youth is a currency. And he asked the question, what if the school system wasn't failing? I want you all to go out there and put in the chat or the comments what was the most impactful part of the first panel of the day, which was Saving the Black Messiah. We have lots of great comments in here. What I also want to challenge each and every person to do right now, if you're starting to type, do us all a favor and at someone or tag someone. So how do you tag someone? You just do the at symbol and you're going to add someone's name. Tag 5 people right now. So what we'll see in the comments, if we do it right, is at Yolanda Barr, at Warren Edwards, but invite 5 people that you know to tune in, because these panels are going to be so amazing. And I want to talk about what we closed out with on the first panel, Saving the Black Messiah. I think it was 3 topics or 3 ways that the 530 Scholars are raising up the next generation of the Black Messiah: mentorship, academic support, and be a hedge of protection. I absolutely love it. So I want to briefly touch on, if any of you are watching, how to support and how to get to the website. I'm going to post it here on the screen, 530scholars.com. And also, we want you all to follow us on Instagram at 530 Scholars. And so most of us who are watching, you might be tuning in now, you might be watching this on replay, and you're probably wondering, what is the mission of the 530 Scholars organization? The mission of the 530 Scholars is to provide educational college readiness for students who aspire to graduate in the top 5% of their class. As a parent myself, I was sitting here and it's just jaw-dropping conversation, right? And I, I'm in Central Florida, you guys, so I need to know when the 530 Scholars is coming to Florida, basically. So let me know. But we got some great comments here. Let's go to a few more comments, and then we are going to talk a little bit about our founders and say some thank yous to the instrumental people that were behind the scenes, making sure today goes smoothly. So 530 is a fail-proof system that will catapult your scholar to greatness. Thank you, Jada. That is absolutely 100% true. And this is the day where we're going to learn all about not only 530 Scholars, but we've got panel after panel after panel, which is going to absolutely blow your mind. All right. So I think we're ready to take a little break, but let's first say some thank yous. And I want to do a shout out if I can, because I saw Lemi Ola, Erin Katola out there. Let me see where she is. She made some comments. Good morning, Lemi Ola. Wow, some deep knowledge. Silas is dropping. Yes, it was absolutely powerful. And thank you for being one of our founders, along with Silas Green and Mr. O. This organization is absolutely transforming lives. Transforming lives. It's an agent of transformation. So, all right. So instructions for today. We want you to hit the share button. Let's see if anyone is tagging. Are you guys tagging? Let's go ahead and tag. Thanks, Yolanda. Yolanda, go ahead and tag some people. I'm going to start calling people out. Angie, Miss Lemi Ola. Go ahead and at some people. I say at some people, but it's really tag some people. Tag some people, do the at symbol and tag your favorite 5 people in the world. And we want you to hit share. Go ahead and hit the share button now. Share this on your own pages. We are live on YouTube and the I Am Beautiful 365 platform. Shout out to Warren and Candace Edwards. Thank you so much for allowing us to be on this amazing platform. We're also broadcasting live from the 530 Scholar page. So if you're not following us, go ahead and follow us and tag someone right now. Okay, to the production team behind the scenes, thank you. Thank you for doing this. This is amazing. And they're backstage putting on the banners and all of the great stuff that you guys see on the screen. But we want to give a really big thank you to Rashna Green, Yolanda Barr, Keith and Kyle Peterson, Antoine Downs, Viz Wiley. Thank you, production team. And thank you to our founders of the 530 Scholars. All right. Oh, good. Okay. So this is the example how you tag someone. And what happens is this live feed will pop up in their messages somewhere on Facebook land, and they will be notified to tune in today. All right. So for our production team in the background, could you guys put up the flyer one more time before we go to break? Let's go to break with the list of panels for today because you don't want to miss it. We're going to let you take a quick break. Go get those snacks or whatever you need to stay glued to your seat and in front of your screen. But next up, we have Black Girl Magic, Boss Edition, followed by Black Girl Magic in Medicine. The 10 Commandments to get a free ride is our next panel after that. And then we're going to round out the day with Rhyme Fest, State of the Black Genius. And don't forget, this evening, we have Genius League Math Finals at 5:30. Woo! We have a full day. And I want to say thank you, especially to our beautiful and amazingly talented host. You're going to catch her in between panels. Val Warner is an Emmy Award-winning host of Windy City Live, ABC Chicago's popular afternoon talk show. You guys know, you know it and you love it. So we want to say thank you to Val. Can you guys do your hand clap emojis out there, smiley faces, give some fire to Val, put your hands together and say thank you to Val Warner. She is an absolute fan of the 530 Scholars and all that you are doing in the community. So Val, thank you for being our host for today. All right, well, we're going to be back. We're going to leave you with a little music and then come right back for Black Girl Magic. I got my t-shirt on. I am ready. Are you guys ready? Let's go. Let's get it.
530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time
Everybody, this is the Smith family. We wanted to give our say hi. Hi. We want to give our testimonial on how we feel about the 530 family. So the first question we had to answer is, when did we feel like we were part of the 530 family? Micah?
When I first got there, I was confused. I was shocked how there were so many kids. And then a whole month later, I realized they started becoming family. How they were acting, how they were getting together.
Well, as a mom or as a parent of the 530 scholars, I realized we were family from day one. My first initial meeting of Silas and Rhoda years ago, when our children were swimming together, and their commitment to education and finding solutions for our kids to be the best of the best, because they are the best of the best, and just giving the resources that we needed. And finally, I took Rhoda and Silas's suggestion, and I finally signed my son up. And since then, we've been family ever since. And the support that he needs academically, he's receiving from not just Silas and Rhoda, but all the parents that are involved, including Mr. Mark, Miss Lemmy, Mr. Eastland, and all the parents that are participating when the students are in the scholar family. The one thing I love about the 530 Scholar is they support the students in everything they do. They encourage the academic success because our students are bright, our children are intelligent. We're just pulling out even more to let the world know how great they are. And to you all, Silas, Rhoda, and Mr. O, and Miss Lemmy, thank you for having this vision to pull this together and to give our children what they need. Is just resources to be the best of the best, because they are the best of the best. Thank you. Love you guys.
Hello, everyone. I'm Nicole. This is Ariel and Alyssa, and we have been a part of the 530 family for about 3 years now. Ariel, how has 530 helped you in your academic journey, and when did you realize that 530 was family?
530 helped me in the academic journey by helping me prepare for the ACTs to help increase my chances of going to a good college. And I knew 530 was family when they all came together to celebrate after I got my scores back.
So 530 has been there to help both of my daughters to improve academically, to support them, to show them love, and just to help me and my husband as parents to push our daughters to become the academic scholars that I know they are. So I just want to say thank you. We are so grateful that we found this program.
530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win, 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 win. 530.
Coming up next, the hashtag Black Girl Magic Boss Edition conversation. We are talking about securing the bag and securing a seat at the table with some of the most amazing boss lady entrepreneurs they are. Discover the best Black girl habits to achieve Black Girl Magic. Coming up next, the hashtag Black Girl Magic Boss Edition conversation. We are talking about securing the bag and securing a seat at the table with some of the most amazing boss lady entrepreneurs they are. Discover the best Black girl habits to achieve Black Girl Magic.
Welcome to 530 Scholars Day. My name is Dr. Veronica Womack, and I'm so pumped that you're here. Today we are going to be focusing on Black Girl Magic, the only magic, right? And so it's Black Girl Magic Boss Edition, specifically Best Black Girl Habits to Achieve #Black Girl Magic. And today we have two phenomenal, great entrepreneurs, Miss Deanna McCleary Sherman and Kelly Fair. Thank you for being here, ladies. Thank you for having me. Of course, of course. So, you know, I got to talk about y'all a little bit, just a little bit. Okay, we got to set the stage. So, Deanna McCleary Sherman is the co-founder and executive director of TrueStar Media and Foundation. Which is a media company and digital agency led by youth. TrueStar provides training and real-world work experience for urban youth that teaches them how to develop, create, and market digital content on a platform that empowers them to forge their own paths. Since inception in 2004, TrueStar has provided on-the-job training to over 10,000 youth. 10,000 youth. I have so many questions for you. Okay, we're going to keep going. And then we have Kelly Fair. Kelly is the founder and executive director of the Reflections Foundation and Polished Pebbles Girls Mentoring Program, a nonprofit organization that enhances the life skills, career readiness, and leadership ability of girls and young women. She is also the author of They're All the Same Girl and Every Girl is a CEO. Polished Pebbles, which started with 2 mentees in 2009, has now engaged more than 5,000 girls and 500 mentors, which I'm a happy mentor, Polished Pebbles, across 100 different program sites, and has raised $2 million and plus for partnering schools and communities. So again, welcome Deanna and Kelly.
Thank you.
Yeah. Wow. So I have to say, let's just start off with when you hear Black Girl Magic, maybe just a one-word association, what comes to mind?
Empowered.
Nice.
For me, legacy. It seems with the hashtag that it's something new, Black Girl Magic, but there's been Black Girl Magic forever in our families, with our ancestors, so that magic is our legacy.
Legacy. All right, but now I got to give it to you, Deanna. So, like, what empowerment come to mind for you?
You know, because I think as Black women and Black girls, we are just inclined to really lead in our homes, lead in our communities, not let fear, rejection, or any of the trauma, past or present, really stop us. So it's like we are just these creatures that continue to go on and are resilient and just push through and push forward. And so that's why empowered just came to mind.
Ooh, love it. All right. So here's a question for you all. How would you describe the secret sauce to #Black Girl Magic? Let's start with you, Kelly.
You know, when we often talk to girls, Black girls in particular, and we talk about them moving forward and looking towards the future, I think we often talk about overcoming boundaries and barriers and obstacles. But one of the things that we like to flip it for them is thinking about the secret sauce behind their Black Girl Magic is that anytime you show up in a room, a boardroom, a classroom, a baseball field, the party doesn't start till you get here. So to helping them to think more about an asset-based approach, that yes, you're from the South Side, you're from the West Side, you're from this community, that the media says all these negative things about, but it really has created an asset within you that is very much needed in all of these circles and these spaces that you want to be in. And that's the secret sauce behind Black Girl Magic. You are innately talented. You are innately, you're original. And your authenticity is exactly what the world is calling for. And so I think that's one of the things that we want our girls to really understand is that you're not at a deficit because you show up and you're a Black girl. You are the party. You are the central thing to make everything move and go. And more often than not, they're watching your moves to see what moves they should take.
Hey, ooh,
Yeah.
all right. And
I love that. I guess I'll just add on that, everyone has their superpower, and it's just like tapping into that superpower. Like everyone was given a gift. Not two people have the same fingerprints, even though it's 7+ billion people. That's just how magnificent God is.
Right.
Like you just have to tap into what you do well and what comes easy to you and what you enjoy. And somewhere in that is your superpower. And so that's where your magic lies. And so don't look left, don't look right, look within.
Ooh, absolutely. Now, so how do you show up and show out with all this Black girl magicness in your respective businesses? How are you showing up and showing out?
I just try to be what I want to see in others and my staff. I'm not a perfect person. I've made mistakes along the way, but I try to own them and be accountable and look at areas where I can improve upon and then find mentors myself who can pour into me in those areas. Never feel like I can't learn something, I can't improve, I can't listen. And so really I'm all about team, and so I just want my team to succeed. If the team is succeeding, the business is succeeding. I want people to love where they work, love the organization, be willing to work hard and sacrifice, and I just try to be as supportive as possible and create that environment around me. So, just to be what I want to see in others, and always self-reflecting and holding myself accountable.
I like it. Yeah.
No, I like everything Deanna has to say as well, and that's because so many of us watch her. And so, I value leading from the front and from the back and from the side and way over there. And she's been a great role model to many of us, a peer model, and what that looks like. Working well with a partner running her nonprofit, really always consistently emphasizing team. So I think that's really important. For me, as much as my mission is to help drive girls to find their voice, I think in 12 years, I've grown more and more in my confidence in my voice, not only in my space of girls mentorship, but in nonprofit leadership. But I think the other thing that we bring to the table, our secret sauce, our Black Girl Magic, is really as business women. So even though we're nonprofit leaders, business is business. It takes money to make it go around. It takes people, and our ability to take the resources that we've been given and multiply it and flip it and make what we make is definitely phenomenal. And so I've learned to value more of my skill sets, what I bring to the table. I think the other thing is the adversity that's thrown at us as Black women in leadership. Actually, I had another kind of peer mentor of mine that says, Kelly, you weren't given everything at one time for a reason. And so it has kind of contributed to what we have to add to the field, to each other, to creating the legacy of Black women's leadership in this sector. So our voices matter.
Got it. Yeah. Our voices matter all day, every day. Yeah. So with Black women, have definitely been among the fastest growing group of entrepreneurs. What would you credit this trend to?
I think it's just the strength and the desire to want to see better for our families and for our communities and for our friends. And for me personally, when I was in corporate America, I felt like my talents were being underutilized. I felt like I wasn't working to my full potential. And I didn't want to be in a space where I couldn't be 100% me and have the impact that I know I could make, and so when I removed all of those barriers and said, you know what, let me invest in me. And I think as Black women, that's what we're starting to do. We're betting on ourselves.
Yes.
We are betting on ourselves, and we're putting all the cards on the deck for us. And we also have wonderful, like Kelly mentioned, legacy. We're able to see so many have paved the path before us. you know, and are currently paving a path. Like, I was inspired by Stacey Abrams and just what she was able to do, and we just have so many both, you know, kind of far away and up close examples that it can be done. So it makes it easier for you to say, you know what, if she can do it, so can I. And so when you constantly have those examples, you become the example. And hopefully we're leading others who are watching us that are coming behind us saying, wow, look at Miss Kelly, look at Miss D, like I can do it too. So I think that's what is really inspiring, you know, women entrepreneurs. And I love it.
Love it.
No, I agree with everything Deanna said, and definitely about the legacy piece. Black women have always been at the core and the foundation of every movement, in every community. We were the ones in the back. We're at the core of the church, even though we couldn't take the leadership positions. We were at the core of the civil rights movement. So this leading in this way is nothing new to us. And it is a part of our legacy, whether it's, you know, me thinking about helping my mom with her home arts and crafts business. When we were little, I learned an assembly line there at home with all my brothers and sisters, or my great-grandmother who had a 6th grade education here in Morgan Park community, but she used to own a barbecue spot in Morgan Park. She was an Avon lady when I was living, and I saw her pushing them books around. I mean, it seems small, but that's entrepreneurship. That's the American dream to a certain degree, and Black women have always been in it and had a piece of it.
Absolutely. Yeah. So here's another question. What experiences growing up would you most credit to awakening your Black girl magic or your glow up and commitment to success? So just throw back, little Deanna, little Kelly. What do you think those experiences were that really kind of jolted something in you?
Yeah. You know, I had so many moments, like Kelly, my grandmother had a beauty salon, Lillian Salon on 83rd and Ashland, and I just saw her. She had multiple salons at one point. She was very successful at doing hair. And my dad was an entrepreneur, and my dad used to wake up every day singing and happy. And I knew he loved what he was doing. And so when I found myself in my first job and I wasn't waking up like that, it felt off, because I'm like, wait, Daddy woke up every day singing. He woke up every day smiling and with a you know, a step. And so it made me want to seek something more. And then my parents just always put me around other Black, brilliant children. And so I never had this feeling that I couldn't do it. I couldn't be that, you know. I had so many examples of just, you know, smart, brilliant go-getters, you know. And so I was really, all my life, I just felt like I could do it. You know, I could do it as long as I tried my best, that something will come out of it, and just continue to plant seeds and then just watch them manifest, you know. So just those moments of watching my grandmother and my dad and just other people in the community, you know. Yeah, so I feel like it's been around me my whole life, quite frankly.
Wow, born with it.
Yes.
For me, you know, a couple different things, but I always wanted to be an Essence lady. So, you know, Essence magazine was it for me. Every month I was the first to grab it out of the mail slot. They were beautiful, they were bold, they were educated, they had families like my mom, they had careers. So that told me, like when I was 13, getting ready to go to high school, I don't want to be in a summer day camp, I want a job. And so my first job was at Dudley's Beauty College here on the South Side, Black-owned beauty industry giant at that time. And those women there really mentored me and really assisted me. And then working with my mom in her business, that's by part of the reason that for me with Polished Pebbles, we created our Mommy and Me program, where moms can build bonds, communication skills, career skills with their daughters, and then businesses as well. So, because to see my mother do it, and then for her to teach me what to do right along with her, I didn't realize that kind of early training in entrepreneurship would have such an impact upon me even to this day.
Yeah, so I'm hearing a lot. And Kelly, it sounds like, you know, your first moments of kind of knowing that you wanted to be an entrepreneur maybe started at Dudley's. Do you think that's kind of accurate, or were there other things that you saw?
I mean, I just think very similar to Deanna. It's just when you get a chance to see what it looks like. I was a shampoo girl at the salon that did my hair, and so I got to see what entrepreneurship looked like there. Definitely at Dudley's, and the women there mentored me. They said, okay, you want to do hair, but I need you to still think about college, you know, work the cash register because you're too quiet and too shy. We won't let you touch anybody's head until your last day. And I understood because it was water all over the place when I tried to shampoo somebody. But I think definitely it played a formative role in my training as a young, you know, kind of like a tween teen. It definitely has an impact upon me now.
Got it. And Deanna, for you, when did you know that you wanted to be an entrepreneur, and what most inspired you to go into that direction?
You know, one of the big kind of trajectory into entrepreneurship is I applied for a business plan competition. Well, I entered a business plan competition, and they wanted everything a certain way, copy this and this many copies, and this is when Kinko's, and I'm running to Kinko's to get copies, and I'm literally on deadline. So I rushed to the ad agency that was doing the Miller Bruin business plan competition. And I go into this, rush into this boardroom, and it's like business plans up to the ceiling everywhere. So I handed in my business plan. I'm like, it's no way. You know, I already had said in my mind, like, it's thousands of business plans. And when they called me and said I was in the top 3, I was like, wow. It really was that point where I was like, you can really do this. You know, if you beat out whatever those other business plans said, you know, and so it's moments like that that just kind of give you that push, like, you can do it. You can do it, you know, and honestly, that business didn't work out. We got 3rd place in the competition, but that was the turning point where I was really ready to leave my corporate job. I was like, I can do something else. This isn't the only path, you know? So I started to really think about my future in entrepreneurship when I placed in that business plan competition.
Yeah, I mean, even you saying that, it reminds us of the importance of having like these opportunities to like be validated, whether that's a competition or, you know, or a grant.
Just to try. Just to try, because you just don't know. You know, don't count yourself out. You know, try. Even if it's thousands of others trying too. You put yours in there, you know? So.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about the parents too who are watching, the idea of like, if you all think your kid has something going for them, it's like, okay, wait, because I know my entry points, I'm not an entrepreneur, I'm more so in the social science field, but it's like, okay, the history fair. If you feel like your baby has a little something, go ahead, push them.
That little bit of confidence.
Opportunities to present and stand by your little board and
it's practice. It's the practical application. And we can't limit our kids from having that. That's another legacy though piece too. A mentor of mine always used to say that's why the Black church was so central to the development of so many of us, because it was a place that we could get in front of a group, practice your speaking skills, mess up, make mistakes. Everybody's still gonna hug you and love you at the end. And I think that even today, for our kids today, we still have to create those opportunities for them to practice, try something out, build skill sets.
Parents, please put your children in every competition you think, because whether they win or lose, they're gonna gain something from it. My mother entered me into an oratory contest in 4th grade, and I won the entire school eventually. And then I won the region. Then I went to state, and you know, it's like that was another, like, I mean, that built me so much, probably more than even that business plan competition. Because being in front of those people and constantly saying that poem and working that poem, and you know, so you wouldn't think I started just in my class saying a poem, and it took me all the way to state. You know, that was in 4th grade. So you bringing back a lot of more moments. I'm thinking like,
come on, fellow speech contest winner. I see it. 4-H, they put me in those little programs. I was like, I think I can do this. So here's another one I want you all to think about. Do you think there's a correlation between being an outstanding scholar, meaning, you know, doing well in school, and also being a successful entrepreneur? Do you think there's like a relationship between those two?
I mean, I think just being successful at anything, there's just core tenets and principles that you recognize across successful individuals. But the thing that really stands out for me is the practice piece. Because in entrepreneurship, you're taking lots of risks, you're trying things out, and to be successful, you have to do that repeatedly. And it's really practice. So often when we take girls out on job shadows or they're preparing for maybe an internship or some type of experience, it's like, it's practice. Well, I don't want to be a lawyer. So what? It's practice.
Exactly.
And, you know, those are things that constantly, I know Deanna, where we've been in pitch competitions together for nonprofit funding. It's the same stuff.
It is.
Write a paper.
Sometimes a bigger stage.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, I think that's something that constantly emphasized to kids too. And especially kids may have seen this more in the pandemic where they worked, parents were working from home, they were going to school from home, is that, you know, we take risk and we practice and we never stop learning. And I think that's a really core principle to help kids understand. And they're interested in entrepreneurship. I got little girls that sell wigs, lip gloss, dogs. So that's the new Instagram craze.
Exactly.
So helping them understand the core tenets and principles and make them successful at the thing that's attractive to them and realize you're always going to be doing that, I think is really important.
And I think it's dependent on what school you go to, because school, the culture of school is different in every building. You know, and some schools really, you know, have that culture of, you know, coming up with ideas, being yourself, taking risks. You know, I was free-spirited, so I didn't do really that well in high school because I felt confined and I was in that adolescent stage and I was kind of rebellious. But once I got to college and I had a lot more freedom to determine my own schedule, I think I stepped into it. So I wouldn't say it's an exact correlation, but obviously it's a lot of principles. But we see people that didn't do well in school that become super successful. Don't let anything determine what you can or can't do. You know, I've seen people not do well in school and become uber successful entrepreneurs and vice versa. So
yeah, got it. And so thinking back, you know, reflecting on your lives, how would you evaluate your K through 12 education and college experience in preparing you to become a business owner?
You know, for me, I went to really good schools. You know, I went to really good schools, and I was just poured into. You know, like I said, in high school, I had a lot of challenges because I was just trying to find myself, honestly. And a lot of things that most teenagers go to, and it's probably why I'm able to work with teens so well, because I really understand not giving what an adult thinks. You know, because if an adult didn't respect me, I didn't respect them. I was unfortunately that type of teenager, so I understand the challenges. And my college was much more geared to I was in a business school, but it was geared to corporate. But it still, again, always reflected back that I could do anything, that I was smart, that I was capable, that, you know, so I would say it's more the soft skills that were poured into me and the self-esteem that was given to me by seeing my greatness reflected and reinforced, and teachers saying, you know, how smart I was. And I mean, even in high school, they're like, you're not working to your capability and all of that. So I think those core things in K through 12 really helped in my journey as an entrepreneur. But I had a lot of, you know, stumbling blocks on the way. Trust me. You can talk to my mom about that.
Right. You know, I know you said, you know, at first the idea that it was a little unfortunate that you wouldn't respect adults that wouldn't show respect to you, but I see that as establishing boundaries early on and expectations for respect. And I think, like, I'm like, I don't necessarily think that's all that bad.
Like, and I would speak up, and I would be the one, like, everybody would be like, ooh, what Deanna say, you know, and I was just always bold in that way. So a lot of people can understand how I, you know, and I try to do that in some of these rooms, because sometimes you just want to sit back and be happy that you're in the room. And sometimes you do have to speak up and shake it up a little, you know, to get more of what you deserve and what your community deserves. You know, you're put in those spaces and you have to push the envelope, and I've kind of been doing that, so a lot of those experiences made me prepared for that. So it's all connected. You can tell that God has a master plan.
Hey,
boy, you know.
I hear that. Yeah. So Kelly, the question was, how would you evaluate your K through 12 education and college experience in preparing you to become a business owner?
Yeah, I think one of the key things is knowledge itself, to be quite frank. So for me, even though I think I probably as a kid didn't even realize that Martin Luther King's birthday wasn't a national holiday, because I went to a small black Lutheran school, day school, and we always
Black
took MLK Day off.
365 days
It was
a week,
always
right?
Black History Month,
Yep.
and that's always just been a tenet of my family.
Yep.
It's just exposure. We always learned things, eyes on the prize. We read, we knew about Africa, and so I always had that home education. Then it was there in my kind of K through 5. So when then I transferred to public school, it wasn't that big of a shocker because it was already pretty much ingrained in me. So I was amazed that we didn't have more Black History Month things. But I think that really created the foundation. And then going to Howard University was totally key. Where African American history is a requirement for every student. And I think it needs to be a requirement for every Black student everywhere all the time. When we talk to our kids, they have no clue of what happened 20 years ago, 30, 40, 50 years ago, let alone something as basic as it was illegal for you at one point to know how to read. And I think that we're losing that in our community and our culture. It makes me sad when I hear young people, even young professionals, who I don't want to see another movie about slavery. Okay, I can get into the critique about this one versus that one, but when so few of us really understand that whole experience for us as a people and the impact that it has now, I'm just like, but we can't not talk about it. And so I think that really critically had an impact upon me and how I moved in spaces, and it definitely is the core of why I do what I do today with Polished Pebbles. So I think we should never as Black people get tired of talking about this part of our history or that part of our history, or we don't need that, or rely on other people to do it for us. Because right now textbooks are saying it was indentured servitude and not slavery. So I just think knowledge itself is so critically important.
And I would really echo that, because we had a class, I went to Florida A&M, HBCU, and it was the same type of experience, you know. We had it wasn't African history, but it was another similar African studies class. And this was the first time I learned about indigenous Africa and how people that look like us created the pyramids, where they don't even still to this day know how they did it. Without modern equipment and manufacturing, and how they went to America before the Europeans, and when you see the pyramids in Mexico, they traveled to Mexico to build those pyramids, and it's so much richness, and it would just, and I'm not even doing it justice, but it will blow your mind, but it'll give you the confidence, because, in school they started slavery.
Wait a minute, we want to talk about the January 6th insurrection. You're talking about moving and building without modern machinery. When I read a book at Howard, and it talked about, and this was actually in psychology, Howard University of Psychology,
that's what it was,
how Black slaves dragged marble from Virginia to D.C. to build the Capitol building. So when you think about what happened that day and how so many of us were in outrage, when I think about our people, we don't even got to go back to Egypt, just right here. We were dragging that to build and created Washington, D.C. And it's just like you say, it's just stories that not just our young people, none of us really know, unfortunately.
Absolutely. I mean, so first off, it seems like a full HBCU experience in here, because I definitely had the Howard experience.
Absolutely.
And and I think even when we were talking about the requirements at Howard, like in my first few years, like we had to take a class in African studies.
Yes,
and so I was like, oh, bet, like yes, like I'm gonna do this freshman year then. Let's do it in the first quarter.
Right.
And there were so many things I learned, and I thought I did go to an excellent high school. I was very well prepared, but it's like there were things I did not know until I went to college. And I took a world history civilization class in high school. Never talked about it. So I think that it's like, but these are also the things that we as parents want to supplement and give in our education, because we don't necessarily know if it's going to come out in the K through 12 spaces.
It's up to us.
It's up to us. Hey. Well, so here's another one. So what improvements would you suggest for the education system and curriculum that would make it better or help our students or our Black youth become more prepared to become successful entrepreneurs?
I think that's one of them. You know, if we could really teach them their history before slavery, you know, and the history of their ancestors before slavery. Because I think, you know, you're born in America and you're hearing about all these presidents and Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln, Christopher Columbus, and it does something to your psychology when they need to know that, you know, people that look like you created math, created science, you know, and, you know, about how Alexander the Great burnt down Egypt, stole all the books, and all of these different things that happen that people like to not talk about. But it's hard to implement that in a public school system. So the other thing I would say to improve education is to really look at the needs of the community. You know, I had a program in a school, and the school felt so dark. When you walked in, it's like the sun went down. The energy, it felt like really a prison. When you talk about school to prison pipeline, this is what this school felt like. It was a high school in Inglewood. It's shut down now. But anyway, and I was doing a program on sales and marketing, and I was started with my curriculum, and you know, the kids they weren't disrespectful, but they were just not there. And so what I started to do as an icebreaker each class was I put on gospel music. I had them lower their heads, I dimmed the lights, and I had them do visioning exercise. Vision yourself walking across the stage. Vision yourself getting your first apartment. Vision yourself being happy. You know, and I realized after we did that for 10 minutes, now they were open to learning and to participating in, you know, marketing what I was trying to teach them at the time. And so these different communities have a lot of trauma and social emotional issues. You have to deal with that before you can deal with math and reading. You know, and I think that's what we need to zero in on, because you need to try to make the person whole and kind of deprogram some of the things that they've been through, maybe even walking to school. They may have seen something on the way getting to school, or experience something in the morning with a parent or a sibling. So I think we need to look at the whole child and look at the heart and the soul. Education has become so transactional, you know, and it can't be transactional to be successful. These are real human beings, you know. So those are some of the things that I wish I could help change, especially public education.
Thank you.
I would agree. I think social emotional learning and social emotional support is not something that's nice. It's critical. And I think that we have to be more intentional about finding ways to weave it into the day-to-day curriculum. As a vendor that provides some social emotional support through, you know, mentoring, through our girls mentoring program, we are needed in the schools. We are desired in the schools, but we have to work with school leadership to find ways that we can structure it into the school day. Because to think that every kid that has got all these gaps going is going to opt to stay all the time or choose is unrealistic. But if we can find ways to weave that where that becomes a part of curriculum, I think that's critically important. We talk about with girls the gender pay gap, the gender leadership gap. The girls that we serve in the Black and the brown communities are facing a hope gap. If you can't see anything, and it's what Deanna is talking about, wait, stop. We can't talk about sales, marketing, math, anything else until we address that you feel very hopeless about the prospects of your future. And it's because in the 4 to 6 blocks around your house, you may not see a lot. In your home, you may not see a lot. That walk to school, our girls are facing the same threats of violence that the boys are. And it goes, and it's worse, and it's going unattended to. So we got to help them close that hope gap. The other part that I think is really critical, and Deanna works with that model with TrueStar, we kind of use some of that. I'm highly advocating for apprenticeships. You go globally anywhere else in Europe, what's the model that they use? They don't wait till 19 and 24 to say, hey, what do you think you want to do, young man, young lady? What moves you? What motivates you? What do you know about? No, apprenticeships are part of their curriculum from early on in every type of career. And so I'm extremely passionate about that. That goes back to the things we were talking about earlier. We're practicing the career exploration opportunities to see what it looks like. And so then that doesn't have to be something that we think is over there or for those at-risk kids. We moved out of that neighborhood in that school, so I don't have to do that. No, it's something that is critically necessary for every kid. That's why I wrote Every Girl's a CEO. It's a career and success guide for girls of color that starts about 9 to 10 years old. Yes, you too can think about careers, how much you can make, the kind of lifestyle. Our kids want to close that hope gap. They want to be successful, and they know it takes some level of employment to get there. Give them the toolkit to do it. Stop waiting until they mess up and it's a lost cause and then it has to become intervention. I love to see us be more preventative in our approaches in the educational system.
And they can start to connect their education to a career, which gives you more hope. Because it's like they're looking at money. Let's be real, everyone is. They're looking at money, which creates freedom to have a good life and to do the things you want to do. And when you could connect what they're learning to how that's going to be monetized, now you have them. Now you have their attention, their focus, and all those other things that start to go away. But we have to make those connections for them early on, because many of them don't even know what careers are available. I'll look at them and I'll be like, oh, you would be awesome at this. And oh, what's that? What does that mean? You know, and a lot of our young people, you know, we do a lot of social media marketing and digital media. That field is blowing up, and they're early adopters. That's the thing. They're setting the trends. They're creating what's hot, what's in, and so we have to teach them how to be participatory, how to be creators and not consumers, you know?
Ooh, this is good. I love it. I love it all. So here's a question. When you talk to young Black girls today, what types of entrepreneurial aspirations seem to come up most?
Well, I see all the beauty industry. I make candles. I'm selling bundles, lip gloss. Which I think we encourage all of it. Deanna mentioned in her entrepreneurial journey, she started one place, started another. You read my bio. I got the Reflections Foundation, which is the 501c3. College Publish was just the program. And it is, quite frankly, the branding that has taken over everything. And that's how people know us. So I see their interest a lot of times there in the things that are attractive to young people. But as we continue to expose them to the different careers and different opportunities, I see them expand in those ways too. So it's a give and take. They're where their interests lie, but their interests will expand as we're intentional as parents, as community leaders, to make sure that we're exposing. But you can be an insurance man like, Deanna's dad. It's all these different opportunities. So they're where they are, but they will go wherever we take them if they can see, like Deanna, is this gonna make me money? Will I get up and want to sing in the morning like her dad did? And when we teach them what lifestyle looks like, they'll go for it.
You know, obviously we teach digital media and marketing. So I see young people. It was 2 young ladies in our podcasting program. We teach Canva because technology has made it, you don't have to be an expert to actually create anymore, which is awesome because it lowers the barriers of entry. So they learned Canva through TrueStar, and they started creating, these knockoff luxury brand items like earpod holders. And they're so cute, like Chanel earpod holders and Gucci, and they blinged out Crocs. And so they're using their design skills to put a twist on different merchandise. And obviously we see them using that creativity to start businesses. And now that you have social media, if you just know kind of the basics of starting a page and promoting it, and we're trying to get to another level of teaching them like how to create social media ads, because there's a big barrier there. Like social media marketing is huge, and if we could teach them, you know, Facebook and Google account for 80% of all ad dollars right now. So we need to teach them how to, you know, be participatory in that and understand the analytics and all of that. So we're getting into some of that. But yeah, really just seeing a need or a gap out there and fulfilling that gap. I tell them, create a solution. If you see something that's not out there, you create the solution. So they are so creative and so brilliant. I love seeing what they produce.
Love it. Create the solution. I can get with that. So my next question is, what skills are most important to learn within just traditional schooling? And by traditional schooling, you know, the 9 to 3 schooling, as well as outside traditional schooling, so the extracurricular activities. So the question is, what skills are most important to learn within traditional schooling and outside of traditional schooling to become a great businesswoman? So thinking about the skills.
Well, with Polish Pebbles, we focus on girls being great communicators at home, school, and the future workplace. So for me, having great communication skills is key. And that's because I was a shy kid. Now, I'll say this. When I was in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, I loved school. I was comfortable in that smaller school environment, raising my hand, being comfortable in my school leadership. But it was when I transferred, I was even comfortable. I think I jumped to 5th grade math, right? And I wouldn't have considered myself a math girl. But in that environment, it was like, okay, yeah, that's cool. I'm smart. I'm a leader. Okay, I can knock this out. When I transferred to public school in 6th grade, 6th grade is one of those ages that research says girls from any community, any backgrounds, self-esteem takes a nosedive. So I think that with that, the communication skills are critical, the leadership skills are critical, starting girls early off in those STEM fields that they think are not for girls, because then it was at that point that my confidence and my math skills dropped. And I was just like, well, this ain't for me, I'm not a math girl, whatever. And I mean, I just think about things that I could have done had I had more confidence in my math and my science skills. Who knows? We have a Pink Heart Hats program, pipelining girls into careers in construction. It's a lot of money to be made there. And I mean, my gosh, if I had thought of that as something possible for me at that stage and not falling off, where would we be? So I think definitely the communication skills, but also making sure that we expose kids and don't put them in gender boxes based on academic areas and skill sets. I think it's critically important too.
That's major, yeah.
I would totally agree with Kelly. I mean, almost like synonymously, because I feel like the opposite of conflict is communication.
Yeah.
And when you're able to communicate effectively and, you know, talk about your feelings and just be part of a team, it really allows you to get over some of those conflict areas that you're going to have in your life. And then the whole math thing, you know, having confidence in math, I think, you know, I reached a certain point, probably that 6th grade point. Once I got into high school, my confidence in math totally, you know, plummeted. You know, and I just felt like I couldn't be into any science, anything that had a math background, I couldn't do, because math builds one upon something else.
Right.
You know, and once you get lost and your confidence is down in one area, it's hard to get to the next and get to the next.
And same thing in science, because the science builds on the math too.
Science uses math. And so with my girls, I'm trying to step in that gap, because I already see it with my 3rd grader. You know,
So
she
young.
thinks she's not, I'm like, you're good in math, you're good, you know, but again, it's like, what is that magic sauce? So trying to supplement with math so she can get that confidence. So I would say if we could do that for our children, we would really transcend and see us as a community really pushing through, because communicating effectively and making sure we have math, you know, that core math, because math, everything is built on math. You know, really, every building, I tell my girl, you know, this house was built with mathematics.
The angles.
This playground was built, you know.
GRE, LSAT.
Yes.
Think about how many people that we know that are extremely talented but fearful about the test taking because some of it has to do with math.
Yes.
Man, that geometry part on the ACT,
I don't
put my
even remember.
core all the way down. I could have got a really good score, but it was like, that was like, and I never, to this day, geometry scares me.
Yeah.
Like, my third grader started doing shapes. I was like, ooh.
What made the difference for me in geometry is I had a teacher, a female teacher that cared. She made herself available for tutoring in the morning. Come on, tutors. She was there to tutor, so it wasn't like you were set up for failure. It's like, we're going to go through this lesson, we're going to teach you the homework, and then I'm going to make sure if you had questions. And I think that was the area where I saw my confidence jump up for a second in high school with math again. So it really has to do with the approach and also the instructors.
Yeah, the instructor has a lot. My geometry instructor got sick, so we had a substitute the whole year. And, you know, I cut class. My other substitute, I was, like I said, that teenager. So I paid for it. You know, I'm either paying for it with my babies, but my husband, he who is good at math, he's an electrician. You know, and, you know, people don't understand that he makes a really good living. You know, he doesn't have to deal with a lot of people. So if you're not the person that wants to deal with a whole bunch of people during the day, and so, yeah, it's a lot of money to be made in those fields.
I have to say, you know, I thought that I was circumventing this whole like math thing. I was like, I don't want to deal with this anymore. Let me be let me be a psychology major. Let me go ahead and get my bachelor's in psychology, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. And then came statistics from freshman year, having to know, because like you have to have support for your research, you have to have data. And so, you know, 10 years later, I'm now teaching statistics at, you know, local universities. And then when I realized, I was like, let me just lean into this. Like, this is an aspect of my life. And I'm happy for it. But yeah, So here's, as we're kind of winding down, we have two more questions. And one is, what do you believe should be the top economic empowerment goal for the Black community in relation to building more Black-owned businesses? So the top economic empowerment goal for the Black community.
Well, you know, honestly, I think it's important not only to spark creativity and teach entrepreneurship and have more Black people think about becoming entrepreneurs. I think it's critically important. I think we need to also educate us as consumers as well, because it's about how we consume, where we choose to spend our dollars, inside of our community, outside of our community, expectations. So I almost think top goals should just be not only everybody just be an entrepreneur, but also think about being an educated consumer and how we're spending our dollars, where we choose, how we choose to invest is important. And personally, as a Black business, I need you to think about what the experience is like for me. So when you're being a consumer, I need you to think about a little bit, and I'll educate you as to what that experience is like for us as well, as an entrepreneur and leading a business. So I like to see a little bit of a focus on both sides.
Yeah, and even with that, this seems like there's more of an entry point for me to even think about economic goals if I take it through the mindset of the consumer.
Yeah.
'Cause it's like, oh, I don't know if I'm ready to be an entrepreneur yet, but I do know what I like and what I like to spend my money on. And
you know, and I'm gonna say this, and Deanna, jump in. Everybody wants to be a boss. Oh, I want to be a boss. I'm a boss chick. I'm a boss. And it's like, no, boo. I don't want to have a boss. I'm going to be my own boss. No, you always have a boss. If you have a business, you have clients,
you have to be accountable to somebody.
And that's why I think it's important to think about both sides, to think about being an entrepreneur that creates ideas, take the photo shoots and all this other stuff. But it's about customer service. So these very entry-level positions that our kids are in, we need to be teaching them about what good customer service is. What makes you feel good when you sit down in a restaurant or you meet somebody at a register or you get a service and what have you. And that you have to be able to master that to then be a really good entrepreneur.
Solid points.
Yeah, I totally agree. Being a boss comes with a lot of responsibilities, and you have to really, just self-assess what your superpower is. But in terms of economic empowerment, I think we have to really get down to also financial literacy. you know, as a community. And it goes to Kelly's point on, you know, being an educated consumer, how you're spending your money and all of those things, because I just feel like that's the baseline, you know. Are we investing our money correctly? Are we making the best financial decisions? Because that's going to give us money to then offer seed capital, even if it's just friends and family to go to, because you need money usually to start a business, to launch, you know? And so I think I would just like to see the Black community just become more financially literate and making better financial decisions. And I think that will then lead to us having more discretionary dollars to do the things that we need to do to either support Black-owned businesses or build them ourselves. Because it's very hard when you're just starting with zero and you're bootstrapping. I mean, we've done that, you know? And it's just, you know, I want the next generation to have it a little bit easier, where they could come to a Kelly Fair or me and we say, you know, we believe in you. We're going to give you $100,000.
Yeah.
You know, and so we can be starting our own venture funds and investing in those other Black entrepreneurs who have these great ideas. You know, like I said, I see young people and what they're creating, and they just need an incubator, you know, and the funding. And so just becoming financial literate so we can be that mechanism that can educate them, incubate them, and launch them at the same time, you know?
Educate, incubate, launch. Okay,
Yes.
I feel it. All right, so here's one more question. What tips would you leave our young girls watching and their parents for inspiring them to become resilient, successful Black women business owners? What tips should we leave the young ladies watching us as well as their parents?
You know, I would say for me, it is really not fearing rejection. You know, I think in entrepreneurship, a lot of times, you know, that stops people, quite frankly. I've seen a lot of people fail because of the constant rejection. And, you know, whatever you want, there's going to be rejection as part of the journey. You know, so having that resilience to push forward even in the midst of rejection, and then also being okay with being a beginner, embracing being a beginner. The greatest in the world was a beginner at one time. And I think a lot of times we want to skip the beginning, right? We want to jump to at least the intermediate. And I even tell that to my children. You know, they're in gymnastics and they want to do all of these skills, and they look at Simone Biles and, you know, and I'm like, she was a beginner. She had to learn a forward roll and a cartwheel and a this. Like, it's steps to it. Don't be so focused on skipping the steps.
Yeah.
If you can't skip a step, great, but be okay with every moment. You know, don't focus. There's a quote that says, like, don't focus on the harvest, focus on how many seeds you're planting. Because oftentimes, if you focus just on the harvest, you will get discouraged. Because you'll be like, I've been doing this for all of this time, I'm working, I'm making these calls, I'm doing this, I'm not seeing anything. So you really have to be focused on the seeds that you're planting. Try to plant multiple seeds every day. Eventually, they will reap the harvest.
Yes.
Don't focus on the harvest.
Got it. I will take that. Do you mind if I know
No,
this is
go
for
ahead.
the
It's not
parents
my
and the
quote,
kids,
but,
can I just kind of put
I know I read it in a book somewhere.
And I'm looking for the grass outside of my yard to grow. And I'm like, okay, when is it going to grow? So I'll focus on the seeds.
Focus on the seeds.
For me, it's part of the reason I wrote the book, Every Girl's a CEO. We would get opportunities and say, okay, this company's got an internship, you know, which girls do we want to pull? We pull them, and they would think that it's such a gap and a leap that they were not capable of, you know, that opportunity. And it's like, you know, you ask so many of our kids, well, what do you like? What do you do well? Sleep, eat, you know what I mean? And so we're not teaching them what they already do. So when we will pull back the layers and probe further, oh, you found out that that girl's got pretty decent grades. She helps take care of younger siblings and nieces and nephews before she goes to school. Oh, she puts lashes on people for a business. She braids hair on the side. Oh, she works at My Pizza. And so for us, don't think about this opportunity with this company as something so far off and distant from you. No, you are already a CEO. And that's why we came up with the whole phrase of every girl's a CEO. You're functioning just like a chief executive. You are leading your family, preparing for you and everybody else. You're bringing money into the household. You got side hustles, a main job, and plus your number one job is school, and you're doing a pretty good job at managing that as well. So I think it's important for girls to have that help, and if you can't see it, then the girls have to go find somebody who can pour into you, a mentor, a family member, a teacher, a counselor, who can help you see you're already leading some CEO life stuff already. So I think that's critically important, is doing the work to sometimes understand you have a lot of strengths and doing an inventory of what some of those are.
All right. Well, that was my final question, ladies. So again, we want to thank you for joining us on the 530 Scholars Day, Black Girl Magic all day long. Thank you, Deanna. Thank you, Kelly. And we hope you have an awesome day.
Awesome.
Scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30.
Wow, we want to thank our panelists for Black Girl Magic Boss Edition. Let's see who is out there watching right now. And if you can give us some love, show your hand clap emojis. Let's give it up for the ladies of this dynamic panel. Of course, I got my notes here, but I want to see in the comment section what was most impactful to all of you. We have a few more panels. The day is flying by. Can you guys believe it? What's been the most impactful piece of our 530 day today? Go ahead and put it in the chat and comment section, and we'll pull up your comments here. Rhoda, we are going to have to get everyone a link or something that will tell everyone where to go. If you have the link, our production team behind the scenes, and you can put the link to where we can purchase Every Girl is a CEO sometime before we go to break, that would be amazing. Bernita said, awesome. It was an awesome discussion. And, in thinking about some of the things that were shared during the panel, as a boss girl myself, some of you just tuning in, thank you for tuning in to 530 Day. It's the 530 Scholars Day. We have a day of panels, dynamic conversations, and we want you to be a part, but we also want you to share. Hit the share button and let everybody know in your Facebook world, all of your friends, that we are on today for the entire day. It is going to be amazing. So, as a boss girl myself and host of the Good Morning Show with Candy Bryan, I heard one of the panelists say communication skills are key. And for me, growing up, I always loved entertainment and media. I knew I always wanted to have my own show. And so now I have a faith-based show on the I Am Beautiful 365 platform on Facebook. Can everyone say hello and give a shout out to I Am Beautiful 365? Warren and Candace Edwards, they were on, I believe they're on and watching right now. So thank you guys for this amazing platform that you've created to celebrate the beauty of Black and Brown culture 365 days a year. So let's see what was most impactful. And I could, everything they said, everything the lady said resonated with me. Communication skills, that was what I went to school for. It is, my mom introducing me to books at a very early age. J.R. Tolkien, all of the, my mom was very much into Lord of the Rings and those kinds of epic novels and series. But as I would just kind of thumb through the stories, and even when I didn't understand everything that was happening, learning to read at a young age and learning to communicate my ideas and tell stories helped me in every aspect of my life. So parents out there, if you're watching, please, please, please check out the 530 Scholars website. Go follow us on Instagram and learn more about getting your children in these amazing programs because they are transformational. All right, so let's see who's on and what kind of comments. Claire said the most impactful is how she began her class with spiritual music and discussion before starting the day's work for class. Yes, that's awesome. Awesome, awesome. Yolanda said boss up and game. I love it. I love it. We have the information on the book as well. Let's see if we can find it. I think someone is posting the link in just a moment. Every Girl is the CEO can be purchased at the link below. Okay, let's see if someone can post that link up there for us so that we know where everyone can, and send everyone there to get a copy. Thanks for tuning in, Candace and Warren. You can see the beautiful couple there, founders of I Am Beautiful 365. We love you. And if you are tuning in, whether you are on YouTube or you're tuning in from Facebook, thank you so much for spending today with us. It is 5:30 day. Okay, up next, we have Black Girl Magic Medicine Edition. Can I see some hand claps going in the comments section? Are you guys ready for these amazing powerhouse speakers in this panel coming up? You know, we see a lot of our younger people aspire to be in medicine, and maybe halfway, through high school, they're looking at the cost of education, the cost of going to medical school, or maybe they're thinking about the challenges, and then all of a sudden, the dreams of being in the medical field have just dissipated. Well, we want to continue to encourage our students to shoot for the stars, pursue that medical career. We have so many programs that will support scholarships that will help. And so I just want to encourage parents out there to push your kids into following their dreams. And if that's medicine, regardless of the costs or the roadblocks that are on their way to achieving that degree, I think after this next panel, you'll be inspired to help your children achieve their dreams. Yolanda's got some hand claps and some fire. This has been a fire day. So we have Black Girl Magic Medicine Edition coming up next. We're going to take a quick break. We don't want you all to go anywhere, but we do want you to hit the share button and also tag. If you don't know how to tag, ask a friend, but you hit the @ symbol and tag someone's name, and you will alert someone that we are here live all day. It's 5:30 day. And what time is it? Is the production crew back there? What time is it? It's 5:30. So let's go. We'll be right back.
5:30 scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30.
.530 Scholars has changed the academic journey for our family in a lot of different ways. First, starting with the selective enrollment process, I feel like without 530 Scholars, we would have went into it blind. But our 2 children took the test. Both of them got in. So that was really, really encouraging for us. But then also 530 helps you to map out the journey from starting at kindergarten, going all the way up until college. At this point, I don't feel like we have any worries about our children getting accepted into colleges or even having to come out of a lot of money for them to go to college. So 530 Scholars will help you from kindergarten all the way up until college, and it's just really giving us a clearer vision as to what direction our children are going in and what we can expect in their future.
Okay, boys, so today is 530 Day, May 30th.
Yay!
Woo! And our 530 family has asked us to answer 2 questions. Ryan, you want to read those for us?
Yep. What was the moment you realized that 530 was family?
Okay, I think we decided that that was going to be my question, right? Okay. So in addition to the Fridays at PCC, where there was 530 Family Day, where we played games and did drills, I would say that for me as a mom, the day that I realized it was when Mr. Silas had to have a tough conversation with one of my boys. And so he took time and over an hour in a room, just having a tough conversation, a tough love conversation. And just for him to take that time and care about my child and his future was just, meant a lot to me. And so at that moment, I was like, wow, he always says that we are co-parents and that, kind of these are his adopted children. And so at that moment, I realized that was the truth, because people don't generally take time for your children and be concerned about their future to really have those type of conversations. Number 2.
How has 530 changed the academic journey for your family?
And so I just got into Brooks 2 days ago. And so
last night.
Yesterday.
Yes.
And so it was very exciting because we didn't know about academic centers and stuff until 530, and they told us about it, and they had told us how to prep for it and what to use, and we used that, and now me and my brother are both inside of Brooks, inside of an academic center because of 530.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I'm just going to piggyback on that. So for those of you who don't know, the academic center is like the 7th and 8th grade for the high school. There are a handful of academic centers in the city of Chicago, and so they take your, 30% is they have a metrics to determine whether or not you can be admitted, and 30%, a third of it is based on your grades, a third of it is your NWEA, and then the other third is academic center test. And so my boys did really well in school and got the grades that they needed to get. But then the other 2 components, we really thank the 530 for that, because they prepped them through the assessments and targeting, academic tutoring, or academic coaching. They prep them for the NWEA. Their scores have skyrocketed, and my children are in private school, so I'm paying for that, but that doesn't mean you need that targeted program, and they have it. Mm-hmm.
I like to say,
okay.
So the academic center test is something that you don't usually learn in school. It has to be taught to you, from people like 530. I really appreciate that, because I can't learn that stuff in school. There's no other place where I can go and learn that. So, you just have to have that. I'm glad I do.
Right. So it's really like a critical thinking test. And so they both score well. And just to give you an idea of how great this is, they only select 60 students that apply for those spots. And so both of my boys, last year, Ryan was accepted, and then yesterday, Josh was accepted. And so we are absolutely thrilled. Did you want to add anything else?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Well, happy 530 Day. We're so happy to be a part of the 530 family.
Thank you, 530.
530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win, 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 win. 530.
The moment I realized that 530 Scholars was like family was at my after-school program at Poe, when I realized how much fun I had with the other 530 Scholars. So I was very disappointed when COVID had hit because I had a lot of fun during the after-school program. The 530 Scholars changed my academic journey because I became a lot more fluent in math after the program.
Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win, 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 win. 530. 530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win, 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 win. 530.
Hey you guys, my name is Simeon Womack and I'm here today to talk to you about the 530 Scholars. The first thing I wanted to talk about was when I first realized 530 Scholars was a family. So the first time I realized they were a family was when I was first Silas Green. He was working with me on geometry because that was one of my weak areas. But not also when I was working with him for the first time, I could also hear his kids in the background working and doing some of the same problems. And him teaching, not only teaching me, but kind of also in a way teaching them at the same time. So it showed me, I was real comfortable in that setting. It made me more comfortable and it made me feel like, I was his own family, like I was his own kids. The second time I realized it was a family was when I was first working with an instructor other than instructor Silas Green. His name was Karan and he attended Stanford University. But the reason I felt like family the first time working with him was just because I knew that he was going through kind of the same stuff that I was, but of course he's doing it at a higher level at a university. But it felt like, he was me, and me knowing that I think that, I don't have a lot of time on my hands, but knowing him, he probably, even had less time on his hands and was still helping me and still committed and still emailing me every day, still texting me every day. Whatever I needed, like he was there regardless. The second thing I wanted to talk about was how 530 Scholars improved me academically. So I've never taken an ACT before. So when I first started working with them, I never took the ACT before. I took a couple practice ones and I think I got like an 18 or a 19. And then when I took my first official test after I think like a month or a month and a half of working with them, I scored a 23, and then I went back, and then after I took that test, I went for another month right after, and I scored a 26. So in a matter of weeks, they were able to bump my score up by 3 points, and that's, usually unheard of because people have a lot of struggles with, getting their score up a couple points or getting those points that they need. So that pretty much says it all in terms of how they help, and improve me academically. But it also, not only did it help my ACT score, it also helped me in the classroom. So you can see a tremendous jump like in my grades, after working with them, and you can see like the difference from before and after. So I think not only were they helping me, just with standardized tests like ACT and SAT, they were helping me, as a whole. And not only through all of the time working with them, I was playing basketball, and my high school ended up going all the way to the Final Four, and we lost the game before the state championship by 1, and I was starting point guard. So not only was I going through practices and, many workouts a day while attending, 530 Scholars and all the classes I had with them, they were able to work around my schedule, and I think that was the biggest thing. Like it kind of made me feel like, they actually care and wanted to work around my schedule. And even sometimes when my schedule was like, ridiculous, they would still be there regardless. And it was never a no, I can't do it, a no, I can't do it. And one thing about 530 Scholars is they pushed me. I've worked with other SAT and SAT programs, and one thing that all programs do is they try to teach you, give you content and stuff. But one thing that I've never experienced working with the ACT, SAT program, unlike 530 Scholars, is them pushing you, like them motivating you, them believing in you to get a certain score. Like I've never really had anybody tell me that, I could get above a 25, above a 23, or I have the potential to get a 30 if I keep working. But 530 Scholars, they did, you know, every day, every time they saw my improvement. So it was, you know, they motivated me a lot, and they pushed me a lot to, you know, try to become the best I can be.
530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530.
All right, all right. We are ready for our next session. But before we get there, if we can put up the graphic, we want to say thank you to Marcellus Womack. And the book is Imperfect for Strategy, Brand Strategy. Let me get that right. If you could take a look at the screen, the $1 Million Business Code, available at Amazon, and a great resource. Thank you again, Marcellus Womack, and for this book. Look, if we can put the website or the link in there as well, just so we have the title of the book, that would be amazing. And we'll post that in our comments in just a moment. So thank you, Marcellus Womack. We want to definitely thank all of the people who are making today possible. And of course, shout out goes to Silas. He's backstage, the mastermind. We call him the Renaissance Man, and Yolanda running things for production in the background. All right, so let's go to some comments, because I have seen comments even throughout the break. People are just saying how this is amazing. We want to give a shout out to our testimonials, the families who posted their videos. Thank you so much. Congrats, Josh and Ryan. So proud of you. And their mom is just beaming with pride as well. So let's take a look at some more thank yous and congratulations. I mean, really, we're talking about the future leaders. And, being in Central Florida, I keep telling Silas, look, when can I get my daughter in the program? Because this is just so amazing. I'm excited even just sitting here listening as I help host today. But I want to make sure that we know what is coming up next. So I think we have a graphic to pull up so that you know what our schedule is for the rest of the day. We have more Black Girl Magic. We're all my Black Girl Magic ladies out there. Put your comments on the chat in the screen so we can see who you are out there. Black Girl Magic Medicine Edition is coming up next, and it's moderated by none other than Val Warner. So you don't want to miss it. We're going to jump into this here in just a moment. But if we can take a look at our graphic that shows us the schedule for the rest of the day. Look at what we have lined up. So at right now, 1:30, we are starting Black Girl Magic and Medicine. And we're moving at 3 o'clock to 10 Commandments to get a free ride. At 4:30, we'll do Rhyme Fest, State of the Black Genius. And then don't forget, we have the Genius League Math Finals at 5:30 p.m. All right, it is 5:30 day. Let's hear from our Black Girl Magic panel, Black Girl Magic in Medicine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for panel number 3, #Black Girl Magic in Medicine. At some point in your life, you may have wondered, what would it be like to be a doctor? Well, coming to the virtual stage, 4 extraordinary, exceptional Black women who made that dream their career. All right, everybody, I hope you have been enjoying this conference, this virtual conference so far. It is now my pleasure to have a little hashtag Black Girl Magic in Medicine conversation with 4 doctors ranging across all fields. This is going to be an exciting panel, and we're going to introduce you to them now. Dr. Maya Green is also known as Dr. Maya 100. She is the Regional Clinical Director at Howard Brown Health. Maya received her medical degree at the University of Illinois at Chicago College of Medicine, and then she completed her residency in family medicine at the University of Miami and a specialty fellowship in HIV medicine at Rush University Medical Center. Dr. Maya Green.
Hello.
All right, and then we have Dr. Marquita Moore here. Dr. Marquita Moore is the medical director and pediatrician at the Advocate Children's Medical Group, Evergreen Pediatrics. Dr. Marquita received her medical degree at the University of Illinois at Chicago College of Medicine and completed her residency in pediatrics at Advocate Lutheran General Hospital. And then we have Dr. Audrey Tanksley. Dr. Audrey is an internal medicine and addiction specialist at the Access Community Health Network. Dr. Audrey received her medical degree from Southern Illinois University School of Medicine and also completed her residency at the University of Illinois at Chicago. And then finally meet Dr. Erica Taylor. Dr. Erica is an OBGYN at Mercy Medical Group. Dr. Erica received her medical degree from Indiana University and completed her residency at Mercy Hospital and Medical Center. Ladies, doctors, talk about hashtag Black Girl Magic in Medicine. This is a beautiful sight to see and such a wonderful thing for folks at home to be a part of and see. So let's get into it, and I'm just gonna call on you guys at random, but this first question, I think all of you all might want to dive into and answer, that's for sure. So Dr. Maya, why don't we start with you here since you're on my left. What is your hashtag Black Girl Magic superpower, and how did you discover it?
Well, I think my superpower is being human, being authentic. That's why they call me Dr. Maya 100, because I'm always trying to keep it 100. One thing I found out in this field is that when we, meaning minorities, try to come into medicine, there's all these thoughts, sometimes inward, but sometimes the thoughts that our society has put upon us, like, can I make it? Can I make it? Am I as good as the next person? And I notice when I'm more authentic, that gives space for everybody, my colleagues, mentees, everyone to be just as authentic. And then we all recognize our own superpower through authenticity. So that is my superpower.
Authenticity.
Yeah.
Dr. Maya 100, that makes sense. Dr. Erica, what about you? What's your hashtag Black Girl Magic superpower in medicine or in life?
I would have to say my Black Girl superpower hashtag is resilience. If you bring it, I'm going to rise to the challenge. And that's something that I learned at an early age. And we'll probably talk a little bit more about some challenges that I experienced along the road to medicine, both professionally and personally. And so resilience, I think, is the key that keeps us moving forward. Being perseverant, I think, is important.
That is so true in every field, not just medicine.
Absolutely.
Just being hashtag Black Girl Magic and having that. Dr. Audrey, how would you answer that? What's your hashtag Black Girl Magic superpower, and when did you discover it?
So I'd say my Black girl superpower is connection. So I feel like I'm like Magneto, but the Black girl female version. And instead of magnets, I find that I can connect with people and help them to bring out their inner light, their passion, their purpose, you know. I found that, you know, in retrospect, I was doing that all along my life, always rising to being a leader and helping other people to see their strengths. But I didn't realize that that's what I was doing until I became a leader in medicine myself. And then I started mentoring younger students and seeing them as they would progress and just kind of blossom into the young physicians that they were becoming.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Connectivity, I like that a lot.
Beautiful.
All right, and Dr. Marquita, what's your hashtag Black Girl Magic superpower? When did you discover it?
Wow, they listed quite a nice variety. Mine is basically turning fear into motivation. Always being scared, I can't do this. Why, if I'm the first one doing this, can I really do it? And turning that into yes I can, into courage, basically. Fear into courage.
Right. And fear is so paralyzing.
Yes.
I think for
Yes.
all of us, for kids, even as adults, and once we learn how to turn that into some positive energy and some motivation, it can really work out. Look at all of you all here today. Dr. Eric, I want to go back to you because you talked about challenges. And that's my next question. It's a perfect segue. What were the biggest challenges you experienced growing up as a young girl and even early on in your medical career?
Absolutely. So I would have to say I hail from Harvey, Illinois, and so south suburbs, and so they talk about nothing good coming out of Harvey, but I beg to differ. And so really just overcoming the challenge of an environment that didn't expect you to succeed. So I started out, as a young student, I would go to the library and pick out like 5 books and try to read them underneath a flashlight at night. And so really I felt like books was going to be the escape for me. I also lost my mom at a very early age, so that was quite challenging. I lost her when I was 8. I was raised by my dad. And so, despite him having, little to no education, he really instilled in me that work ethic and just the need to have a good education.
That's amazing. Did you experience any challenges when you decided you wanted to be a doctor in, like, whether it's medical school or even when you had to do residency or become a doctor?
Absolutely. So there's definitely been challenges along the way. In regards to residency, I initially set out to do OB. I didn't get into OBGYN residency on my first try. And so I ended up doing a year of family medicine, and then I reapplied because it was like I still had that passion. I think that a lot of times we allow ourselves to sometimes get sidetracked by roadblocks. But definitely I think that roadblock actually created me and made me a better doctor because it made me more holistic in regards to how I deliver care to patients.
Yeah, the resiliency.
Absolutely.
It's a full circle moment,
It's
right?
great
That
thing.
superpower kicked in.
Yes.
And I could see you over there nodding, Dr. Maya, when Dr. Erica was talking about challenges. Did you have any big challenges as a young girl growing up?
Definitely. Before I say that, I just want to say I was nodding because I love when you can know somebody, but then you never really know them until you hear them speak about like more of their life. I'm just like so proud of each and every one of these women and yourself sitting here. But challenges, I would say if we talk about challenges, my biggest challenge had been overcome myself, and it's whether or not you're going to believe what other people say, whether you can make it, the thoughts or opinions of other people and things like that. And I began to realize, like, once I conquered myself, I made up in my mind what I was going to do. That I was going to name myself, be who I am, and walk that out. My agreement with whether it's God or Allah or the universe, whatever you believe in, once that agreement is set and I begin to walk that out, I'm able every time to overcome. And I was going to say I was able, but a lot of times people think when you come to our space that you somehow made it and things are all over. But when you're an ever evolving person, you're always going to have whatever level you're at. We look around and say, hey, what is my next step? What's my next life assignment? My next walk in this purpose? And there it is again, your opportunities to overcome your own personal challenges. So once you set an agreement with yourself and walk it out, no matter what anyone says, there's nothing that can stop that momentum.
Absolutely. Dr. Marquita, Dr. Audrey, do you have any challenges that you can share and to inspire these young girls and guys?
Absolutely. I would say one thing would be the imposter type of syndrome, to where you go through all these roadblocks, all these challenges, and you finally get to medical school and then you graduate. You're like, wait, why was it this hard? Maybe I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe I don't know this. Maybe I don't. And then once you realize you know what you're doing, because you put the time in, you put the work in, you did this. And then you can say, hey, I am supposed to be here.
I think one of the challenges for me, and it kind of speaks to what Dr. Maya was saying, is there's sometimes so many external challenges and then there's the internal challenges. My biggest challenge was always external in the way I looked at it. It was poverty. I grew up very in a family where there was a lot of substance use and a lot of poverty, and in experiencing that, I grew up with a medical card. I would always wonder, like, am I getting the best care because I had this public aid card?
How young were you when you were thinking that?
I was like 11.
Really?
Wow.
So you were the age of some of these scholars.
I was
definitely thinking that far ahead.
I really, one thing, God always gave me a lot of good insight and discernment, and I would look at these things, and I definitely, I think one of the advantages was I tested well, I was smart, and I went to these schools and was surrounded by individuals that did not live like me. So it was almost like living two lives. You know, my home life was very different than the one that I was seeing with the kids around me. And so I would question these things, and I think that's just the critical thinker, right? You kind of think about those things. And so even now I fight for poverty reform and all kind of things, because I'm always looking at how does that external force create the narrative that someone is living in, you know, and just trying to help young people to see that you create your narrative, right? You are the author of that story, not the surroundings that you're in.
Right.
Absolutely.
That's super good. Dr. Marquita, let me ask you this. What was your most profound educational experience, anywhere between kindergarten and 12th grade, that you feel most influenced you to become a doctor?
I would say I knew I wanted to be a doctor before I even went to school, which is weird, but my most influential educational experience was my 6th grade teacher, Mrs. Shelton, my favorite teacher. I still remember her. She taught accountability. If you didn't turn that paper into that one box, if you put it to the right of the box, it didn't count. If you put it in the box, it counted. So it just turned me on to, you are responsible for your own work. You are accountable. And so that always stuck with me.
Wow. Wow. What about you, Dr. Erica?
So in regards to the challenge, in regards to deciding to do medicine, I would have to say I was diagnosed, or let's say misdiagnosed, with a ruptured appendix when I was 16 years old. So I was living in this rural town in Arkansas, about an hour from Memphis, and was having nausea, vomiting. Of course, young black female, there's two things it could be. You're either pregnant or it's PID, pelvic inflammatory disease. And so they sent me back and forth from the hospital for about a week. Finally, my dad was like, enough. You know, we ended up going, I was ambulance in Memphis, ended up getting a CT, diagnosed with a ruptured appendix. So I'm just glad to be here at this point. So it's just by the grace of God that I'm here sitting before you today. And so that really just led me to decide to do medicine, because I felt like no other young black female should have to be subjected to that lack of care.
Wow, that is a profound experience. It's unfortunate, but thank God, because you are here.
Absolutely.
And then you're all making a difference in somebody else's life. But to have gone through that, I can't even imagine. Wow. Dr. Maya, what about you? Were there any profound experiences in your kindergarten through 12th grade years, or there were classes maybe that made you think, you know what, medicine is the way I want to go?
I think one of the things, and that's a two-part for me, I'll try to say it quickly. If you're a healer, you are a healer. And I was telling the scholars, those of us that are called to this and bound to this cause, we're healers already. So you all are healers already. The schooling, the residency, and things like that, you design how you want to heal, and that's paperwork, you know? And so, and then people heal in different forms, right? So that was one thing. So I remember when we were growing up, I remember one time we lived in Calabar, Nigeria. And I remember one time we were jumping from the top shelf of a closet onto the bed, and my sister missed the bed. And I remember putting Vaseline and a Band-Aid on her ankle and really saying, this is what I want to do. But the most profound one, again, was within myself. I was, as a youth, I was exposed to a program called Upward Bound. And they take us, let us stay on the dorms. Oddly enough, the dorms that we stayed in were the medical school dorms at University of Illinois. And we had a lady, Miss Powell, who just was a blessing to us. They used to make us run the block every morning. And I remember I would get over running the block by trying not to step on any cracks. You remember step on the cracks? Yeah. So try not to step on any cracks. And I remember doing that. And then when I applied to medical, so that was when I was what? 15, 16? Probably, yeah. When I applied to medical school, it took me a while because I was questioning whether I can do it. Once I decided I was going to do it, I did it. And I remember going to UIC, a summer program. And if you pass this test, then you can go on and matriculate into medicine. And I was walking along, the summer program was at UIC, and maybe 10, 15 years later, I'm walking and I'm saying, God, bring back to my remembrance everything I need to remember to pass this test. And I remember a voice saying, God, if it's meant for me to go to medicine, let me be walking on the same sidewalk. That was a prayer I prayed 15 years before. UIC had revamped the sidewalks were new except for that one crack that was in the sidewalk that I was walking over. And so that was the most profound thing for me, because science is part of nature, you know, and humans are part of evolution. The answers are all within us. They just come out in time. And when it was time for the right answer, I said, the prayer was, let me remember everything I need to know to pass this test. And what I needed to know was, I prayed that prayer 15 years ago. Forgot about the prayer.
Yeah.
You know, was a teacher, a massage therapist, a whole bunch of different things. And when I got guided back, I was on the same crack that I was running, a crack in the sidewalk. And they had repaved the whole sidewalk of everything else except for that one.
Except for that.
Yep. And so that was my most profound learning moment.
That talk
in
about
medicine.
a full circle moment too, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Dr. Audrey, do you have anything?
Nothing that profound.
profound.
Angels, man. Oh my gosh, I know, right? She has the real manifestation and confirmation.
Amen.
So I think K through 12 for me was challenging in some ways, but I always had good mentors and good teachers that I did not know were mentors and teachers until later in life. And so my freshman year of high school, I decided I did not want to do gym because I didn't want to swim.
Okay.
And so I decided I was going to do Navy ROTC. So for all my Dolphins, they know that Navy ROTC is what Whitney Young had. And I actually had a senior chief petty officer who recognized in me potential that I didn't even know I had. And he used to say all the time, like, you are a leader. Look at how these people flock to you. And he's like, and where are you leading them to? And so he actually allowed and paid for me to go to a leadership camp at Illinois Wesleyan University, and it was called the Illinois Leadership Institute. And there I learned not any science, not any math, none of those, but I learned the tangible skills that make the art of medicine, those things of leadership and perseverance and resilience and dedication and commitment that keeps us and actually makes us the healers, you know, and allows us to be the kind of healers that we are. So I think that was the most profound for me.
You guys are some amazing women with some great stories, and you're doing a fantastic job, and I hope everybody is enjoying themselves, taking notes, learning a lot here. And for all these aspiring 530 scholars who are sitting and watching this today, the ones that are aspiring to be doctors, can you ladies share with them what the academic blueprint is to become a doctor? Because you all have had different paths. So why don't we start with you, Dr. Marquita?
I would say that the blueprint is not set in stone, that it's customized. It's a personalized one where you could either go to college and major in music and become a doctor. You can major in IT and become a doctor. You can major in anything that gives you happiness, and you add on science courses, and then you can see what in medicine with what you study can you do. Do you want to do the electronic, medical record system of it? Like which part of medicine, because medicine is broad. So each pathway, I think, can be personalized.
Yeah, that's a good point. What about you, Dr. Audrey? Any advice?
Yeah, absolutely. So I do a lot of pipeline programs and things with students. So one resource that I love to give is the aspiringdocs.org, which if there's a way to kind of put that in somewhere, we will. But AAMC, or the American Association of Medical Colleges, is the accrediting body for medical schools. And they have a website that kind of lays out that blueprint of what it is you need to do, summer research programs, those kind of things. But I think it does speak more to the academic blueprint.
Right.
It's individualized and it's tailored per person, right? So there are some fundamentals I think that you need in order to pursue a career in medicine, and those are not classes, as we kind of mentioned. They're excuse me, they're characteristics, right? They're dedication. They are, being persistent. They are being present in your classes or in the moment, seeking mentorship, asking questions, not being afraid to say I'm wrong or I'm sorry, and just being vulnerable in some spaces. And I think that's kind of the academic blueprint. And then to fill in the blanks of what classes I need to take, then you can always look at a resource like Aspiring Docs.
That's great advice. What about you, Dr. Maya? We'll start with you on the end. Tell us a little bit more about the academic blueprint that you would recommend to these kids based on your experience.
Well, scholars, as Dr. Tanksley mentioned, there are some fundamental classes that in order to apply you have to take, like biology, chemistry, organic chemistry, physics, those type of things. There are also classes that can help you to perform better on the medical college admissions test. Things like physics and verbal reasoning, literature, things like that. Because colleges sometimes, medical colleges sometimes look for like what they call a real well-rounded person.
A holistic.
A holistic
Right.
person. So one thing I always tell people, find out where you want to go, where you want to be, look at who they're admitting, and then make sure you have the qualifications. Other than that, I cannot underscore more. I think the things that our doctors here initially led with, resilience, I love what Dr. Tanksley said. She didn't say she wasn't ever afraid. She said, I feel fear too. I turned that fear into something else. You know, so she didn't say, you know how people say no fear, don't acknowledge that, things like that. She didn't try to make the fear go away, pray the fear away. She said, okay, I'm feeling this and I know I want this. So how can I turn what I'm feeling into manifestation of something I want? I love it. I love it. And being accountable, not only to other people, but most of all, being accountable to yourself if you got your personal goals. Those are the foundation. Before that, then you look at the college, the medical school where you want to go. Find out their average MCAT score. Find out what they're looking for, and then make sure you're accountable to yourself in achieving that.
All right, Dr. Erica, what academic blueprint would you suggest for these young folks?
Okay, so the other things that I would add to what's been stated previously, so 4 years undergrad, bachelor's degree, 4 years of med school, and then depending on what area of medicine you go into, it could be anywhere from 4 years and beyond, well, 3 years and beyond. And so in regards to admission to med school, I've sat on admissions committees. I currently work for Chicago Med School. And so like Dr. Maya stated, they do want to see holistic applicants. And so you have to be able to write a personal statement. So I know that, sometimes we get entrenched in like the whole text language, but they want to make sure that you can actually write a complete sentence and things like that. So that's very important in regards to the med school process. And then again, like you can major in anything. It doesn't have to be medicine. It doesn't have to be pre-med bio. And then also just being well-rounded in regards to being involved in extracurriculars, because we have a lot of smart people. There are a lot of smart people who can do very, very well in exams, very well in the classroom, but can you talk to a patient? Can you relate to them? So I think it's important that you have some life experiences too, working a part-time job, doing some international travel, being involved. I know we had some composers out here today, people that are video editing and things like that. So continue to stay involved in those extracurricular activities, because those things are looked at as well.
Awesome.
Can I add something?
Absolutely.
Test taking skills. How could I forget this? That was one of my challenges. And I went to the PASS program in Champaign because it wasn't what I didn't know. It was how could I translate that to this test. So test taking skills is something that's huge because you're constantly taking tests when you're in medicine. You have to take a 3-part test just to get certified. Then continual education testing is always test taking.
Right, and that's important, and these scholars know that
Yes,
because they are
exactly.
on the right path. Yeah, so
Exactly.
they understand the importance of that. I want to talk about truths and myths that young people should know in terms of becoming a doctor or the difficulty of becoming a doctor. What are the truths, and then what are the myths when it talks about how difficult it is to becoming a doctor? I know it's a lot of school.
Yeah.
But Dr. Audrey, what would you say are some of the truths versus the myths when it comes to the difficulty of becoming a doctor?
Yeah, I think, so definitely one truth is you do have to have grades, good GPA and, the grades to be able to be seen. As Dr. Erica mentioned, sitting on admissions committees, there are a lot of applicants, and the truth is, if you don't make a certain mark, your application doesn't even make it to the pile of we're looking at this, right? And so that is a reality, and that is the truth.
Can you give the young folks an idea of like what that is? Is that a 3.5, 3.75, or 4.0?
Yeah, so, well, it depends on the institution.
Okay.
Definitely depends on the institution. If you have a 3.5 with some other well-rounded skill set, then you may be in a pretty good position there, but the higher the better, and that is reality. That's
the truth.
That is the truth. I will say, I think Dr. Moore was mentioning before, the myth, one myth is you do not have to be a science major. right? I think a lot of people think that they have to be bio or they have to be, and you don't. You can major. I had a good friend who did extremely well, who was a medieval studies, right? They were a history major in something totally different, and as long as you have the prerequisites, which are going to help prepare you for the test that you're going to
But they
take.
ended up being a medical doctor?
Absolutely, and a really good one. English majors, art
Wine
majors.
tasting.
Yes, wine tasters
from Juilliard.
Absolutely. You do not have to be a science major, but you do need to be acclimated to scientific thinking, and so that's by taking those prerequisite classes. And in order to be able to take that exam, you need to have some science background, but it doesn't have to be your major. And I tell people, major in something that you love, because undergrad is probably the last time you're going to get to do that. So I'd say those are probably definitely one truth and one myth. I'll let these guys kind of jump in the end. I'm sure I got some other truths and myths.
A myth, I think one myth would be that you have to go straight through. Because you can finish undergrad and you can either do a post-bac year, that's the year of you learning core science courses, or you could get a master's, or you could get work experience and then go to medical school, or you can go straight through.
Okay.
That's a good one.
That is a good point. So would that be considered like gap years?
Yes, it
You
is.
can consider a gap year, yes.
It is a
but
gap
you have
year.
to explain it in your personal statement, so that's why you make it count.
And increasingly, more people are taking gap years, and it's
Exactly.
not just people of color that are taking them.
Do you feel like that's for their mental health? Because when you do have that amount of schooling, I'm in communications, so I only did my 4 years, but I got to imagine that at some point you kind of have to make sure that you're taking care of yourself mentally as well. So those
Yes.
gap years can kind of help out.
Absolutely.
Ladies, any truths or myths that you'd like to dispel, or truth that you would like to point out?
Well, to dovetail off what you're talking about maintaining your own mental health and doing what's right for you, a myth. Right before we started, Dr. Tanksley was talking about how hard it is for us to talk about ourselves, talk about the great things we're doing in a lot of spaces among ourselves, but also in public spaces where there are people who may not identify as African American women in that space, right? And it is. The myth is that for a lot of African American women, we hold a lot of people's stuff. I worked with you, I think, on the First Ladies Health Initiative before, and we were a part of the team that was staffing it when we were at the lakefront. And I remember I was taking blood pressures, and it almost became like when I would take a blood pressure of someone, it'll be all ranges. When it was high, I'd be like, okay, are you a first lady? Are you a first lady? Because they're doing all that work, which is great work, but they're holding everybody else's stuff, which historically in this country has been the role of the Black woman, right?
Amen.
Right?
Absolutely.
I want to tell everybody that's a myth. Surround yourself with people that build you up, that are there to support you. That's the truth. And that's how you make it through medical school. Another myth, we don't support each other. We are each other's riders. You hear me? And that is a truth. And that was one of the ways that I've been with you in times. We've all been with each other at times where we needed each other in this journey, and we were there to support each other. And I'd like to name that truth and see it grow and continue.
Right.
So, yeah.
That's what's up. Dr. Erica?
So I would just speak to a myth in regards to, you may hear people say, like, this person only made it into medical school because they're Black, or we're utilizing affirmative action. But think about it, if you get that spot in that medical school class, it's because you're supposed to be there. So don't let anyone discount you. I mean, we have young people here today who are, claiming astrophysicists as a career, something I never even thought about when I was didn't probably even know what it meant in 6th or 7th grade. So definitely, I mean, you are filled with excellence, so you can pursue any goal.
Amen.
Absolutely.
How is the experience of being a doctor different as a Black woman? Have you all experienced anything different being a Black woman doctor?
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's layers to that.
How much time do we have? Let's see.
No, it's a lot. Yeah, who wants to kick that one off?
Well, let's talk about some of them, right?
Okay.
You walk in, all of us are attendings or in a space where we actually teach up and coming doctors and new doctors, right?
Okay.
You walk in, they look at you and say to
Are you the nurse?
Nurse, can you do this?
Or you're here to
Nurse, can
clean
you
the
do
room.
that? Or yeah.
You can have on a white coat, stethoscope.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think one is definitely, I'll never forget, I had a partner one time. We were both standing at the bedside of a patient. I did not have a white coat on because I am very, I'm just who I am, and I'm, you know, my patients know who I am, and they know I'm probably not wearing a little micro infested white coat.
Right.
But that being said, we're standing at the bedside. My partner did not know who I was.
Your partner?
My partner.
Whoa.
So I will say, you know, it is almost like being invisible sometimes, you know, and as soon as and they were like, and this is how I know they didn't know who I was, they were like, well, I'm going to talk to the attendant, Dr. Tanks.
Oh, my Lord. And then how did that, you got to finish that story first. Did you go, hello,
I was
I'm
like,
right here?
I did. And he's like, oh, I didn't even realize. This is always the good one. You changed your hair. Oh, I was like, but my face. Oh, it's still the same. Yeah. And this was pre-COVID, so I had no mask on. Right. You know, and it is sometimes I think being a woman in medicine can be tough enough, and then being a black woman, it's that, you know, you're in the meeting, you just said this one thing, but it takes your partner who is, you know, maybe a white male who says the same exact thing, and they're like, that is such a good idea. And it's like, okay, does anyone hear me, you know?
That's not just in medicine, ladies.
I was going to
say anything, but I said something.
We hear you loudly.
Exactly. Or in the words of every black woman,
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Just open
Right.
an idea.
Yeah.
Right. It wasn't her. Yeah. So that's real.
That's real.
That is definitely a real thing that these young folks should keep in mind for sure, especially if they're young and they're a woman and they're black. So
can I just offer what I like to do about that in that space? If there is another black woman, another black doctor that says something, and that when they go to those moments where someone else says it and they say that's a great idea, I'm like, you know, yeah, that is a great idea. That's why I'm glad Dr. Tanksley offered it.
Yes.
You know, and just assist it at that point, because I think the more we do that, it gives them an opportunity to hear, like, yes, you know, last week when you said that, I thought about it too, and I agree. And here are some of the ideas that I want to dovetail to your idea, Dr. Tanksley. You know, and so that's one of the things I, you know, do to help them recognize who she is, you know?
And that's that sponsorship, I think, that we definitely need to do, right? We all talk about mentoring, and we do that, but sponsorship is when you call somebody's name or you promote them and they're not there in the room, right? And that's definitely what we have to do more of.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Ladies, what inequities in the medical system most impact the black community? I know this is another one that probably has a lot of layers. And then how do each one of you use your black girl magic and your superpowers to fight these inequities for solutions?
I can go.
Sure, Dr. Erica?
So one of the things that plagues my community in regards to the OB world is maternal mortality. So in regards to maternal mortality, black women are 4 to 6 more times likely to die as a result of childbirth compared to their white counterparts, regardless of their socioeconomic status, regardless of education. And so really, we have to start to educate doctors in regards to implicit bias. And this is something that needs to start in medical school, where this should be a part of the curriculum. Just like you're taking physiology and anatomy, you need to actually be able to be trained in the implicit bias area. So one of the things that I've actually done in regards to this matter, prior to COVID, I would travel to DC every year for the Congressional Leadership Conference. And so pretty much there, we would lobby on Capitol Hill, basically trying to get legislators to pass bills in regards to combating maternal mortality. And so even within our hospital system, we've had to do like an education of our emergency room department. So if they understand when a black woman comes in with elevated blood pressure and she's recently had a baby, she needs to be managed differently than someone who hasn't had a baby recently. And so we have created like these little bracelets where we know this person is postpartum. And so they'll be triaged differently when they come in. And so really just continue to just educate, I think, across departments has been huge in regards to that.
Yeah, that's very important. Anybody else want to weigh in on that?
I would say that one thing would be just listening, because a lot of times as a pediatrician, some parents feel like that the doctor isn't hearing them. they're not listening to them. So they go in there and see what they see and say what they say. Whereas with me, they can come to me and they're like, I've been to 3 doctors and I've been trying to say, and I'm sitting there. And of course that visit is going to be like 30 minutes because they're just telling you everything that's been built up that they felt invisible, and they think this is going on with their child or this or that. And so just being able to just listen, I think, is what we can instill into each other's offices. So with my pediatricians there, that's one thing that we just keep going over, is just listening, active listening.
I definitely say in addiction recovery space, we know that the opioid epidemic was, huge, and it was news everywhere, and lots of funding came down. And I think that one of the things that we did not do was recognize that there was an epidemic in the Black community before this occurred. Black men 40 to 65 years old are the highest risk of overdose, right? Amongst those that use substances. And I think those men often get criminalized more than they actually get the treatment and the help that they need. And so I advocate, Dr. Maya knows this, I'm always calling somebody's legislator or doing something to actually just advocate in this space. And so all of the programming that I create is always very intentional to teach, not just give you medication, because that's often what we do. Oh, well, let's put another methadone clinic there, or let's put another, recovery center, but we're not getting to the core of what people need to heal, and medication helps you not to have cravings or those things, but it's about the mind and about giving you the tools that you need to actually be successful in recovery. And so that's one of the things that I fight for, and all around equity and just, in the spaces of, African American health. And so that's actually something that Dr. Erica and I worked on with an organization, and Dr. Maya actually with an organization that we created that was looking at healthcare inequity in the Bronzeville area around the time that there were hospital closures and all these kind of things. And so we really wanted to focus on what are the things that people really need. And so some of that was actually taken up in the new House bill that was passed about the healthcare reform.
Yeah,
so
that's awesome. Well, we all know that you guys are awesome, and you got Black Girl Magic and all of that good stuff. But let's switch to COVID-19 and the pandemic, and how you had to use your heroic powers to pivot. And how did that affect each one of you in your different practices in terms of what you had to do once COVID hit and the pandemic hit, and you saw, wow, this thing is much bigger probably than all of us ever even could have imagined?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Who wants to
At
kick
least
it
in
off?
this country, it was bigger than I could imagine. I'll kick it off, but I'm gonna throw some accolades out because I didn't do any of this by myself. But I will say, so when COVID hit, most of our, at least in the community health centers, our centers shut down for a brief moment, and we had to really get innovative and realize how are we going to reach our patients if they don't come through the doors. So we all had to pivot to telemedicine pretty quickly. People like Dr. Maya were instrumental in putting mobile units out in the communities and really getting to communities that didn't have broadband access and those kind of places like that. And I think that it was, that not only was very heroic, it was innovative, and these are the things now that you see, large corporations saying that they're going to be doing, but it was just coming from the thoughts of, we know that our people can't get here. We know that they don't have this access. And so, in our particular clinics, we made sure that we had telemedicine available. We made sure that we had our therapists available to do telemedicine because we were seeing an abundance of people that were dealing with anxiety or having setbacks in their recovery or just really struggling with the fact that they couldn't touch their loved one, or they couldn't visit their loved ones in nursing facilities and rehab facilities. So, a lot of us, I think, had to pivot and stop focusing as much on physical medicine and really start focusing a lot on our patients' mental health.
Right. Dr. Maya, the mobile clinics, talk about that. How was that a switch for you and quick thinking?
Well, it kind of ties into the last thing you said about equity in medicine. I always do this tree kind of simulation where you talk about pediatric health, maternal health, addiction. I always say Hep C because there's a cure for Hep C. COVID, we can branch that tree, diabetes, hypertension, whatever. If all of these are diseases in our community, at the forefront of it, you see African Americans or minority populations bearing the brunt of a lot of stuff, right? So a lot of it sometimes looks like super innovative, but we already know what's going to happen. History, just history, right? So we know we're going to roll it out. We know we're going to overlook, historically overlooked populations and underserved populations. So knowing that and moving from that to some action is what I really try to do. I always say, so if this is my tree and these are my branches, this is the trunk, down here are the roots. I always say let's cut off a branch, Hep C, because now there's a cure for Hep C. This tree is going to grow another branch. You can call it HIV, you can call it whatever you want. It will grow another branch because these branches are fed by inequities and social determinants of health. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to always grow another thing, right? Sometimes going back to what we knew and how we applied the mobile units, access to vaccines, access to testing for COVID, we know this historically, but I think in a lot of countries, this one too, a lot of times part of our mental, like psychopathology, I call it, is doing stuff and then we find out and we go through this period of shock. We, like Black people were dying at disproportionate rates of COVID. Oh, we're so shocked. We didn't roll out an algorithm that would test Black people because you had to come from London, you had to travel to China, you had to do all these things, and then when we pop up the clinics, we pop them up in the predominantly white neighborhoods, right? And assuming and then our own literature shows historical institutions that serve Black people sometimes don't. You can come in with pain. Look at the maternal. That maternal, that lady can tell you, look what happened to one of the tennis players. I don't know if we can name it, Serena. Yes. I am experiencing this. And historically, the medical industry will call it something else, name it something else, explain away her pain when she's Black. And so when it came to COVID, we didn't need to wait until it grew. It looked innovative because I didn't need to wait until someone else told me they were not going to serve my community. I already knew it from history. So I was like, okay, we building tents. Let's build one right here on the south side. Okay, now on the west side, now in the Latin community. Oh, mobile unit. Okay, mobile unit, come on down from your garage's South Loop. That's great. Come on down here in Inglewood. You know what I'm saying? And that's where we're going to test. You know what I'm saying? And so that you begin to do all that because we need a movement where people move from shock to action. Because shock, like Dr. Tanksley already said, a lot of people use that to never do anything. I want to study it. I want to pay more non-Black institutions to study the fact that Black people get overlooked. I want to do all that. And instead of doing all that, let's put that money and get some action around here. And so that's what I do in medicine. So we got tents, great. Southside tent, Austin tent. We got testing, great. Auburn Gresham testing, let's do that, And so just use history. There's I think it's ancient Ghanaian. It's called Sankofa, meaning you have to know where you come from to know where you're going. Amen. Right? So we already seen the years of where we've come from, so that helps us to know where we're going. In medicine, in broadcasting, in the astrophysicists, the neuroscientists and all that. So you can always use history to guide you and to help you accomplish your purpose. Sorry, that was a long.
No, that's okay. But Dr. Erica, I'm sure being an OB-GYN, you had to pivot big time.
Absolutely, because we don't have the luxury of doing telemedicine. We actually have to have those patients come in. Yes. And so one of the issues that we had at the beginning of COVID is that we didn't have access to PPE. And so I was calling sorority sisters like, hey, we need some donations over here. And so literally they were putting me in contact with organizations to help us get PPE. And I'm writing letters, emails to my CEO, well, what's up with the PPE? And I'm I'm probably gonna get fired. But I didn't care because I felt like that was something that was needed in order for me to deliver, healthcare to my patients. And so, really having to mask up. We're used to masking up anyway during deliveries, but now it's this extra layer. And then it was also difficult for the mom. So imagine, already being short of breath when you're laboring, and then you're having to wear a mask during the actual delivery process. And so that was somewhat difficult. But we made it work, and things are actually on the uptick. We are getting some of the moms to actually agree to vaccine. So there's still a lot of vaccine hesitancy. Yes. And so one of the things that I've been doing in regards to COVID is just educating the community, because I was initially kind of hesitant about it, but let me do some research for myself. And so that way I can inform others. And so I was actually just someplace the other day and the guy was like, well, I'm not taking that vaccine, what's in it? So I just broke it down. It's like, very simply, like, this is what's in it. And so he was like, oh, well, maybe I'll consider it now. And so I think really just taking those opportunities to just educate people where they are, because there's just so much misinformation that's out here.
So true.
And then also when they talk about like how racism is like this public health threat and that COVID unmasks this. This is nothing new. We've been talking about this healthcare disparities issue for decades, probably a century now. And then you just think about how a lot of the things that were created, like Dr. Maya mentioned in regards to pain management, how Black women are not thought to have pain. And so how a lot of our procedures were actually created using slaves. They felt they didn't have pain. And so like our father of gynecology, Dr. Sims, a lot of his statues were erected, they've been taken down because of the issues that happen in regards to the Black community. And so I think it's something that we just have to continue to educate ourselves on, or we'll be subject to repeat it.
Dr. Marquita, how would you say COVID has changed your outlook on the medical field, life in general, or even education?
Changed my view on the medical field. It hasn't really changed it because it's just exposed to what science is the continual learning process. So we're always learning about things, already about the disparities, so it exposed that even more. But it changed as far as like personal is knowing that enough is enough, like just setting healthy boundaries to where I've been in the house and this is okay. Like I didn't have everything planned out to where I'm doing something at 12, at this or that, and then just taking in family time too. So it's taught me more personal skills and more personal like awareness as opposed to medicine.
Right, that makes sense. If any of you ladies had the luxury of having a 530 Scholars academic training program available when you were in your youth growing up, how would it have definitely accelerated and enhanced your journey to becoming a doctor if this program were available for you?
I think I would have, my journey, I was thinking to myself, my journey was rocky. I went to school, got kicked out of school, realized in college that, hey, people aren't necessarily always going to hand you stuff. You have to get yourself together, girl, And so that's when I started to kind of build myself up academically. I always had a loving family, but I think the self-worth that I believed other people putting on me, I remember coming from, when we came over from Nigeria, it wasn't good. I was dark. I was, small. I was, and that wasn't initially what was valued in this country. My family always valued me, and it's a blessing. But I began to act out and do all these self-destructive things. And it wasn't until I was in college where I was like, you got to get yourself together. Upward Bound also helped, but having it at a younger age, something like 530, I think would have really, because it's a community. It's surrounding yourself with like-minded people like we do now at a younger age and have the benefit of you all building each other up together, And I think it would have been a blessing.
Yeah.
I did have the luxury of doing a academic enrichment program when I was growing up as well too. It was actually called High Jump. It was, and an amazing program that I still, donate to and an alum of and very proud alum. But I think if I had the opportunity, just knowing my younger self, right, speaking back to young Audrey, I would have loved to have something so culturally relevant. Something that would have shown me that in this skin, I am still great, just like everybody else. Because I think even though, I was in these environments and things like that, I still saw myself as different again because my surroundings and my background didn't look like everybody else's. And I just think that something like 530 would have been amazing for me to accept me for who I was and not try to be somebody else,
Those are all very valid points. All right, we're coming to the end of this panel discussion, but we're going to have a little fun before we let these doctors go. We're going to play a word game, okay? So I am, basically what I want you all to do is say the word that comes to mind when I bring up a topic. Okay, so, and we'll just go sort of with our...
That's what girls like,
Okay. I know Dr. Marquita, and she will have been able to think a little bit.
It might be tougher to be last.
It might be tougher.
Do you want to go first or do you want to go last?
No, I was no.
Ready? Okay. And it could be. It doesn't. It's just whatever you think. Okay. Your hero.
My mom.
Good.
My mom.
My dad.
Oh, my dad.
My mom.
Okay, I love it. Parents, heroes. All right, that's awesome. Okay, then we'll alternate.
Okay.
Favorite subject in school?
Language arts.
English.
Animal science.
Animal
Animal
science.
science.
English.
Love it.
Wow. Okay. This is a tough one because this calls for authenticity and honesty. Lowest score I ever got on a test.
F.
Okay.
51. So there was a C on the curve.
I don't go lower than a C.
Okay.
I know that's right. You know, I don't remember the number, but I know I've gotten an F before. F would be the lowest. Whether it was a zero, nothing. No, because you get credit for your name, right? So it was never a zero. But I did get an F before.
But the good thing is,
Because I didn't turn something in.
Also, one thing about those Fs, I remember going back, having to take them again, and becoming very interested in it. It was my ability to ingrain myself in the material. And transparently, mine was in chemistry.
Okay.
Which is one of my subjects that I love now because I realized I never read the book. I was just going there thinking, I don't know what I was thinking. But I got my little chemistry book and I started on page 1 and I actually love chemistry.
I love chemistry.
But I wouldn't have known it if I didn't. That's an F because I didn't bring myself to the material.
Right,
I didn't put
exactly.
myself in it. I was just doing
well,
it.
I mean, I think we have to embrace failure.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think in our society, we don't do that, or we don't talk about that enough, about failing forward.
Yes.
Out of failure comes something good.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, that F made you go, okay, well, wait a minute, I probably should go in here thinking I can just ace a test without looking at the
Exactly.
I've got to read it. So, in failures are lessons.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, that makes sense.
That's the best way to say it.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, okay. Dr. Maya, greatest medical invention ever. That's kind of tough, huh? Greatest medical invention ever.
Ever.
Birth control pills?
Can't
break the ice a little bit.
Yes, that was great.
Yeah.
I know.
I know what I want to say.
Okay.
Shout out to Dr. Kizzy.
Oh,
vaccine.
Yeah.
Shout out to
Dr. Kizzmekia Corbett, African American woman at the head of Moderna COVID vaccine.
COVID vaccine.
Yep.
Okay, is that all you all's answer?
You know what? I was going to say that my stethoscope.
That's what I was going to say. That's what I was going to say.
I love my stethoscope.
Yeah.
I think I tell people all the time the value of listening to the patient and then actually using that stethoscope to find those findings that fit with it. We don't do it enough. Like, I know so many people that are like, the doctor doesn't even touch me. And I'm like, really? Because this is the best thing ever.
Right, and that's probably going to be more the case now after COVID because people are afraid to touch, right?
Yes.
We have to, I guess, gradually and eventually get back, post-COVID.
But I want to second that with
Right.
Shout out to
COVID
COVID
vaccine.
for sure.
COVID vaccine.
You know.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Forget what I said. We love children.
Black girl magic.
We do.
Yes, they're our future.
Yes, of course. All right. Number one solution needed for Black America.
Unity.
Oh, that's a good one.
I know I'm not a part of this panel, but equality.
Yes.
Yes.
Justice.
Justice.
Yeah. Financial reparation. I think we need to close the wealth gap.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Reparations.
Reparations. Okay.
We still,
Now this one is going to be fun.
Oh, God.
Greatest advantage of being a Black woman.
Going back to what you opened up saying, Black girl magic. We are resilient. Like, we are. If y'all don't see these Black women doing big things, and we were doing it behind the scenes. It's not like we just started doing it. Let's just name that, right?
Yes.
But now, Stacey Abrams. What is going on, Black girls?
Yes.
I love you all.
I do too.
Just Black girl magic.
Amen.
Plain.
Yeah.
We are definitely in vogue. And
Yes.
We've been in vogue before now, but we're really in vogue right now.
That's right. I would say swag. And that just encompasses literally everything about us. We are so dope. Everybody wants to be us. And I mean, just look at this panel, right? I mean, there's such diversity in it, and such, I mean, from everything, from fashion to you know, just personality to, you know, intelligence. I mean, we just are, we're outstanding.
Yes. Unstoppable, because we continue to press through and we have to always push through. So a challenge isn't necessarily like a no to us. It's like, okay, watch. And then we just make it through.
Right. Our resiliency. All right,
Stacey
ladies.
Abrams. Hello.
Delay is not denied.
And then the brilliance of our scholars. I mean, you know,
Absolutely.
so much like I wasn't where they were when I was your age. I was not where you are. So
No, not
you
at
know,
all.
the
At
world
all.
is your oyster, definitely.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to wrap up this conversation with each of you just giving one last final thought or advice that you would like to share with the 530 scholars and the parents who are watching right now. We'll start with you, Dr. Marquita.
Okay, I would say to establish healthy mental health habits as far as dealing with stress and having open communication with your parents. Because you need an outlet and somebody who you know isn't going to judge you, because you feel more comfortable if you're in like a safe space.
Good advice.
Absolutely, that's great advice. I guess, so going along that, but a little different, be comfortable with who you are in your skin, right? You are great the way you are. You do not have to try to be anything other than who you are, right? And so tap into that beauty you have.
Yes.
Definitely through mental health practices and for myself, prayer and things like that. But just be okay being you.
Yes.
I love that. I would say identify a mentor. If you're thinking of being an astrophysicist, find someone who's doing what you are interested in doing. Ask if you can come and shadow them. If you can't do it in person, we have all these virtual options right now. I would definitely say seek out someone who's doing what you love to do. And the second thing is books over boys.
Hello.
Yes.
Books over boys.
I like that.
I would say, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I would say trust yourself, get to know yourself, trust yourself, and always be on the edge of like evolving yourself. That could look like, a lot of times people think that means I got to be busy all the time. No, it means sometimes you have to sit still.
Yes.
You know, and learn yourself, learn what you need, and continue to teach me, because I've learned so much from you all since I started working with you. I mean, literally learned so much from you all. You know how people say that and it's a cliche? No, you all literally teach me things I don't know, you know? And so just continue to be you and continue to be a blessing to yourself, us, and definitely your parents and your community.
Absolutely.
Give it up virtually for these ladies. Thank you so much for this conversation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30.
All right. I do not have an issue with my camera. I just wanted to show that I am representing here Black Girl Magic. Will you guys give it up? Give it up. Right now is the time to put your hand clap emojis in the comment section, whether you're watching us on YouTube or on Facebook. Thank you so much for joining us on 530 Day, the 530 Scholars. We are here to have a day of dynamic and powerful discussion. So what did you think of the panels, hashtag Black Girl Magic in medicine? Put your comments on the screen. I know we had some laughter, little jokes about the best medical invention. Yes, some would say so, but We had a great time. Thank you to Val Warner for being such an amazing moderator. But if you can, just like the last panel, we want to hear from you out there watching. Thank you so much for being with us all day. Now is the time to hit the share button while we take a break. We want to make sure that we have folks coming back to tune into the next panel, which is the 10 Commandments to how to get a free ride. Anybody out there in YouTube or Facebook land want to know, how do I get a free ride to college? Raise your hand. Let me see by show of hands in the comment section. Anybody want to know how to get a free ride for their child? If you are a student watching, do you want a free ride? Well, I think you should tune in. We have this next panel coming up at 3 p.m. Central. If you're watching on the East Coast, that's 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right, what was your takeaway from our discussion with Black Girl Magic in medicine? Let's see what everyone has to say out there. Oh, we got the hand claps going. Thank you. Yes, thank you for engaging. This has been an amazing 2 panels, right? We had Black Girl Magic, the bosses, and Black Girl Magic in medicine. So tell me, what was one thing that you took away from this last panel discussion? I will tell you that, and I think it was Miss Lemmy who put out there, Black women are more likely to die in childbirth. And we've seen just horrible stories and seen some statistics about the experiences of Black mothers during labor, and all of the healthcare disparities. These ladies touched on several disparities in our healthcare system, and the discussion was so rich. But they also talked about the tremendous opportunities that there are for Black girls watching everywhere. If you are interested in medicine, I would say go ahead and connect with the 530 Scholars. Let's put the website on the screen here. We want you to follow and connect, and let's get this mentorship going. Let's have conversations with professionals in the medical industry and connect our children through the 530 Scholars organization to help prepare our young people to go into professions in the medical industry. So it's been a great discussion. Let's go over to our comments section. And before we go to break, let's see what some of you took away from the discussion. Candace says, we have to educate ourselves or we'll be subject to repeat it. History always repeats itself. Yes, it absolutely does. And it's amazing to see how these women on our panel, medical panel today, we're talking about learning lessons from the past so we can do better in the future, especially for our Black and Brown communities. Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Lemmy. I love this discussion. We're reminded that history teaches us a lot. Good comments from the Critical Thinking Child. I love that title. And we had Shero Power on this panel. We absolutely did. Let's see what else we have here. Oh, there's the comment there that we were looking for a little earlier. 4 times more likely to die. That's why it is so important that we continue to push our students, our Black and Brown students, to go in, and if it is what they're called to do, to serve in roles in the medical profession, because we need that for our community. We need people who look like us in top roles, and obviously in doctor and nurse roles and all practitioners, but also in the medical field, in executive business roles, running hospitals, running these organizations. Absolutely. Let's take a look at some last few comments here, and then we're going to go to a break. Are you guys enjoying today? Put your comments in the comment section. If you'd like to leave a comment on StreamYard, you do have to go to StreamYard.com/Facebook. Again, that's StreamYard.com/Facebook to make sure that your comments are enabled. And one more comment here from Candace: adversity will continue throughout life, no matter what you aspire to do, but it's up to us to push through in order to change the narrative. And we are broadcasting live on several pages, but one of those is thanks to Warren and Candace. They are the founders of I Am Beautiful 365. Please go follow I Am Beautiful 365 on Facebook, where we celebrate the beauty of Black and Brown culture every day. And thank you so much for creating this awesome platform where we are broadcasting from today. Okay, what is up next? So let's have our itinerary posted right now. Let's take a look at what the next panel is. We're talking about a free ride. I think we mentioned that. We know everyone out here. For those of us who already paid our our school loans, I know, like Silas, like myself, we all wish we could have had a free ride. But the 10 Commandments to get a free ride is going to be our discussion, led and facilitated by Silas, featuring Miss Lemmy and Mr. O. We cannot wait. Don't go away. We'll be right back. And our next panel discussion will be up next. Stay tuned. All right. What time is it? It's 5:30.
Scholars. 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. What time is it? 5:30. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 5:30.
Hi everyone, and welcome to 5:30 Day. You're going to see me looking at my phone because there are some things about 5:30 I want to say that I don't want to forget. So 5:30 has been a blessing to our children and to our family. It provides additional support, resources, and instruction that helps the children and the students to have a mindset of excellence and continuous learning. You have to trust the process. This is not something that will happen magically overnight, and it requires discipline, hard work, and focus. But it also is so worth it when you start to see the results. And a little healthy fun and competition, which the students have in abundance, doesn't hurt either. Thank you, 5:30, for doing what you do, for the encouragement, the motivation, and the inspiration, and the academic exposure and excellence that has been provided to the children. We really appreciate you for what we do, appreciate what's going on with the children, and appreciate the fact that academic excellence is the focus moving forward. So trust the process, and I want Deborah and Nathaniel to talk a little bit about some of the achievements that they have seen and are experiencing and that we are celebrating and recognizing.
Hi. The 5:30 Scholars are also great because they help me accomplish many great things. The 5:30 Scholars they're also family to me because they help me when I get a question wrong to understand it instead of just saying, you got it wrong. And when I'm sad, they ask why, just instead of ignoring me. And they're very fun to play with, very fun to learn from and learn with. And they are almost like family. Yep, they have everything like a family does. Because they helped me, because Miss Rhoda, without her, I wouldn't be in the district spelling bee. And Mr. Silas showed me a new app called Let's Go Learn Edge. And so I've been scoring some golds and learning about new things that I might have not learned before. And Daddy also helped, and my dad also helps because he challenges me to get through 6 edges a week so that I can learn enough for the week. And so I also have been getting over 100 earnings in a 5:30 Scholar competition. Over $150 on Amazon for the competition. Also, my teacher acknowledges my strength in finding alternative solutions to the problem in the curricular method. And also, I'm doing well in studying ACT prep topics.
The 530 Scholars helped me so much through critical thinking, and with the Academic Center programs, I was just accepted in the Lindblom Math and Science Academy for next year, and hopefully I'll do very well, and I know I'll do very well with the help of the 530 Scholars and everyone else, and I know I'll be very successful, and I have them to thank a lot, because they helped me. If I didn't work with them, I wouldn't have known any of the stuff for the test, and I did very well. Thanks to Miss Lemmy, Mr. O, and Mr. Silas.
Before we stop, it's a behind the camera. Some of you will know him as Mr. Mark. Deborah and Nathaniel know him as Daddy. I know him as Mr. Bro and my husband. So we want to also recognize and thank Mr. Mark for all that he has done with 530 and with the students. It is a work of love, a work of trust and discipline and process, and it's something that happens each and every day. So again, thanks 530. Bye.
Bye.
530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win, 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 win. 530.
Good morning. I was asked to answer 2 questions. The first one is, when did I realize that 530 was a family? Wow. So one time there was Friday family night, and I had worked a really long day, work hours, and we had left earlier than we normally would. Mr. Silas says, "Oh, no, he's having such a good time. Don't worry, we'll bring him home." That blew my mind. And then from there, we've had some challenges, like when my mom went into the hospital and I needed to pick up Aiden from school. They said, "Don't worry about him. We got him." So, yeah, like 530 is more than just the academic program. Definitely a family. The second question I was supposed to ask is that, how has 530 helped my family? Well, certainly we thought we were doing things right before we found 530, but 530 laid out a roadmap for us to help achieve our future goals. And it also helped my son to be more aggressive in his studies, to be able to compete on the 530 level. He loves to be around his peers. As they say, iron sharpen iron. It definitely did with my son.
530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win, 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 win. 530.
Are you enjoying
Hey, how
Racial injustice.
All right, we are back. The day is flying by. Where is everybody? Okay, come on in, come on in. Like Tabitha Brown will say, come on in, baby. Come back on in and join us on this live broadcast. It is 5:30 day. My name is Candy Bryan. I am your humble and honored host today, just getting through each panel, getting to the next transition. I hope that you are enjoying this as much as I am. I have a notebook full of notes. 5:30 day has blessed me so much, and we have a special treat. So come on in. We're going to let some folks pile back in here and take a look at these comments. We have love these testimonies. Oh, these short videos in between our panels have you enjoyed these? These have been amazing. Hearing from these young scholars. And yes, thank you, Mr. Mark. Oh, that's awesome. Love the comments. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Well, we have a special treat for you all, a special presentation. Before we move to the next panel, we have a special presentation by J.L. Green. Can you guys put your hand clap emojis together? Let's give it up for J.L.
Racial injustice in America. What is racism? Racism affects tons of people of color every day. Racism is when a person is treated unfairly because of their race or features, like skin, eyes, hair, etc. Some examples of racism are being denied jobs, searched, and even bullied for how you look. Systemic racism is a big problem in America. It is also known as structural or institutional racism. Systemic racism is when a system is built to disadvantage people of color. How did the pandemic worsen these problems? Racial inequality has worsened since the pandemic started. There has been a lot of deaths caused because of racism. For example, 2 deaths that occurred because of racism are George Floyd's death and Breonna Taylor's death. As a result, people of color started fighting for their rights more. They did peaceful protests to do so. Some people took advantage of this though, seeing the peaceful protests as a way to get away with crimes and frame the protesters. We have come far in fighting for equal rights, but we still have a long way to go. More recent racial inequality. Recently, Asians have been getting hate crimed. What is a hate crime, you may be thinking? A hate crime is a crime that is motivated by prejudice of race, religion, sexual orientation, etc. These crimes have been happening to Asians a lot recently. Asians are being killed, attacked, spat on, and blamed for the coronavirus. We need to stop the hate on people of color because we are all equal, regardless of if we are Black, Asian, Native, Latino, white, and more.
JL Green, everybody. I can't believe this young lady is 11 years old. I don't think I could even articulate some of that when I was 11. So our hats off to you. We celebrate you. You are definitely taking over. You got your Black girl magic going on today, JL Green. So we are saluting you. Thank you for that amazing piece. And I know that everyone who is watching, we're just blown away by it, but also just the topics that she touches on. And obviously we support our Black and brown communities and our Asian communities. And we want for all of you to get behind stopping the hate that is out there. And we can all play our part. So thank you again, JL. Well, we're going to keep it going. We have another panel, but I think I asked the question earlier, who out there wants some free money for school? I don't know if does everybody want to pay or get a student loan? I don't think so. I think we all know that there are opportunities out there to go to school on a free ride. So we're going to go to that panel in just a moment, but I do want to take some shout outs. We have some congratulations and thank yous to JL. Yes, that was awesome. Thank you for that. So we're going to move right along here. What a great job. Oh, I want to go back and make sure we get all the shout outs. Did I miss some? Did I miss any? Thanks, Yolanda. Shout out to JL. You did that. Yes, you did. I think we got one more here. Queen JL. Awesome, awesome, awesome. We don't want to pass by any of these awesome comments. Thank you all for engaging. Go ahead and hit the share button. If you are watching, today is 5:30 day, and we want you to go to the website. So if you, production crew, would just give me just a moment here to get some important information out so everyone can follow. Go to 530scholars.com. On Instagram, follow us at 530 Scholars, if I can talk this morning. But also, I think we have the graphic for the summer camp. I know we showed that during the break, but if we have that and we could bring that up just a moment, I want to take a look and show you what we have going on right now is virtual summer camp starting at $5.99. I mean, parents, we will do anything to ensure that our students, our kids have a head start, a jump start. And what better way to spend your summer? From June 28th to July 29th, go to the website, or you can use the QR code. If you see that QR code, I'm going to point to it right there. Just take your phone and hover over that with your camera, and the QR code will bring up the website. That's what I did when we were on the break, and all of the information on the virtual summer camp is right there from the 530 Scholars. So thank you for that, production team in the back. I think we're ready to roll to the next panel. So it's time to learn about getting that free money for school. We all need it. And so thank you to Ms. Lemmy, Mr. O, and Silas for this next panel. It's time. Val, take it away.
Are you enjoying the 530 Scholars virtual conference? I sure hope so, because there has been a lot of knowledge that's being passed along here today. Take notes, because it's still more to come. Right now, we're going to talk about the 10 commandments to get a free ride. Too often, our community is deprived of the academic resources it takes for our kids to pursue getting a great education. That is why these amazing Black educators said, quote, "We grew tired of lacking resources to get our children ahead, so we created our own." They did this by founding 530 Scholars. They have unlocked the secret educational codes to mastering every subject, training our kids to score master excellence at the most important test that they'll ever take between kindergarten and 12th grade, including, of course, the ACT and the SAT, to qualify for a full ride college scholarship that will ultimately save you parents hundreds of thousands of dollars in student debt. Right now, I bring to you the 10 Commandments to get a free ride.
How's everybody doing? This is Silas Green here from the 530 Scholars. I'm here with the co-founders. All right, so we have Mr. O, owner of Mathnasium Evergreen Park, one of the co-founders of the 530 Scholars. That was our first home when we first started, and the rest is history. And we have Lemiola, the founder of the Critical Thinking Child.
Hello, everyone.
Lemiola Ericantola. All right, and she was the last piece and the missing piece to the 530 Scholars, and you helped us bring it all together, and now with an awesome organization we are now. So we have a hot topic. For those of you parents at home, go ahead and grab your notebooks, take lots of notes. This is gonna be the 10 Commandments to getting a free ride to school, to college. All right, so if you got like millions of dollars in the bank and it really doesn't bother you to spend $100,000 in student loans or something like that, or you're not taking out any loans because you're just paying in cash, driving up with a briefcase and handing it to the admissions, go ahead and make a sandwich. But if you're not in that demographic, listen up closely, take a lot of notes. We're gonna save you a lot of money, so it's worth the price of admission. So let's jump right in. All right, so the way it's gonna go today, I'm gonna yell out, we went through this list, created the 10 Commandments.
That's right.
And so I'm gonna just say the commandment, and then you guys are gonna jump in when the commandment really speaks to you, elaborate for the audience and add some clarity. You guys ready?
Sounds good. Sounds
ready
good.
to get it?
Yes, sir.
All right, you ready to get it?
Okay.
All right, potato fry. All right, here we go. All right, so commandment number 1. Sometimes going to the top schools or high schools are not your best choice. We're starting off with some conspiracy or with some controversy. All right, so sometimes going to the top school is not your best choice. You agree? How you feel about it?
Yeah, I agree. Especially if we're talking about high school, at the high school level, not just the college. There are some feeder schools that lead into selective schools. And for parents out there, I think you probably need to understand the difference between selective schools and non-selective schools. The selective schools tend to have more academic rigor. They require some additional testing to get in and additional requirements and so forth. So some parents may just target a school based on the name itself because of what they heard another parent said it was a good school. And I think it's very important for parents to really shop around based on the needs of their own children, figure out what's going to be a good fit for them, not just logistically, not just academically, but really for the whole family. Because when you have a student that's attending a school, it's not just that student that's involved in the school. It is the family. It's the siblings, if you have them, and the mother, the father, even some of the cousins and nephews and so forth get involved in that school. So it is a big decision. So definitely do not judge a school by its name alone.
All right. You got anything to add?
I would say that all of that is very pertinent, and that the same is true for choosing colleges. So just as you need to be selective in particular about the high school that you're choosing, you need to do the same thing with choosing the college that you want. The colleges you should look at are the ones that are the best fit for you, or as let me say it, as for your family. You need to look at the social aspect, the academic aspect, the tuition costs, transportation. There are a lot of things that are involved in making that decision. And you want to choose 10 or 12 schools and then kind of narrow your list down, but apply to all of them. And then once you get all of the information back from the schools that you're accepted at, you can look at the packages that they offer, and then you can figure out which one is the best fit for you.
All right, so basically you go to the school that pays. You don't want to take out a lot of money for undergrad.
That's right.
Yeah, so I agree with
the
that.
best package.
I got something to add to that. So I have these Facebook families, is what I call them, and they have like they have these announcement days. Have you guys seen them? Like now it's a big thing. They want to do announcements, and they want to do the big reveal of which school they're going to take out a $200,000 loan for, right? And I'm like, no, because I know you guys didn't get money. I've already told you that it's probably best for that kid to actually go to a junior college first. You know, I actually went to a junior college my first 2 years because I didn't get a scholarship. Then I got a scholarship to University of Central Florida, finished as a Gates Millennium Scholar. And I owed $15,000 total for my bachelor's degree and didn't get any money. I really didn't get accepted to a lot of colleges coming out of high school. And I got a great degree, went to a great school, and owed $15,000 total. And I don't even think people should take out that much for a bachelor's. I think a bachelor's should be free, especially since we're giving you the blueprint in order to get it.
I gotta throw in one extra story.
Okay.
I've got an instructor, several instructors that have come through my program, but one sticks out because he graduated out of high school. He was in the top 10% of his class. He had some scholarship opportunities, but decided to stay at home. He worked for me for 4 years, so he had a job, not making a lot of money, but he was working. He was at home, not paying room and board, not paying all those exorbitant fees. He went to Governor State, a local college. He didn't pay for that. He got a full ride through Governor State for 2 years. Then he went and did a year online at the University of Illinois Champaign. Then he did another year at Governor State. He ended up with a 4-year degree. Now he's an actuary making $80,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Came out of school, no debt. And what did he lose? Maybe a little bit of the social aspect that you get from going to college, but you know, I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to socialize pretty good with $70,000 a year starting off.
I think so.
I agree with that.
I have an instructor that teaches the ACT. They did the same thing, went to prayer review. Had like a 2.7 GPA coming out of high school. Went to prayer review for 2 years, had a 4.0, took the ACT after graduating from prayer review, got a 34 on the ACT and a full ride to Stanford.
Ooh.
Right, so it just...
That's the secret right there.
Yeah, right, so just take the ACT after you've been in college 2 years, right?
Right.
Then you're really ready.
You're really ready. That's right.
So it's different ways to do it. So I guess what we're saying is find a way that's best for you, best for your finances, right? And then do it. It's not one way to do it, and don't just want to go to this impressive school just so you can put on a sweatshirt on Facebook and stunt for your friends. Because
I mean, I'll admit, I am a product of community college. You know, back in the day they called it junior college, today it's community college. I did 2 years of community college. I worked 2 jobs to pay the tuition because I come from a family of 10. And my dad already had, my older siblings in school. By the time it came my turn,
Wait, so you got
money.
10 siblings living?
I've got 10.
Wow, what are you, Catholic? No offense to the Catholic people. You just got a big family.
We got a big family.
You're Nigerian. That's what it is.
You can tell, right?
Yeah.
Worked 2 jobs, fast food restaurant and an office job, paid my way for 2 years. And then the last 2 years, I got a full ride to University of Illinois, Springfield, and came out debt-free with a degree, a bachelor's degree in health sciences. So, like you said, it's different pathways. I'm not ashamed of that. I thought it made me very productive, and in many ways, I don't think I was ready, to be honest with you, maturity-wise, for a 4-year university. So every person is different. So I think it taught me a lot to have the work ethics, to become organized, to sort of help out in the family, and then move on from there.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We both have been both students, right? The student without scholarships, the student with scholarships.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think that gives us a unique perspective, because we know when students aren't ready and when students aren't getting money and what that's going to look like and what they need to do, right? But we also know, like, when the student is on track to get a scholarship and how to push them so that they can get the scholarship. Your girls got with like $5.2 million worth of scholarship money.
Yes,
something
they
like
did.
That when they graduated. So you had the blueprint, and the Greens will be following that blueprint.
Mm-hmm. Well, the 530 scholars, we have the blueprint. So
yeah, all right.
Definitely.
All right, so the next one, protect GPA at all costs. Colleges go heavy on the magic numbers. All right, you want to go first, Mr. O?
I'll start with that one, it makes me think about my daughter. Graduated from Kenwood, had the IB courses, the AP courses, 4.2 GPA. We're like, yeah, she's killing it, right? And when we started to join or started to do the scholarship search and join a program, I don't know if I can quote the name of the program, Chicago Scholars. If not, we can edit it out. But anyway, just
yeah,
you know,
you said tripping.
Okay.
It's 530 Scholars.
My fault.
No, go ahead.
But you know, when you start to compete for these scholarships, one thing that you'll find out is that you're not the only person with a 3.9 or 4.1 or 4.2. Somebody had a 4.8 GPA. I didn't know that even existed. But those are the people that you're competing with for these scholarships. If you got a 3.0 and everybody tells you that 3.0 is all you need, that is not true. You want to protect that GPA and raise it as high as possible, because that number is the first thing that the schools are kind of looking at. And then the other thing that I want to share is that most colleges have a sliding scale that you can find on their website that will show you what your GPA and your ACT, SAT score will qualify for the scholarships at that school. So one school may say a 3.9 with a 25 ACT score will get you 70% of the tuition. Another school might say those same numbers will only get you 50% of your tuition. Another school may say that'll get you 100% of the tuition. So keep the GPA up and then look on the websites for the schools to find out where you qualify for the money that they're offering at that particular institution, because every school is different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's definitely excellent advice. I would also add to that is start that research early, because one of the situations we found out is went back to the selective schools again. So in Chicago, if you have a student that is enrolled into a selective school, like an academic center, that starts at 7th grade, okay? So 7th and 8th grade is what we call the academic center. Many of them built inside of the high school, so you are actually taking classes. Even though you're in 7th grade, you're taking high school classes. And I think it's important to realize that the student is actually in high school. So meaning the classes that they're taking, even though they're in 7th and 8th grade, that counts towards their college GPA. And a lot of parents were just found out a little too late that C that they took in 7th grade impacted their GPA when they got ready to apply for college. So I just know when that GPA starts. In high school. That's very important. The other component of it is that high school is 4 years, but do they really get 4 years? Because by the time you're completing those applications, that is the end of your junior year, right? That's the summer before your senior year. And you're doing scholarship applications, you're getting ready to do the Common App, and start that off by October 1st of your senior year. In many cases, you're already pulling in the GPA from your freshman, sophomore, and junior year. And if you decide to wait until your senior year to buckle up and get serious about classes, it might very well be too late, because you would have had to already report your cumulative GPA at that point in time. So think of it as sort of like you've got 3 years for that GPA as opposed to 4, and have them get serious about it.
Okay, so that's going to take us into our next commandment. I like it. I like it. We're going to take the show on the road. Okay. Our next commandment is write your resume freshman year and your essay, and then live it out. So write out your resume freshman year and your essay and live it out. You can just continue because you're cooking right now.
Yeah, the resume. So I think it's important. We think of college and we think of, okay, the high GPA, right, 4.0 or 5.2 and up if it's weighted. But there's more to the application and the admission process than just the GPA. What we found out from talking to college advisors, admission advisors, is that they look for the holistic side of the student. They want to see that they are involved in extracurricular activities. And as a mom, I would say sports, have them try, if you can, at least one sport. I know for a fact a few of the selective universities that we applied to actually had on the application whether or not the student was involved in type of sport.
Right.
And when I did the analysis between some of the students that I was following, those that didn't have that box checked at that school were either waitlisted or didn't get accepted, and those that had it checked, apples to apples, GPA being the same, ACT score being relatively the same, same social economic background, everything being relatively the same, it did make a difference. So definitely give them extracurricular activity, try to find out what it is they're passionate about as well, right? So that means trying different things. I know with my girls, we tried theater because they were more of an introvert, and it was one of the best things that we ever did, and the best decision that they ever made that they tell me now is that they took a chance and they took a theater class. They did stage directing, and then eventually into setting up the props and writing scripts. And they were able to use that experience to write their resume, and they had something to put down on the resume. And then also, when they had to do their letters and essays, they were able to pull in that actual experience that was very genuine about how they didn't want to sign up for theater, but yet they took a chance, and how it helped them to grow socially, emotionally, academically, and it ended up being one of the best experiences for them. So sometimes it's something that you don't expect. I encourage students to just, try a little bit of everything and see what really sticks for them.
Well, that's news to me, because my kids' sport is going to be math, and then their extracurricular is going to be books.
Books and math.
Books and math. All right, no.
You gotta have a little fun.
That's good advice. All right, Mr. O, you got anything to add?
Yeah, I definitely do. Both of my kids play sports, and I agree with what Lemmy said, but I will say that it still wasn't enough, because you're also competing with students that did the same thing. Every school, every high school's got a football team, a baseball team, a basketball team, and 95% of those kids their goal is to go to college. So that pool doesn't shrink. So now you've got to compete with the people that you were competing against athletically. Now you're competing for scholarships and a spot on that campus. And so what we found out is that, like Lemmy said, they're looking for what else have you done? Because all schools are trying to figure out, what are you going to do to make my school look better? What are you going to do to enhance my campus? Are you just going to go to class and then go to the cafeteria and eat and then go back to your dorm and you don't do anything but raise the GPA at our school? That's not enough. Or it's enough, but if I can get Lemmy, who's academically doing all of that, but at the same time, she's the president of the SB, the social, the United Negro College Fund. It's one of the clubs, a social club. Whatever you're doing to enhance that particular campus puts you one step ahead of somebody else. And when it comes to choosing who am I going to be, who am I going to give a scholarship to, that could make all the difference in the world. So try to add as much stuff to your resume. When I'm hiring somebody for a position in my job, I get a lot of resumes when people that come in and say, I'm a 4.0 student, I was on a math club, but that's not enough, because everybody that I get, that's what they say. Somebody that says that they were a day camp counselor, or they taught swim, or they did something that's just a little different, I'm looking at that person to come in and enhance my business and make my center look better.
And so how that comes about, because that's an excellent point, is just having, the GPA, the academics, the extracurricular will not be enough for the essay. It will not be enough for the essay, because so many students will be writing about the fact that they were president of this club and that club and so forth. So the essay tip is more about a story. It's more about a story. And the way you get the story is that they have to really pull out from the experiences. It's something you just really can't make up. I can tell you that these college admissions officers are so well astute in terms of reading on paper and being able to decide what kind of person that they would like to interview and move on to the next level. They see thousands, they read thousands, and so they're really experts, and so you can't really fake it. I'll tell you what my girls decided to do, and I encouraged them to write about what they felt comfortable with. Well, during the final week, as they had finals, they decided to knit some lemon stress balls for their teachers for final week. So I just like to, these lemon stress balls were a way for you to like squeeze it if you ever got stressed out, okay? And so they knitted them in a week and they passed them out and put them on their teachers' desks and so forth. And they did that like sophomore year. But they decided to write about that in their essay in terms of how that came about. And when we went to the interview process for Brown University, they said, oh, lemon stress balls. So you can tell that they actually read the information. You have to have something that's going to help them remember you, okay? So everyone's writing about being captain of the basketball team or of this club or that club. They're writing about something totally different that you can get a visual of and say, okay, those are the girls that did the lemon stress balls for their teacher. So the point is, find something that's going to be personalized.
Like volunteering for the 530 Scholars over the summer, teaching little kids math and reading, something like that. I mean, not specifically like that, but like just like that, right?
I got to throw one little tidbit in again, sorry. Just thinking about what Lemmy said, my daughter had the same experience, was accepted at Marquette University. When we went for one of the initial freshman orientations, one of the counselors had to meet her because of her story. And when we talked to her, they said, your GPA was okay, your SAT scores were okay. That's not what got you in. Marquette is a test optional school, so you can submit your application with your GPA and your resume only. They don't really care. You can put it in there and say, don't worry about my ACT, SAT score. Here is who I am. And her essay was so appealing to them that's why she got in. And it was so good that they wanted to meet her because they were drawn into her story. Like you said, that's all they do is read these stories.
That's all
so
they
you
do.
Can't fake it. They know exactly what a good story is, what's authentic, what's not, and what appeals to them.
Yep, like volunteering. 530 Scholars during the summer.
And your letters of recommendation. So
letter
when you
from the
volunteer,
530 Scholars.
from the 530 Scholars. Yeah.
All right. So I don't know which commandment we're on. I lost count. But whatever commandment we're on now.
We have.
Most of the prep should be done by junior PSAT, National Merit Scholarship time, because the National Merit equals free money. You want to start off?
I'll hit one part of it. Don't wait until your junior year to start studying for the ACT and the SAT. From a math perspective, I always tell my parents and students that you should start right after you finish with Algebra 1, and you really could start before then because a good portion of the test is algebra related as far as math is concerned. You don't have to wait until your junior year and after you've taken geometry or trig to try and study for that test because you're wasting 2 good years where you could be enhancing your skills in those particular areas.
That's an excellent point. I wish I had that information when it came time for my own children to take the ACT and SAT. So they took it junior, the spring of their junior year, which is way too late. I would highly recommend not waiting that late. And what we found that because we didn't know to start earlier, a lot of the question types they had learned 2 years ago. They were already taking calculus and statistics and other advanced mathematics. And so we had to do a refresher of some of that basic algebra.
Yeah.
They were so removed. They had AP classes,
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah.
And so I think it's probably fresher to start like your freshman year and
Yeah.
sophomore
Good
year
point. Good
when
point.
you're learning that material and you can apply it. And like
Good
Silas
point.
said before, plan on taking it more than one time.
Yes, yes.
We did not plan for that.
Yes.
And big mistake. So
I didn't say that yet, but I am going to say that because that's one of the points. Let me turn my iPad this way. All right.
He said it before we got on camera.
So PSAT is so important. The National Merit Scholarship, it's a scholarship that you kind of get through merit. So it's free money if you qualify. So you're going to have to compete and write essays and all this for all these other scholarships. A lot of talented kids and super smart kids don't even have the National Merit on their radar. So if you start 9th grade preparing for that PSAT, and you're actually preparing for that test, then that's $10,000 to $20,000 worth of free scholarship money per year. You know, just by and you can take that scholarship to different schools, so it's not tied to a school.
And when you score high enough on that test, the schools are calling you.
Yeah.
It's like a basketball player that's putting up, 60, 40, 90 today. They're calling these National Merit Scholars like, here's the application, we want you to come to our school. Here's the application, we want you to come to our school. So if you do well on that test, you start getting the mail early.
Yeah, and that's what we want. We want to back the Brinks truck up when it's time to come and go, right? They need to buy your uncle a house, in order to recruit you,
right.
like they do basketball. Buy your uncle, like Uncle Silas or Uncle O, you know what I mean, or Auntie Lemmy, right? They need to be trying to recruit you heavily. All right, so the next one, we have start early, take the test multiple times.
Yes.
All
See,
right.
I was teeing it up.
Yeah, you teeing it up.
Start early.
All right.
So definitely early enough for the PSAT and to qualify for that and do well and get that free money. But then also to balance because, junior year, more advanced classes, and it's a lot of work. And, applying for college is like a full-time job, not just for the student, but for the parents. You got all these, even though they call it the Common App, there's still a lot of paperwork, a lot of questions, just a lot to do. So don't wait till the last minute because then you add additional frustration, maybe not intentionally, but with their school workload and having to prepare for the test, it just becomes overwhelming. We were certainly overwhelmed by the process. And having a set of twins, doubly overwhelmed. And I will say that for my son, his path, because he was an athlete, was totally different than the path that my daughters had to take, simply because, maybe Mr. O will talk about that later, but the college path and the testing when it comes to an athlete is slightly different than the traditional pathway.
So, talk about the super score for me.
Oh, the super score. So, when we started to prepare, we did it the summer before senior year, which we said don't wait that late. And we had a baseline score, okay? So the first time they take it, I consider that the baseline, okay? So here's our starting point, and then we look at the data, of course, and then we see what the highs and lows are, and then we zero in on tutoring, right? So that we can pull those up, all right? So with two students taking it at the same time, they had different highs and lows, and so we put together a personal plan for them to pull up those scores. So the second time, they took it the first time, it was not enough, okay? Not for the selective schools that we were targeting. It was quite obvious when you look at the website and the data and the average. It was definitely a high reach. And so by them taking it again and focusing on the area that they needed to pull up, I know my other daughter, she was able to super score. And I think the equivalent was definitely over 30 on the ACT.
So what is a super score? So those of you who are out there, so Lemmy does this like all the time in her sleep. She's just super score. Everybody just super score, okay? All right, super score is basically if you take the test multiple times, and fact check me somebody out there, but I think you can take it like 12 times. It's something ridiculous, but they're gonna count your last 4, I think. But when you take the test, you can, let's say you score high in reading one time and low in math. When you take the test over, you still have to take all the sections, but this time you might score high in math and low in reading. And super scoring is being able to mix match those scores. So take the highest scores from each of those tests and combine them to create what they call a super score. And that's a score that you can submit to the colleges. And it's totally legal.
Yeah.
Right? People do it all the time.
All the time, and it works in your advantage. And so, like I said, my daughter, one daughter, she took it the second time and she got the 1580 or whatever. And then the other daughter, she took it again and was able to super score and, made the mark. So definitely consider that. I think it's a lot easier when I hear people talk about when they sit for the bar exam or the CPA, I've heard them say, well, I'm just going to study this section. I have to take the whole test.
Right.
I'm going to zero in and nail this section.
Right.
That way, when I come back again, I can focus on the second section and eventually get that certification or pass the bar. And it's similar to this situation. So it is a lot of content, because I think it's important to note that when they're taking the ACT or the SAT, it is it looks at what you've learned throughout your whole academic year, right? So like from K to junior year, really, that's what you're sitting for, you know, what you should have learned. And we know in education today that there are many gaps. That's why we have the 530 Scholars, right? So we can close those learning gaps and make sure that the students academically succeed.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of super scoring. That's just how my brain works, right? So I go in one direction at a time, right? So like I like to just lock in on a subject, and instead of just going in and getting average on both sections of the test, I want to go in and get the highest possible score I can in English, right, or reading. Right? And then now that I got that score and it's off the chain, I know I'm taking the test again, so it takes the pressure off of me. And then I'll go back, and if I got this score that I wanted in the reading and the grammar sections, then I just totally focus on math, right? Because I know that I already got the score, and I'm gonna keep my old score because I was happy with it in the reading and the grammar part.
Yeah, so if you're gonna super score, start early. You don't want to start your senior year and start super scoring, because you're going to miss some of the deadlines for college and scholarships and so forth. Right. And you're going to run out of time.
Right. Under all cases, start early. Like even if you're not super scoring, start early, right?
Yes.
And you need to also decide what tests you're going to take, because the ACT and the SAT, there's certain tests that are better for certain people. So if you're a good writer, my understanding is you definitely want to take the SAT, because then you get a chance to highlight your writing skills. So look at that. Look at what schools take the test that you want to go to. So if you want to go to an East Coast school or a West Coast school or a Midwest school, some of those schools only look for a certain test. So if you spend all your money and time taking the ACT and you're trying to get to a school that takes the SAT, now you've put yourself in a pickle. So,
Oh, excellent point. They should definitely take them both and see which one they're better at.
That's true. That's true too. Yeah.
The ACT tends to be a fast-paced type of test, and the SAT more critical thinking, but allows for a longer time to think through questions, especially when we compare the math sections of both of the tests.
Absolutely. All right, so next we have don't apply to one type of school.
One type of
school, yeah. So that can encompass a bunch of different things. The first is there are colleges that are considered highly selective, general, state. So you want to kind of choose a school, as we mentioned earlier, a safety school or some safety schools. You want to choose some schools that are a match for you academically and socially. And then you want to choose a couple schools that are reach schools for you. You also want to choose some schools that may be HBCUs or some predominantly white institutions, just so that you have a mixture or a diverse group of schools that you're applying to. So when you get in all of those acceptances, you can weigh the options and the packages that they offer you, so that you can figure out what's the best fit for you.
And when you say packages, you're talking about who gives you the most money.
Exactly.
Amen. Amen.
And I want to add more. It's not just about the money.
Oh, it's about the money.
It's about the money, but it's not just about the money, because you can give me $100,000 if it's a job. If it's a job that I don't like, that $100,000 is not going to make a difference at the end of the day. So you want the money first, and then after that you want to see, in this case scenario, if Lemmy's offering me a full ride and Titus is offering me a full ride, but Lemmy's school is more socially a fit for me, and Silas's school is not, I'm going to choose Lemmy's school.
I knew you was going to choose Lemmy, man. He always chooses Lemmy. Like, yeah, I don't know. He wants to switch seats.
She makes almond pancakes, you know.
True. All right, so basically you're saying if you get a full ride to both schools, right, then you wait. I'm a cape for the parents for a second. I'm a represent the parents. So, students out here, if you always dreamed of going to UCLA, but DePaul gave you a full ride and UCLA gave you $10, you are going to DePaul and you are going to UCLA for grad school. All right, so make sure you know what it takes to get into the school and you handle your business. Now, if you get a full ride, then go to whatever school that's gonna pay.
Right.
If you are gonna
Have
owe
options.
money, do not owe money for a bachelor's degree. Owe money for a PhD, right? Or a graduate degree, or law degree, right? Like become a medical doctor. Owe money for that, right? But don't owe money for a bachelor's degree, please, right? Because there's so much more life ahead of you, and that stifles what you can do as far as buying a home, as far as going back to school, you know, because like grad schools aren't just throwing out these scholarships like that, you know, so you might want to use that student loan for grad school.
Yeah, I would say, because in many ways, the bachelor's degree is like the new high school diploma.
Yeah.
In terms of the volume of people that are getting bachelor's degrees, and so if you want to like really elevate your education, you gotta, you know, take it to the next level, master's degree or PhD and so forth. So I totally agree with that.
All right, so apply to different schools. Go to the school that gives you the best package, the most money, right? Code word for the most money. But also, and if you get the same amount of money, just go to a school with the best environment for you, right?
So we're going to talk about like what the money is, like full ride versus
Yeah,
full
come on, let's do it.
scholarship.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
What
All
does
right.
it mean when
So
you
we
have
have a full ride expert over here. All right. So we got time. So
5.2 million.
Yeah, 5.2 million. So I need some money.
That doesn't even
first of
include
all.
TJ's.
Oh yeah, that's just two
Yeah,
out of three
yeah,
kids is
yeah.
5.2 million.
And he got his scholarship extended one more year too. So he's multi six figures when it comes to.
Nah,
You like that, right?
Talk your stuff. Talk your stuff. I'm just messing.
Multi six figures
Hey,
when it comes.
listen, when I tell this story, they like my little cousins. You know what I'm saying? We not even related. You know what I mean? Yeah, my little cousins got 5.2 million. My nieces and nephews. You know what I'm saying? Because we from Chicago.
You know.
But you had a story that I thought was really interesting to me. So it's Tyra. Which one is that dude?
Which Tia.
Tia.
Yeah,
Cut that out. She always gets on me because I mix them up. All right, so Tia, Duke makes you get the healthcare plan.
That's right.
Right.
Didn't know that.
Didn't know that. And then how much is the healthcare plan?
At least $3,000 a year.
At least
between 3 and
$3,000 a
4,
year,
yeah.
right? And you didn't know that they were going to charge. And then what happened when you
Well, I get this bill because first we had worked out the financial aid the summer before she started in the fall, in August, and we get this. You know, I thought everything was covered, right? Tuition, room and board, and then because you get your financial details, right? But we were somewhat surprised when we get a bill for $3,000, whatever it was. And so we're calling up the university like, what is this for? What is the balance for? We thought we had everything kind of covered. And they're like, we require 100% all students to have high level of healthcare insurance. We want to make sure all the students have access to, good providers, and well-being, is very important. So they want to make sure everybody's well. But they have a standard of what the insurance should look like. So if you don't have this particular policy, which many of the parents didn't, even those that had private insurance or whatever, PPO plans, then you have to buy the Duke insurance, right? And so, I made a phone call and I'm like, well, this is kind of like a surprise to us and so forth. And they went through and looked at her application, like did a reevaluation of her application, I guess. She was already admitted, but they took a second look. Next thing you know, we're getting another email saying, such and such private, who wants to remain anonymous, has decided to award her $10,000 in additional scholarship money. A private donor.
So you just had money waiting just in case you need it.
So, but that all, she was able to make that happen because of her merit, of, her extracurriculars and so forth. And every year, the scholarship gets renewed, and every year she sends him, or the entity, a nice, thank you letter. So thank you for supporting my education, etc. But I think when you find that you get some of these surprises, and you probably will, on your financial statement. Do not hesitate to pick up the phone, have a conversation with the financial representatives there, explain your situation, because, you know, I was ready to write the check, and Tia was the one who said, hold up now. You know, I earned a full ride here, and we didn't know about the healthcare. Let's see what we can do. So she really, I have to commend her, because she was the one that said, Mommy, you know, let's make a call first before you get the checkbook out.
So there's a difference. So you owe her $3,000.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
You getting a commission from that?
That's right. You gotta give my niece some money. My little cuz. All right. So there's a difference between a full ride and a full scholarship. Is what I'm getting.
Yeah. So a full, and I needed to know the difference too. All I know is a full scholarship to me means everything. Like the tuition.
That's where I think a lot of people get caught up. The full scholarship. I got a full scholarship to Spelman. Then you look at your financial aid package, and the full scholarship just covers the tuition. It doesn't cover the room and the board and the other expenses that they throw in, like health care and books and travel. And you know, your ticket for a school could be a $10,000 school, but at the end of the day, when you look at the final bill, it's $25,000. You're like, where'd the other $15,000 come from? Right. They charge you if you're in state and out of state, and staying with your mom or not staying with your mom. There's so many extra fees that are thrown on there. A full ride, though, generally means we're taking care of everything.
I like it.
Nothing else has to be come out of your pocket.
Full ride.
But right, you want a full ride, not the full scholarship.
Yeah.
All right,
Good point, Miss O.
I like it. All right. Many colleges don't take weighted GPAs and don't respect IB courses or AP courses.
Well, not the colleges we applied to, because those selective colleges, they do take the weighted GPA. They do pay a close attention to IB curriculum and courses and so forth, which is why we had said earlier, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Our experience was a bit different because we zoomed in on all the selective colleges, and in hindsight, we would have did what Mr. O said, did more of a, you know, your match, your safety, your reach, and had a good mix, because even the college application process is an experience. Going through that whole experience, it impacts the family, themselves, and how they feel about colleges when they get there. So it's very important to you know, look at some of the liberal arts colleges, the smaller schools, the HBCUs, if that's applicable, and you know, don't just zero in on like selective schools per se. So yeah, what was the question?
Yeah, so a lot of colleges. So I have a nephew. I got a lot of nephews and nieces, obviously. Anybody who scores like a 4.0 or, you know, gets full ride, they're my nephews, a niece. So I have a nephew who was applying to some HBCUs, and he thought his GPA was going to be higher because he was taking all AP courses, and realized that they did not accept his weighted GPA. So instead of having like a 3.8 GPA, he had like a 3.4 or something like that, because they didn't accept the weighted GPA. So you gotta know what colleges you're gonna apply to and know what they want, right? You gotta know what their rules are, the rules of engagement for them are, because if you are not gonna get the AP credit, right, then just take a regular English class and then use the extra time instead of studying for the AP test in high school, you study for the SAT or the ACT and boost that score. Because regardless if they look at IB classes and AP courses, it's my opinion, you guys can weigh in and let me know how you feel about it. But
I mean, they're not going to take them all.
I'd rather have a 4.0 and a 33 than a IB course, AP course, and a 28, right? If I'm applying to these elite colleges. You know, so I want to spend that extra time and energy. If I'm studying for an end of the year exam, I'd rather study for the ACT instead of AP exam if I don't have my ACT or SAT score yet.
Totally agree, totally agree. And come to find out, they don't, we had like 12 AP credits, which would have been equivalent to like 12 college credits, which is that a semester at least or something?
Yes.
Well, they don't take them all. They took 2.
Oh.
Yeah, they do not take them all.
Not close to 12.
Yeah, so.
Not even half.
So, yeah.
I'm not a mathematician. You got math major. What percent is that?
They did not take them.
1/6.
And that's
right, so
typical.
That's 1.66.
I was going to say, that's
Isn't
typical.
that typical?
It's typical, and it's something that we found out because of an instructor that worked for me that had a similar situation. Didn't take a lot of the AP courses that she took at the high school that my daughter went to, that they both went to. And we did the research and found out that UNLV, where my daughter is at now, we looked and we realized they weren't going to take those AP courses. So instead of her taking the AP classes in high school, she said, I'm just going to take a regular class and I want to focus on this college process, which the essay writing, the applications, the research for scholarships is very, very time consuming. And then we had finally learned that you need to kind of pad your resume, so now she's in a lot more extracurricular activities. So she spent that time, instead of taking that AP course, and built up her resume and focused more in on what actually got her into the schools that she chose to go to. So that, you kind of have to weigh the options. If that worked for her, for somebody else, it might be a totally different scenario. So I think everything we say is kind of like a glove. If it fits your hand, wear it. If it doesn't, don't wear it.
I like it. All right. So know your competition.
You are your competition.
Oh.
You are your competition. If you start focusing on someone else and your classmates and so forth, you're going to keep your eye off the prize and miss your mark. And so that's why I told every one of my students, and I tell my children, you're your best competition. Focus on you and what you need to do. Now, certainly, we look for measures. We look for, we get a benchmark, and then we look for targets. And I think it's important to talk to parents that are ahead of you, right? So if everyone in your circle are at the same grade level of your own student, then that's the kind of information you're going to get. It's always good to kind of go a year or two ahead, find out what that parent is doing, what that experience is, what's happening now. So, for example, many parents didn't know that college's inflation is about, 8% a year, something ridiculous, right? The cost of colleges is going up every single year, twice the rate of inflation. I think that's what I wanted to say. So, I mean, that's like ridiculous, and many don't find out until it's ready to apply for college. So we found out about it because we started talking to parents who already had students in college to find out how they were financing it. So parents that had kids 2 to 4 years above the age of my own children. And I would listen to them talk, ask questions, take notes, and get myself prepared. And so that's how that's pretty much how you would define your competition yourself, and then using the resources for those who are working ahead of you and seeing what you need to do to be prepared.
I love that, and I'm thinking from a totally different perspective. Now I want to change what I was going to say, but
don't change it. I disagree with her.
I'm not going to change.
I can't wait to disagree.
That's a totally different perspective. But so here's my spin on it. Know your competition, because that's who you're going to be with. You could be the big fish in your high school, and then you get to college, and now you're no longer the big fish because everybody there is the big fish from their school where they came from. So don't get into a situation that is academically too rigorous for you, because if you put yourself in a situation where you cannot succeed, then you've wasted a year of your life. You go to a school where you can compete and thrive, not something that's too easy, not something that's too hard, but just make sure that you choose the right shoe for your foot. Okay. Don't jump into something that you can't handle, and be truthful with yourself. Analyze the competition. If the average ACT score is a 29 and you got a 22, that's kind of telling you what your competition is. Doesn't mean you can't compete at that level, but just realize that's the average person that you're going to be sitting next to in your class.
Yeah. All right, so I'm glad I'm sitting in the middle, because I'm kind of like in the middle of those points, right? So let me say, as you are your competition. So now I agree with you after Mr. O's point, right? Because you are a G, right? So you got to know that whatever room I went in, I did this, I filmed this show a couple of weeks back, and they were talking about the benefits of going to HBCU. I didn't go to HBCU, but
shout out to HBCU.
I do like HBCUs.
Shout out to HBCU.
Even though what I'm about to say is going to sound contrary, I'm all for HBCU. But they were saying one of the benefits is it helps kids' self-esteem, because they're in an environment where the smartest kid in the class is black. The teacher is black. you know, and so forth and so forth. The best person in the whole school in math is black, you know, and I kind of took offense to that. I was like, I went to a PWI, right? Every class I went to, I was the smartest kid in the class, and that's what I expected it to be. You know, my son, I feel like he's got to be the top second grader in the state, you know, on the NWEA exam. Yep. And it's like, don't go where everybody is black so the top kid can be black. You got to know that inside of you got what everybody else has, right? And so I say know your competition, because you want to compete early. And you want, if you're not that deal, you want to find that out and make the adjustments, right? As early as possible, maybe 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade. Just kind of know where you're stacking up nationally, you know, academically, just like we do in sports, right? And in sports, if you weren't the deal in sports, then you'll put up 1,000 jump shots a day, right? Or you'll get start lifting weights, right? Do the same thing academically so that you will be the person in that class to set the curve. Now, this is the part that I agree with. Once you go there, then you want to know that you're going there to compete. You know, a lot of times people don't understand that they're there to compete until they're working for a law firm and somebody starts sabotaging their work. You know, and they're like, I thought we was on the same team. And it's like, no, this was always a competition when you were in the class, right? When you were in college, they were asking those questions, not because they didn't know the answer, but because they were competing to let the instructor know that they were the smartest person in the class. So if you got any internships this summer, that's my internship, right? So they go knowing, other races go knowing that they're going to compete, and we got to go knowing that that's what we're there to do as well.
I have to say that in the city we live in, Chicago is so unique, and we're so blessed to have it's not that many, but we have them where you can find high schools where you have, you know, people who look like you and they're all smart, you know? Yeah. Can't say that about a lot of colleges, right? Especially the ones that are not like HBCU or what have you. But I think it's important to have a mixture. I know I wanted that experience for my children, so we kind of, like with TJ, elementary school was all on the south side, and he had all of his classmates were, you know, young, bright, African-American young boys like him. But when it got time for him to, you know, he wanted to pursue basketball further, and we had him go to school on the west side, totally opposite. And all his cohort of friends stayed on the south side and went to high school on the south side.
South side.
Yeah, so he had to kind of step away, and it was a good experience for him because you got the Latinos there, you had the Asians there, you had the Caucasians there, you had the biracials there, and he had not seen a classroom like that to really know, you know, how to navigate and your competition and so forth. It became an eye-opener and a game changer for him, and made him even more ready for the college experience at a broader, you know, level. So that's a good thing, because I know with me, I found myself the only African American in my class, and wish I would have had more people that looked like me in the classroom. I mean, I think that's important, you know, and so yeah, that's something to think about and put on that list as well.
I have to wrap it up, throwing in my 2 cents again.
All right,
kind of bringing it all together.
That's like 8 cents now.
Okay, 6 cents, 2 for you, 2
Okay,
all
right.
But we're talking to a diverse group of people out here. I'm pretty sure that some things that have been mentioned in this particular segment, coming from Lemmy, Silas, or myself, some of them are hitting it home to some person, where others are hitting other people. My big takeaway with this is don't limit your options. Try to keep the pool as wide open as you can for as long as you can. Mm-hmm. Don't rule out HBCUs. Don't rule out schools because of competition. Don't rule out. Go to everything that you can apply to. And then once you get your acceptances, then you can start dwindling things down based off of what suits you. The bottom line for all of this is create enough options for yourself and then choose what's best for you. It might be something different at different points in your life, but make sure you have the options.
I like it.
Make sure you have the options.
I like it. So we got a few more here. So you go to college to make friends. You know how your parents used to tell you, you don't go to school to make friends. You ain't there to make friends. You there to learn. So one of the commandments is you go to college to make friends.
I hope so. I hope so. I think that's part of it. I'm not not gonna lie, I think that's part of it. I will say that my very best friend of over 30 years today, I met her in college. So, and she's a friend of the family. She's like my sister. And
I thought I was your best friend.
Best male friend. She's a female.
You figure this stuff out like this on camera, man. You couldn't tell me out behind the scenes. You know, you had another best friend. Go ahead.
So yeah, I mean, I think that's important. You got to pick the right friendships. I think it just sort of happened with the friendships that we made. These days it's kind of tough because we had the pandemic, and that kind of closed the walls in terms of the college experience and the socialization for many of the students. And now we're in a new normal where they're still having a hybrid. So even though some classes are in person, other classes are still remote. Not everyone has the vaccine, and some people are still fearful. So I think the socialization has been impacted a bit in terms of how the opportunities we had when we were in school. And I think they have to work a little bit harder to kind of find out, and build true friendships that last, that can last forever, right? What do you think?
Wow. So I think a couple things. One is that college is almost like moving to another city, right? So you grow up and you live in your house, you go to the same high school or grammar school, there's pretty much a lot of people in your neighborhood, and then your mothers and fathers kind of dictate when you can go, when you have to be at home, what you're going to eat. Now all of a sudden you're dropped on this campus if you're living on campus, and there's nobody telling you when to wake up and go to sleep. You got a roommate maybe 9 times out of 10 that you've got to become very, very close with because you're sleeping in the same room or bedroom or house. You're eating with these people all the time. When you socialize and go out to parties, the parties are on campus. You're usually seeing the same group of people there as well. So you're gonna socialize. I went to college thinking that I was gonna go to Morehouse. I woke up the day I was supposed to go and I said I'm not going because I'm gonna flunk out. I know too many people down in Atlanta. I'll go down there, I'll party every night, every day, and I'll be back home in another year. So I decided I wasn't going. I went to Wilberforce University in the middle of the cornfields. And I went on campus with my headphones on. I said, I'm not talking to anybody. Wow. I'm just gonna go to class, I'm gonna go to the gym, I'm gonna hoop, we'll go back to the class, and I said, that's what I'm gonna do. It lasted 3 weeks.
Start talking to everybody.
I met somebody from Chicago, and they introduced me to the Chicago group, and the Chicago group I'm still friends to this day with at least 10 of those people. Wow. And they're friends for life.
Yeah. So I always tell the kids that you gotta go and join student government, right? Okay. So when you go to school, if you want to network, join student government, because you know that the mayor, the governor of the state, like all those people who are gonna make decisions and pass out contracts in 10 years, 20 years are in that student government, right? So go there, meet them, make friends, so we can get those contracts later, right? Like people always say, hey, it's not what you know, it's who you know, and that's very true. Especially in this information age, because like I might not know anything about 3D printing, but it's a Google away, it's a training away, and I'll be able to do it, right? So everybody can do everything, like just as long as people can provide a decent product, right, they can get a contract, right? So it's not just like who can provide this product, it's like who do I want to be in business with, and that's how the world works, so go to college, make friends, network, and I think that's the most valuable thing that's going to come from college, because when you get in your bachelor's, everything is in a book. You can read by the time you go to college. You could have just read the book. Yeah. Just got 3 authors off Amazon, read the top 3 books, and learned everything you're going to learn in undergrad, right?
So shout out to my bestie, Nellie P. Sims. Love you.
I'm a bestie, Nellie. I'm a bestie, right, Lemmy?
Right.
All right, so I don't think I need to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway.
That you're her bestie?
No, I'm on something else.
Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure everybody heard when they went to college, take a look at the chair in front of you, to the left and the right, and behind you. 3 of those people are not going to be here at the end of 4 years. Like, go to school and socialize, but make sure you keep it in perspective. And make sure that you choose your social group. So like you said, go find a social government group. That's a conscious decision. Don't let the group decide you're going to be in their group, because those are the people that usually party and socialize too much, and then you find yourself sitting at home with your mother and father and talking about, oh, I'm sorry. So socialize, but keep it in perspective. Make sure you cut out enough time to study and do all the things that you are actually down there to do, and choose friends or people that are in that same mindset, and then you're going to be successful at the end of 4 years. When I graduated, nobody knew how I made it. But the people in my group, the people that were, I socialized, I'm sorry, I socialized. But the people in my group, we socialized in the library. We met up after class every day. You can find me in the library. I have my little corner all the way in the back. Don't come over there and say anything to me until I walk out, because I'm studying during that time. If I go to a party, I leave the party at 3 in the morning, I'm going to the classroom that I'm taking the test in at 8 o'clock the next morning. And I'm studying again until the teacher walks in. Take that test, then I go home and go to sleep. But you got to keep your socialization, have some rules.
All right, so 530 was founded on competition. I agree with that. Great point. I'm glad you added it. 530 is founded on competition, so we're going to close, and we want to rank, pick your top pointer or top advice out of this. Life is a competition, so best competition advice: compete early, compete often. That's one. That's A.
Okay.
Build camaraderie with fellow high achievers. Know the difference between school, district, city, and regional levels. There's always another level. Know what's next. So I guess the last ones go together. So what's your most potent competition advice?
We did a little bit of everything for sure.
I have to choose the second one.
All right, so Mr. O said build camaraderie with fellow high achievers.
Yeah.
All right.
I think the best way I would sum that up is if you're the smartest person in your group, you're in the wrong group. If you're the best person in your group, then you need to get to another group. If I'm the best cook, I got to find some other cooks. If I'm the fastest kid in the room, I got to find another group of athletes.
That's true.
Iron sharpens iron.
I like it. That's why I'm in this group, because I'm definitely not the best in this group. No, I'm joking.
Well, the last one for me, because I love data, I love research, I love innovation, and I love to see what's ahead of me. Right? I like operating and seeing what's in the future. So really knowing that, it's not just one level. You got to know what comes next and what comes after that. And now you can have some flexibility and some improvisation about it. You don't have to be so rigid and so planned about it. And be open for some changes and so forth. And I try to tell my daughters that all the time, because one of the effective ways we got through this whole process, you guys are learning from our mistakes, right? And so, we did a planner. So we had them write out their steps every day and see how they were going to plan their day, plan their week. They took that skill into college and they stay on track. They make the dean list. But then also I tell them, allow for some flexibility, allow for some things that are unplanned, if you will, right? So also knowing what comes next is, when you're in college, the adult, right? We find that, the first couple of years, they're kind of afraid to kind of be a full-grown adult. Like, they come home and they're like, okay, that's their safety net. They don't have to have that responsibility. But, take it all in stride and just encourage them and let them know that, it's okay as they get older to start doing adult-like things and taking on more responsibility, because that is definitely what comes next.
All right, so I'm going to split the hairs. I'm going to say compete early and compete often. I'm going to pick the first one. Because all three of them were great. And you guys already said what I was going to say about the other ones. So I'm going to pick this one. And I'm going to say, it's just like you see martial artists talk about it all the time. Like, when it comes time for combat, since they do it all the time, they just don't react or get emotional or panic, right? Because they're just going through their training.
Right.
And I think that when kids learn how to compete early and they get used to competing early, when they find themselves in those situations where they got to show up and somebody is trying to sun them, right? Somebody is trying to outdo them. It's like, okay, now I can rely on my trainer. I've competed before. I know what it feels like to compete. I'm not gonna get all emotional. I'm not gonna get out of my body. I'm not gonna panic. I'm gonna show up as myself, and I'm gonna do what I know I can do. You know, and for me, I think that was the thing in college that just made me know that I could be the best in the class. Because since in 5th grade, I was competing at a regional level in math competitions and winning. Like 6th grade, I was a top 6th grader in the region in 24 challenge. So anybody want to play 24 challenge, meet me outside. All right, so, and I was destroying like everybody. So like I just learned from there who I could be. Like I didn't know until I did it, right? But after I did it, I was like, this is who I could be. So from then on, every room that I was in, I was like, I could take them. I could take them. You know, so when I was in college and people were trying to set the curve, I was like, no, that's me. Like I got the curve, you know what I mean? Like that's me. You know, and so I think like me doing that and competing in sports, competing in the classroom early, it just wired my mind to just know that I wanted to be the best in the room, and, you know, and not even question whether I could. All right, so hopefully that was some good advice. That was a great conversation.
All right.
Good, you represented. Mr. O, you represented. All right, so hopefully you found a lot of value. Hopefully you took a lot of notes. That's what we do. We're mentors and we're guides at the 530 Scholars. So hit us up, 530scholars.com, and bring us those babies so we can guide them to those free rides, and more importantly, so we can help make them future leaders.
All right.
Peace. 530.
Bye. Next time.
All right. How you like that?
All right. So we are still not done. I know some of you are sitting there just blown away. Did you write down the 10 commandments to getting a free ride? So let's see who can recall some of what was discussed on this panel. Thank you so much to Ms. Lemmy and Mr. O, and of course, Silas, for moderating that discussion. Absolutely great information. I hope you wrote down a few notes, and please, now is your time. Our viewing audience, whether you are on Facebook with us or on YouTube, thank you to anyone watching from I Am Beautiful 365 or the 530 Scholars Facebook platform. Good evening, good afternoon. Oh my gosh, the day is almost gone, but I want to hear from you all. What are some of the takeaways from our last discussion talking about how to get a full ride, how to make your way easier financially, and also the journey as you are, if you're a student approaching the time it's time to go to college. So let's see what some of our viewers have to say. It was a great conversation to listen to Mr. O and Miss Lemmy and Silas. It absolutely was a dope conversation. All right, let's see who else is on here. I love seeing these comments. Bridget says, my daughter was in the 530 program in her after school program. Then both kids did his summer program, and Miss Lemmy with critical thinking. You know, there's a common theme today. If you have been tuned in all day with us, we've been here live for 530 Day. It is hearing from families and parents and the kids themselves on how the 530 Scholars Program has absolutely enriched and changed their lives and preparing them for the future to be future leaders. Let's take a few more comments here. I love this one. Facebook user, somebody anonymous, that's okay. Compete early, compete often. And I did like what Miss Lemmy said, where she said, you are your competition. You are your competition, and you also have to be aware of the external competition, as Mr. O said. All right, let's see. Nicole says, start the process early. I love that. Well, keep putting your comments in. What did you take away from this last discussion? As a parent myself of a 9-year-old, it had my wheels turning to be thinking about now. Start the process early, even though she's 9. I feel like she's 9 going on 19 sometimes, but we in the Black and brown communities have to start our babies earlier to kind of make up for it, for the disadvantages and the disparities, right? We have to start early and just to be at pace. So I think that starting early and being a part of the 530 Scholars Program is absolutely necessary. Good stuff, good stuff. Okay, we have some thank yous, and I want to get it right this time. Thank you, Silas, for the graphic you shared earlier from our author. We are celebrating Marcellus Womack. Marcellus, are you watching? I'm sure he's tuned in. I had a great conversation with him the other day, talking about a genius. Yes, we have Mr. O, Silas, Marcellus, all these genius among us. And if we have the graphic, let's go ahead and put it up. The book is called Run It. It is on Amazon. And Marcellus Womack, thank you for being the brand strategist for the 530 Scholars Program. We truly appreciate you. There it is, the graphic here now. You can see Run It, available on Amazon.com. I got it right this time, Marcellus. You'll be proud of me. Marcellus Womack, his company is M-Perfect. He is a brand strategist in publicity and all things marketing. He is a genius in his own right. Well, I think I did a pretty good job with that segue. So shout out to you, Marcellus. Thank you for your support and doing our strategy here at the 530 Scholars. We appreciate you and salute you, sir. If you are here online listening, Marcellus, please leave a comment. We'd love to say hello and thank you to you. All right, let's take a look at our itinerary again. So we have had amazing discussions, right? Amazing doesn't even do it justice. So we started out with saving the Black Messiah this morning, first thing. Then we had hashtag Black Girl Magic in two areas, Boss Edition and in medicine. Shout out to the ladies and thank you so much for what you did and what you shared today on the panel. Thank you, Val Warner, for hosting. Then we moved into the 10 Commandments to get a free ride with Silas, Miss Lemmy, and Mr. O. We just wrapped that up, and what a great discussion. Well, guess what? We have a treat for you. I'm sure you've heard of this genius in his own right. So we have a genius coming up on our next panel, a Black genius. As we move into the panel with Rhymefest, State of the Black Genius. And some of you may know him as hip hop artist, writer, humanitarian. He's award-winning, partnering with well-known worldwide entertainers like Kanye West. I'm just looking through his bio and I'm thinking, oh my goodness, he's worked on projects with John Legend, Common. He is a Chicagoan, right? All the Chicagoans are superstars. We love you all. Thank you for tuning in if you're watching from Chicago land. But his accolades go on and who he's worked with in the industry. So we have some time that Silas has spent with Rhymefest, and we're going to be taking a look at their discussion here in a moment. So first things first, we want you to hit the share button. If you're watching this, and I had someone comment earlier, we can't find the share button. If you were watching on Facebook, thank you, first of all. To enable your comments, you have to go to StreamYard.com/Facebook. But also, you can look at the live feed video, and down below on the left-hand side, you'll hit the share button. If you can do that, you can let some people know to come back and watch this on replay or tune in now for our final panel before we go into the Genius League Math Finals. But we want you to hit share. Not only that, go ahead and tag someone. If we can have some folks comment here right now, go to your comment section, hit the @ symbol, tag someone's name who you think would really be blessed by this conversation, be impacted by this conversation. Tag a parent, tag a student, and then we have one more thing for you to do. Visit the website, 530scholars.com, and also follow us on Instagram at 530scholars. All right, we are going to take a quick break, right? We're gonna take a break and then we're gonna go into our final discussion here, right, Silas? I think that is right. Okay, so it looks like 4:30, we'll be back with Rhymefest. You do not want to go anywhere. As a matter of fact, you want to invite your friends to watch our final panel before we head into the Genius League Math Finals. We're so excited. Thank you all for tuning in and spending your Sunday with us. How exciting is it to know that the 530 Scholars are changing lives and impacting these young people, our future leaders. What time is it? I think it's 5:30. Let's go.
530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win, 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 win. 530.
I found out about the 530 Scholars through my aunt. My aunt went to school with Mr. Silas Green, ironically, and that's how I found out about 530 Scholars. Initially, I didn't expect much. My aunt convinced me to do the sessions, but going into it, I didn't expect much. But once I actually did the sessions with Mr. Silas, my expectations were blown away. They definitely surpassed every expectation I could possibly have. All the tutors that I worked with, they were willing to work for however long I wanted, no matter what day, no matter what time. Whatever worked for me, that's what they did throughout the entire process of my whole journey. One thing that makes 530 stand out from other programs is how everything that they do is custom suit for your needs. Whether it's just studying for standardized tests or just trying to get ahead of the curve academically, everything they do is just customized to fit your needs, no matter what kind of student you are. Most impressive qualities of 530 is probably the dedication that everyone there has when it comes to academics. Like, they truly want to see you succeed. And even after the job is done, whereas your goal is completed, whether it's getting a high test score or getting your grades up, they'll still help you even after their initial job is done, because they're heavily invested in every student that they work with. Starting things off, Mr. Silas, the initial job that he had was just to help me with the ACT and getting a high score. But even after that, he helped me get scholarships, he helped me write essays, and he helped me basically decide on what college I wanted to go to. And this wasn't what he was supposed to do, but it just goes back to what I was saying before, where everyone is heavily invested. Whereas if I needed help filling out my FAFSA application, he knew someone, he connected me with them, and he helped me with that. Whether it was scholarships, we would be on Zoom calls for hours going through scholarships, scouring them all over the internet. So that's one of the main things that he did to impact my family, just help me secure my future. The 530 Scholars made the whole college process extremely easy. Going into the whole college process, I would say this summer, going into my senior year, I was completely clueless. I didn't have any standardized test scores to submit to colleges. I didn't know anything about the FAFSA. I didn't know anything about the college process. But Mr. Silas and his associates walked me through every single step to make sure that I was set for college. It's a funny story, actually. I was at the doctor's office, and I was just waiting there, and I had time to kill. So I reached out to Mr. Silas because I had questions about my FAFSA application, and within seconds, some phone number that I didn't even recognize contacted me with a whole bunch of information about the topic that I was asking about. And it turned out that Mr. Silas had contacted one of his friends who was an expert in the whole college process, and he was able to give me a whole bunch of information that I probably wouldn't have found out about if it weren't for him. So not only do they help you and give you information, but it's lightning quick. Like, same day, whatever you need, they'll bend over backwards to get it for you. I think no matter what age your child is, I think 530 Scholars is a perfect company for your child to work with, whether your child's in elementary school, middle school, high school. 530 Scholars can only benefit anyone's child, regardless of age, whether they have good grades, bad grades. 530 Scholars is just a really helpful tool for anybody, really. So not only do they serve the Black community, but they serve the entire community. And I believe that if you want your child to succeed and you want to give your child the edge and all the resources that they could possibly need for their academic future, 530 Scholars is that company. That's the company that you need to work with. Mr. Silas, if you're watching, I'll tell you this in person or whenever we get in contact again, but thank you again for all that you've done, whether it's for the ACT, whether it's for the college process, or whether just being there for me for whenever. I just want to thank you very much. It means a lot to me, and I will definitely not forget it.
Thank you, Baba Silas. I got a nickname.
530 Scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530.
And now for the 530 Scholars keynote address, State of the Black Genius. Coming to the virtual stage right now is a brother that epitomizes the great talent and intelligence that comes out of the great city of Chicago. It brings me great pleasure to introduce none other than a super dope MC, hip-hop artist, who's also a writer, an activist, an entrepreneur, and a humanitarian. Ladies and gentlemen, the living Chi-Town legend, Rhymefest.
How y'all doing? This is Silas Green from the 530 Scholars. We're here with the legendary Rhymefest. What's up, brother?
What up, man? How you feeling?
I'm doing good. Thank you for doing this for the kids, man. The kids mean the world to me. So we are just excited to have you here. You know, you bleed Chicago, you rep Chicago, man. So we want to talk about just Chicago, your experience growing up here, and just your ascension to greatness.
Yeah,
You know,
thank you for having me, too. I appreciate being here.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So let's just jump right into it.
All right.
So my first question for you is, what is your genius, and how did you find your genius as a young black boy growing up in Chicago?
You know, that we were talking earlier, and when I think about that question, what is my genius? How do you define genius? How do we define genius? What is genius to you?
To me?
Yes.
Genius to me is the thing that you do better than everybody else. The thing that's just your calling, the thing that you're just natural at, and once you lock into it, you know how you feel like you're in a zone. You feel like you just ascending.
You flowing.
You flowing. If in a room of 1,000 people, 10,000 people, you're number one. You know, and you're just natural at it. How do you find genius?
I do. I agree that to harness genius is to be in a natural state of flow. It's not something you're trying to do.
Okay.
It's not something you reaching for. It's something that is innate to your nature.
Okay.
And how you move. You know, there are a lot of geniuses that were never publicly discovered, but they were geniuses within the realm of their family. They were geniuses as the janitor at school and how they dealt with children or young people versus how the counselor might have dealt with young people. It was the janitor or the coach that everybody went to. But I also firmly believe, bro, genius cannot be defined in the time of your life. Genius, true genius, is something that changes the course of humanity. Einstein was a genius. I'm willing to bet Stevie Wonder is a genius. He created music from inner visions of surface blindness. He created music that literally made plants grow. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, a genius. Martin Luther King Jr. was a genius. He helped sprout a movement of human rights that spread across the world.
Absolutely.
You can go right now to Ireland. They got pictures of Dr. King to symbolize their movement. You know what I mean? So genius is something that is beyond the individual's capacity to even understand how they change in the world.
Okay.
I just think people say genius.
They overuse it.
They overuse it as smart. Or you're super intelligent. You could be skillful, you could be smart, you could be gifted, you could be brilliant.
Okay.
And may not be genius.
So what do people think your genius is? Like in your family, like if I ask the 5 closest people to you, like what does Rhymefest do better than everybody? Like what's his thing, what's his talent?
See, I see that as my gift.
All right, what's your gift,
My
brother?
gift, the worst thing to do is to ask a person to bring out their implicit bias about who they think they are.
Okay.
But I understand that I have perspective.
Okay.
And that through perspective, I can reimagine a song.
Okay.
I can reimagine what a community looks like. I can write a book from a different perspective. I can be a diplomat. Like my perspective is my superpower.
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
I love it, perspective.
And perspective is really how we manifest.
Right. I agree.
Whatever it is, we interpret, like, you know, you and I both grew up in Chicago, right?
Absolutely.
We both experienced similar things when it came to perhaps gangs or police or institutionalization of school or what have you. It was only our perspective that saved us.
Amen. Amen.
You know what I mean?
So what kind of things, this is a good point, what kind of things do you see, what kind of traps do you see in the community? Because I'm meeting you, bro, and you remind me of my boy. I have a friend, Marlon Worman.
Yeah.
Anybody who went to Burnside with me knew Marlon was that dude. He was a valedictorian, young black boy, valedictorian, best athlete, most popular. All the girls was crazy about Marlon. All the fellas looked up to Marlon, right? And Marlon got murdered when he was 19 years old, coming back from college his freshman year. And I just was like, we always look for you mentioned Dr. Martin Luther King. We look for the next Dr. Martin Luther King. And we always ask, where are the black leaders and where are they? One, I think we have some awesome leadership in our community.
We do.
But two, I think that a lot of times, just like Malcolm X wasn't always Malcolm X, like we don't protect our kids and we allow them to get killed off. So the next one might be in the grave somewhere, because I cannot even imagine what Marlon would be today. You know, so like what kind of
What do you mean
traps
when you say we don't protect our children? Who is we?
Yeah, I think the community. So when I say we, I take full responsibility. Me and my village, anybody that my family, my friends, people in my circle, and just, I mean, I'm Chicago through and through. Black people in Chicago, the black community.
And when you say our kids, who is our?
Oh, I'm talking about black kids. You know, like
You can't protect the black kids.
I'm going to try.
And I'm not saying don't try. I'm saying that, you know, I truly believe we spend a lot of time trying to figure out how to save the world, and how to save all the black kids and save all the black people. And then your nephew end up dead. Your cousin end up dead. I think we really think about this more than we think about this.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so for me, I really was having issues with my sister. My sister don't believe in no vaccine. She believe in all the Facebook conspiracy theories. My sister, she want to be fast. She got the Charger Hellcat with the, and I'm like, oh God, that's dangerous in the streets, girl. Oh wait, you better wear a mask and you better. And I realized, and it was, our differences were separating how we viewed each other.
Gotcha.
How I interacted with my nephew. How me and my mama was interacting. I had to fix that. I had to hold myself accountable with my relationship with my sister for the sake of my nephew. And my daughter, that's her aunt. That's what we not doing, bro.
Right.
You can't save the black kids who come from families with value systems you can't even begin to unravel. I mean, we can bring them in, we can give them camp, we can give them a peep into a life they could have. But when we really talking about saving black kids, unless we start adopting, foster children, bringing them in our home, like you know, I'm talking about real family.
Right. Yeah.
That's the only thing that's gonna save these black kids is to become real family.
As a whole, I agree.
And as individuals.
Yeah.
Because the more me and my family do what other people look, and that's an example.
I think, you know, my experience with 530 is like, I just got my superpower, is working with kids and loving kids. And when I meet a kid and they come into my center, they are my family now.
Then that's fine.
You know, and when I get my hands on them, you know, everything is on the table. You know, like somebody was talking about circle of influence and who's immediately, like, who would you ride for? You know, and like your point is fabulous. Like, some people think that people who don't want to be saved, you know, can be saved. You know, some like people who just like not even feeling what you're trying to do.
But you can't save everybody.
You can't save everybody.
But we have, all I'm saying is, many of us have that mentality.
Right, and
that is the beginning of your trauma.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. No, I agree 100%.
But the ones you can save, guess what? They in 530.
Yeah, the ones
they're
who
part of the family of your value.
The one who asked for that life raft. You know what I mean? Then I'm gonna have it to give it to them.
And that's what I said, bro. to me, my family is not about my skin color.
Okay.
I can't look and say, you know, black people, who? Like, all skin folk ain't kin folk.
That's true.
So I'm looking at it like, who do I share values with?
Yeah.
Me and you come from a similar place. We have a similar understanding, and we move in growth in a similar way. We family. We in the same village.
I dig it.
Everybody come on,
Right.
say the truth, bro.
Nah, I get it.
And I think that's what young people have to know too, right? Young people believe that because you young, because we both young, because we both black, we got the same understanding.
Right.
And that
And we
other
don't.
person might not be their family.
Right.
And
Nah, I
when
understand.
you asked about the traps,
Yeah.
blackness is a trap.
Uh-huh.
Your blackness is a trap because you believe that love, kindness, and forgiveness that's incorporated in the melanin of your being is incorporated in the melanin of everybody. We don't all have the same understanding.
Right.
How do we get
Dig it.
there? To me, values. What are your values? I read something once, bro, that said, an honest man can never be cheated out of anything. Because
unpack that a little bit.
How you come into that honest man, if it's anything other than honest and authentic, it ain't even in the scope of his understanding.
Okay.
How can you cheat him?
It's almost like touching counterfeit money if you ain't never touched counterfeit money.
If you ain't never, you like, but this ain't money.
Okay.
Like, because you move by a certain how you move.
We were talking about the school
Does that make
system.
sense?
Absolutely. All right. We were talking about the school system earlier, brother. Are you comfortable having that conversation?
Yeah.
All right.
Why not?
So my experience, I'm gonna leave with mine. Because everybody see that I'm the director of the 530 Scholars, and they like, man, you must be smart. Man, you was always good in school. You probably was a nerd in school. One, I think nerds are cool. So first of all, I think nerds are cool.
Yeah.
Second, they idea of a nerd ain't me because I always been funny and everybody likes me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I graduated high school with a 1.7 GPA, and a lot of people don't know that. So I've been both students. I've been the kid that did not get accepted to college, and I've been the kid that graduated college on a full academic scholarship. I was a Gates Millennium Scholar, and I turned out well. When I'm talking about the traps, like, and just different things, like, I noticed that all the time when I was growing up trying to come out of school, the advice I was getting from my high school counselors, the advice I was getting from my community was like, school ain't for everybody. You cut hair, why don't you just be a barber? You're doing fine, bro. You know what I mean? Like, don't freaking be a visionary. You know what I mean? Like, be safe. Like, get a good job, you know what I mean? Like, so I was getting all that kind of advice, and they were setting this benchmark so low, you know, and we talked about opportunity youth. We're gonna get into that, but you want to share some of your story before you get into the opportunity?
You know, I'm listening to you, bro, and it reminded me of Nas's story, where his father, who was a famous jazz singer, saw that he was cutting school and messing up in school, and he said, why are you even going? Why don't you just do what it is you want to do? And he became Nas. 'Cause his father gave him the permission to go get the education he desired. I think there's a few things when we talk about school. I went to New Orleans, and in New Orleans, in their public schools and charter schools, they teach the children the trade of what makes New Orleans money. So a lot of them, the young black kids are being taught to be hosts, servers. Not that there's nothing wrong with that. You can
every
go around
state is like that.
You can go around the world. You know?
They do that.
But every state teaches to what the money maker of that state is. So you think you going to get the education to be whatever you want to be in life, you being programmed to work for that state.
Amen.
You know what I'm saying? And in the cases of urban schools, you're being warehoused. You might not even be being trained to work for that state. You might be being trained to fuel the incarceration.
Amen. The prison
and being trained to fuel it.
Absolutely.
You know, move the desk back, let the kids fight.
Walk in the
I
line.
know teachers like
when
that.
you go to lunch, eat off a tray.
You know what I'm saying?
When the bell rings, get up.
But what we're really talking about is what, in our schools, we would say, well, we need discipline.
Right, yeah.
This militaristic style of training young boys that doesn't work.
So this
you know
probably,
what I'm saying? And that's why I dropped out of high school.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah. So this probably doesn't
You know what
shock
I'm
you
saying?
then. So we got like 80% of the opportunity youth. That's what they call it. They used to call it at-risk youth. 80% of them have high school diplomas, right? So to your point, right?
Yeah.
That does not mean that we focused, right, on getting them ready for what's next. What that means is they did everything that we asked them to do, and they ready for what we want to happen to them next. So 80% of them, and let me define it for the public, opportunity youth are now these youth who are between 20 and 24, are not plugged into college, and are unemployed in Chicago. 80% of that population, unbeknownst to a lot of people, aren't the gangbangers who never went to school and caused problems. 80% of them are the kids who came to school every day, did everything we asked them to do, to the point where we gave them a culmination award, right? We gave them a diploma and said, job well done, and now 80% of them are unemployed and not in school.
What do you think that's about?
Well, you just put something on my head. You said they're eating on trays, walking in, like sitting in the classroom, being disciplined. So it is probably a success story for somebody, right? It's not a success story for us. So the prison industrial complex are getting those kids, and they are trained to do what they don't need to learn how to eat off a tray, stand in line, get up when the bell ring once they get over there, right? And maybe
they're not moving naturally.
Yeah.
They're moving mechanically. And bro, I see this even in people who are quote unquote successful. The mechanical movement always leads to mental anxiety, depression, breakdown. We have to learn how to be natural and consistent.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Authentic
Yeah.
and consistent.
Yeah.
And I believe that that's something that oppression has done something to make people a certain kind of way. Whether it's guarded, whether it's, you know what I'm saying, stay at your level, you know what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely.
You know, the confidence has been removed.
Absolutely.
The dreams have been sucked out. And so we got to put color back into our kids' life, vibrancy, sports, activity, love, sensitivity, vulnerability, storytelling, song, you know what I mean? And what we hearing on the radio ain't song. Like, what we hearing on the radio is program. Like, you know what I mean? It's a program channel. When I say song, I mean, when's the last time your child sat and just listened to a harp? It attracts angels.
Yeah.
When's the last time our children have just heard a xylophone? Roy Ayers. You know what I'm saying? You can play Roy Ayers and get that. You know? Right. It wakes things up in the spirit. We're missing spirituality.
Yeah.
We got religion.
Oh, we got religion.
We're missing spiritual wholeness.
Yeah.
And that's what's gonna glue families together.
Yeah. And speaking of family,
does that make sense?
Absolutely, brother.
Yeah,
You preaching louder than I'm saying amen. So 530 Scholars being my family, this is like with my kids.
And now we are part of a whole village, now that I'm here. You know what I'm saying? Like the village expands. The more people you bring here to do this, the bigger your village becomes.
Yes.
And now it's incumbent upon everybody has to have a role.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And when we get a name for the village, man, my role is education.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm a kill and you know what? I want to clear up some misconceptions. Like sometimes people think that we educate kids just to go to school, and our focus is college. As crazy as it may seem, like 5 is top 5%. Their whole life, NWA, whatever test they're taking, whatever they're doing, they need to be in the top 5%. So that's my benchmark for these kids, right? So I think that if it was playing the harp, I want you to try to be top 5% harp player, right? If you playing basketball, right? We are too great to just show up to places, right? We need to show up as ourselves, and ourselves.
If we show up as ourselves, he will be the best harp player. If we show up as ourselves, he'll be the best at what he does naturally because it's what he wanted to do.
Yeah.
And he doesn't feel, or she doesn't feel the pressure of what happens if I don't. Look, Michael Jordan knew this is what I got to do.
Right.
But he was comfortable in the environment. Bro, the biggest, you and I have been talking about it this whole conversation. School, home, outside. It's our environment that got us not able to.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And so what I pray for 530 Scholars is that it creates the environment for young people to spread their wings and be the best without feeling pressured that if they not good enough.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, does that make sense?
Nah, I get it. I get it. And I don't know, and you know what, I'm gonna keep that in mind, because I don't know that we do that, but I will keep that in mind. But what I do know we do is we always give them this thought of what's possible and what they can achieve.
All things.
You know, like, so like we were talking about superhero movies, right? Spider-Man was a punk, right? Spider-Man was scared of everything, right? Scared of his shadow. Superman was Clark Kent, right? So what happens is, in every superhero story, right, it's this person that doesn't believe in themselves and don't know how great they is, like Morpheus, you know what I mean, like Neo, right? Like, it's like, you don't know how great you are, you're the one, right? So we want our kids to know, like, you might be the cure for cancer, you probably are, right? I want you to expect that out of yourself. So we might add some pressure, right? But I want you to know that I believe that you are the cure for cancer, right? And I can't afford you not to believe in yourself. The world can't afford you not to believe in yourself.
Let me ask you a question. What if one day they come to you and say, I don't want to work on cancer no more. I want to work on whatever. But they built up so much data, so much hope in the cancer treatment, but they come to you and say, I want to work on leprosy.
Yeah, then I say you got to pivot. And whatever energy you put into finding the cure for cancer, then you work on that. You might want to leave medicine altogether. I've changed careers so many times. I was a behavior analyst. I was a community organizer. You know, then I was a government trained video and media, and now I teach ACT to high schoolers, right? So I changed careers, but every time I give my all, and every time it's for the betterment of my people, right? Every time, that's my goal. You know, like a lot of the stuff I got, I call it luck. You can call it destiny, manifestation, universe, right? But what I do know is that a lot of things that I got with my certifications, like, I didn't pay for them like most people had to pay for them. I saw opportunity, and I was in the right place. They needed an instructor, and I said, hey, I don't have any money to pay, but if you let me take these classes, I will come back and teach, right? And you can take the money out of my stipend. And they saw something in me, and in 2 years, I got 11 industry certifications. Those would have cost me $26,000. I had a credit card with a limit of $5,000 that was already maxed out for my first certification, right? And that's how I got my certification. So it is in me to provide that opportunity for every youth. You know, maybe it might not be video, but it's gonna be an opportunity, right? An opportunity that's gonna put you on a different projectile. So whatever it is, you know, when I was a community organizer, I was great because it was for the people, you know? When I was a behavior analyst, I was great, right? Because it was for the kids. So if they wanna do something else, they should do it. But whatever they do, I want them to know that as a 530 scholar, you gotta show up as yourself, man. You can't mail it in. Matter of fact, I tell them, when you feel like mailing it in, it's time to leave. It's time to pick something new, because you don't want to do that no more. But somebody is waiting to get in that seat and be the best at it. Make room for them, and then go find what you want to do.
That makes sense.
So
that makes sense.
So that's kind of how we roll. So our benchmark for success is top 5% in everything, brother.
Yeah.
Top 5, and I want our kids to be great, man.
But you know, I'll say this. I failed way more than I've won up to the top. Like, I failed up. You know what I'm saying? And I'm having issues lately with setting a mark and having a desire. Because I be feeling like that's the quickest way to not get it.
Oh, really?
You know what I mean? Like, you have to do what you do, like show up as yourself, be yourself until you can seize the opportunity. I think sometimes we get so locked in to winning so locked into how do I get this money? How do I get to this place? We miss everything around us, bro.
Oh, so the journey is more important.
The journey is more important than the destination.
Absolutely. You know,
and I just really believe one of the trappings, we talked about this, the trappings of black people, we get so locked into the destination, we miss the whole journey.
Amen.
And miss the point.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you something funny. So I am a goal setter.
Yes, sir.
Right? I'm a visionary, and I do it. This is the craziest thing. I don't know if you do it, but I was telling my wife about it. We have vision boards. We do a vision board party with 5:30 beginning of the year. We paint the vision boards, and I hang mine in my house. I walked up the steps last week, and I looked at the vision board, and I was like, come look at this. Everything on that board I had accomplished, but I didn't know it.
Because you moving.
Because I'm moving, but I'm focused on achieving, right? And one of the biggest things we do, we're not fair to ourselves sometimes, right? So we accomplished, so 5 years ago, I wasn't me.
Yeah.
But me now is looking at who I want to be 5 years from now and not appreciating the growth that happened, right? And I saw that vision board, and I was like, I had to just sit down and just be thankful, you know, and I had to congratulate myself, congratulate my wife, you know, and I had to just appreciate how far we have come.
That's what I was gonna say. That's the time where we stop to value ourselves. Because sometimes we moving through and you accomplishing all these goals, and you think just because it's you and you struggling that there's no real worth there. Until somebody come to you and say, ooh, look at the way you've grown. Look at the way you've blossomed. Somebody you look up to come and say, man, you right about where I'm at now. And you look around and then you stop and you value yourself and be thankful for the journey that you've been through.
Amen.
But you can't see it while you're struggling.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
You don't see it.
You don't see it.
You know, and I value your time, and so I love
we having a
okay, my man.
fireside
My
chat,
man. Okay,
brother.
okay.
Yeah.
So let's talk then.
Yeah.
So on the case of mentorship, have you had a mentor that just totally helped you change your projectile in life?
Many.
Okay.
Many teachers. I mean, I can name them from Dr. Donda West to Cornel West.
That's my guy. I love
times
Cornel.
where I got to sit at the table with Farrakhan, and I'll never forget Farrakhan said to me, you know, the Honorable Minister Farrakhan said to me, yeah, I heard you won an Oscar. I said, yes, sir. He said, that doesn't mean nothing. I said, okay. He said, once you do something that's dead and you can't lean on a pile of ashes for tomorrow, what are you doing today? What are you doing tomorrow? Your accomplishments mean nothing. It's what you're doing every day I mean, that was one of many. You know, Reverend Jesse Jackson sat me down and said, every president, if you vote for them, judge them by the standards of the best president. So if Johnson did a poor people's campaign and started saying, we're gonna clean poverty up in America, you know what I mean? What is Biden doing comparable to the best? You know what I'm saying? He taught me about politics and how it works. I mean, you know, teachers like my mother. Watching my mother had me at 16. Watching her grow up and go through her 20s and kind of going through them with her. And then watching my mother mature and become the mother that she is now lets me know anything can flip around. Anything can grow love horns on it. Like anything can be forgiven, anything. Man, my father, my father, I never knew my father. The day that I met my father, I blamed him for everything, but then he was homeless for 35 years. He didn't leave me, he failed. And then looking and saying, man, our parents had it harder than us, because I know we're talking about how the system and the parents didn't serve us, but a lot of times the parents had it harder than us, and we had it just a little bit better than they did, and we don't know it because we thinking about us. You know what I mean? And now that I can see my mama and my daddy and what they had to really go through for me to be here, Thank you for being my teacher. My ex-wife taught me so much during our marriage. And the day that she said, I want to leave, I had to be loving enough to say, okay, what do you want to be whole on the way out? Like, you know, do we have forgiveness, love, patience, tolerance, temperament for one another in love together or growing apart? Like, bro, when you ask about my greatest teachers, man, Kanye West is one of my greatest teachers. DJ Jazzy Jeff is one of my... DJ Jazzy Jeff took me on a world tour 5 times and told me about how life works. And told me about how to be in hip hop past 40. Oh. Like, come on, man, I got some teachers. And you know what I would tell these kids, bro? You cannot make it without a teacher.
Amen.
And because you're gonna teach the teacher. You're gonna become a teacher through your teacher. You know what I'm saying? We cannot make it without collaboration. You know what I would tell young people? In Chicago, we got a specific problem with the men. We hate on each other. And we teach young people to hate on each other. And we gossip. I would say, don't do that. If you can't love, don't be still. If you cannot love, be still. It'll come to you. You know what I'm saying? like at the end of the day, in Chicago, like, give me your hand, bro. Men like me and you gotta be like this.
Got it.
And if you see me doing wrong, you gotta correct me.
Amen.
And I gotta accept that.
Yep. Hey, that's...
You know what I'm saying? If I see you doing wrong,
brother.
bro, I gotta say something. And we got to at least listen to each other.
Yeah.
And when we come out in camera, whatever, public, we always like this.
I got it, bro.
This is the new Chicago way to be for black men.
Amen.
Amen.
I received that.
Yes, sir.
You know,
that was a prayer.
Yeah. It already is, bro.
It is. Yeah. Love.
Man, I just met you today, man. I feel like I've known you forever. Like,
we in the same village, though.
Yeah.
Of course, we got the same values. You have known me forever. These values that me and you got, it didn't come in 2 separate vacuums.
Right.
It came from the same tribe.
Amen.
We didn't get here together.
Separately. Yep. Amen. Yeah, because I am.
What I'm saying, bro?
Listen, bro. I always look for brothers, like, and everybody that knows me. Like, I have 2 sisters, but I have so many brothers, bro. My parents had 2 sisters, but man, my friends, they're not my friends. They're my brothers. And
I don't have friends. I got family.
Yeah. So it's part of being my brother. They know I'm going to hold them accountable for everything. They know also that if I'm good at something, it's because I worked at being good at, and I know that. I don't need them to tell me what I'm good at. I need them to tell me where I need to grow, right? So we always have these hard conversations, and I welcome them. They excite me. You know, I had a parent, Warren Edwards. One time we do family game nights on Fridays. So if you're free, I know you're always busy. But,
no.
we have,
Why would you say you know I'm always busy? How do you know I'm always busy?
I shouldn't even put that in there.
Why you put that
I'm
on
gonna invite
me, bro?
you to our family game night.
There you go, brother.
You can host it. All right, and we're gonna have a good time.
Hold on, you gave me a lot of responsibility at the end of that. You told me.
Hey, ask for what you want. shoot for the stars and you land on the moon. But we have family game night. And before that, we work with the kids. One Friday, no kids showed up, but his daughter Madison. Me and Lemmy are great educators. We're talking and we're waiting on kids to show up. And we're just talking, Warren too, everybody's having a conversation, we're waiting on kids to show up. About 30 minutes in, no kids showed up. So then we kind of like, all right, so I don't know what we're gonna do activity-wise. We continue the conversation, we eat, we have a good time. Warren called me on the way home and he said, hey bro, he's like, I don't know if you was disappointed because no other kids showed up, but Madison was here. And he was like, and when I saw it was just her and both of y'all, I got excited. He was like, and I was like, my kid is gonna get one-on-one by two of the greatest educators I've ever met. He was like, I was excited. And he was like, and for whatever reason, that didn't happen. You know, and he's like, and I just want to bring that to your attention. And I was like, oh. The next week, I had an agenda that was timed out. I had a plan for as soon as the kids got there, no matter who showed up. And from that day, each day, we just got better and better, more organized, more focused, and the kids grew. So we became a better program because of the feedback he gave me as a parent. And I always tell him, that was about 4 years ago, I always tell him, I'm like, bro, I was like, give me that type of feedback.
Now think about
I need that.
Think about if in that feedback, had you been like, man, well, she was the only one there and blah, 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 and blah. Don't nobody want to hear that.
Yeah, you're right. And she don't deserve that.
She don't deserve that.
Yeah.
Sometimes we get so caught up with defending ourselves, we not listening.
Amen.
You know what I'm saying?
Bro.
Like, I love it, brother. I love it.
I always say
Yes, sir.
first,
Yes,
when people
sir.
give you feedback, you gotta filter it. You gotta say, is it true? And it was true. That happened, right? Is it valuable? Right? And if it was valuable, and I decided it was valuable, very valuable, and said, do I need to make the immediate adjustment? And I was like, all three check out. I gotta adjust.
All three check out.
Yeah. That's how I roll.
Hey, and if we are all like that for one another, we hold ourselves accountable, and we allow others to hold us accountable. That's a village. What police can come and kill a kid on that block? Who can have a bad school on that block? Who can have a store that sells rotten meat on that block? You know what I'm saying?
Bro.
Like once we are like that, and we live next to each other, and we doing game night every week, and the community program is really the family getting together.
Amen. Bro, listen,
You know what I'm saying, bro?
We kindred. The next statement I was gonna say is, because I'm greedy, so that's why this sweatshirt getting tight. But I always tell people, some of it way down there. But I always tell people, if I went to the store and they gave me rotten meat, I wouldn't accept it. So when I go in any of these schools, I don't care if it's a community school, and they give me a rotten education, I'm not gonna accept it. Right? You can't give me that.
But let me ask a question.
Right?
What if I said, what would you say if I said, man, just send your kid to school to learn how to read, write, and do math, and the rest of it, you're supposed to do that at home?
I say thank you. I say thank you.
Because the biggest thing I got out of school was reading, writing, and math.
You know what else I would say?
I took that and Frederick Douglass my way to the rest of it.
And you know what else I would say? I would say, I'll teach my kids reading, math, and how to write. What you do is you assess them all the way through,
where they at,
and tell me how good of a job I did.
So let's talk about real genius. Where I remember one time I had a conversation with two young people. One was 14 and she was a sophomore in college. Her brother was 16 and he was a graduate that was tutoring other college students, 14 and 16. And I asked them, what school did you go to get before college? Oh no, we were homeschooled. You know what I'm saying? And what we find in studies is that homeschool children actually are way more academically advanced than institutionally schooled children.
Absolutely.
Now, the thing about that though is this, is that a mark of genius? Not to me.
No.
Because
it's a better system.
It's a better program, system, which allows them to be at the height of their intelligence.
Absolutely.
Our children are being lulled and rocked to sleep through education, or the guise of education, right?
Bro.
And if we could figure out how to individually give our children the educational attention and experiential learning they need, they could be where they need to be. I just really think trying to fix a mass school system is futile.
It's futile.
Yeah,
I think you described who we are as a 530 Scholars, bro. That's our mission. Like, we don't want to fix the school. We want to use your $1 million
As
assessments
tools,
to
yeah.
see where our kid is in 3rd grade compared to
I
their
agree
peers.
with that, yes.
Right? And we want to see, you know how they use 3rd grade scores, or now they say they don't do it, but I'm pretty sure they do, to know how many prisons that they build, right? We use the 3rd grade scores to see what type of school our kids are on the path to get to. Again, not just for the sake of school, but we want them to go for free. We don't pay for anything that they give away for free. And we say, if you're gonna play the school game the right way. We want to talk about financial wealth. That conversation can't start if you're taking $200,000 loan out, right? You buying a house without buying a house, and now when you graduate and try to buy a house, you can't buy a house, right?
But the
Because you got so
majority of
much
people
debt.
that take that loan out don't even get the receipt.
Yeah, absolutely.
And still got that loan.
So we say, if you're gonna go, let me show you how to go, right? And when you go, you're going to network, right? You're not even going to college to learn, especially not with a bachelor's, right? I always tell my college students, whatever class you take, go on Amazon, get the top 3 books, the top authors. Those are the books your teacher read. Read those books before the class and go to class and have a conversation. Because you already know how the American War ended, right? You know how World War II ended. You don't let them bird feed you anything, right? You go there knowing how the story ends and just ask questions to have a good conversation for clarity and go to get assessed, right? Because in most things, there's a point where you have to prove, like whether it's sports. In the playoffs, James Harden can't average 40 points for a whole season and then don't get tested in the playoffs. That's his assessment. Are you good enough? Are you where you need to be in order to win a championship at this point, right? So college to me is like, hey, I know this stuff. Give me the test. Let me prove that I know it. Show y'all who I am, right? And go ahead and give me that degree. But that's not what makes me, right? That's just the game that we play. If you want to go get a job, right? They're looking for that master's, right? They're looking for that school name. If you want to go and you want to start a business,
you know what that does though? It makes learning not have the pressure on it that it does when you're being bird fed.
Yes.
When you can enjoy learning. And when you do, man, I learn in my spare time. When I'm with my guys at the 5:30, we all learning all the time.
All the time.
Then now when you're at school, it's not like this, oh my God, if I don't pass this test, it's the first time I've ever seen this material. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I think that that's a brilliant idea.
And we make it a sport.
Yeah,
so we have we have like NCAA tournaments for like math and whatever, and we reward them. You were saying something about celebrating. Every kid, well, in our tournaments, most of the kids get a prize, right? But as they ascend, they get bigger prizes. But we reward all the kids. Like if they did better, we give them a shout out. You know, the kids, if you...
what do you think the kids want if it's not validation?
Yeah, that's all they want.
They
want attention and validation.
Bro, and it's not just kids.
Yeah, it's adults too. Yeah, it's adults too. You know, and,
you know what I'm saying?
And we just get more clever about it, right?
No, we are in more denial about it.
Yeah.
Clever is a positive word to describe denial
or self-assertion.
Like we're implicitly biased to ourselves. No, I'm not chasing. I don't even want. You know what I mean? Like that's them. Yes, you are.
Yeah. Now
you
you're
know
right.
what I'm saying? Like
you absolutely right. I was a behavior analyst. So positive reinforcement, classical conditioning, it works on everybody.
That's why I say work
Even
on your
if
desires.
You're the behavior analyst.
Work on your desires at all times.
My motto, I can't say it on camera because it's kids watching, but it's bust your butt and control your desires. When they say, what's your key to success? I say, bust your butt and control your desires.
You'll be fine.
You'll be fine. You know, you'll be fine, bro.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
bro.
Bro, so 530 Scholars is having this event on 530. That's a holiday. Remember, top 5% in anything you do, not just tests, right? 30 on the ACT, because that is the point where they get money to go to school. All our kids go to school on full academic scholarship. Right. You know, that's our financial literacy piece.
Let me ask you a question. Do you all make financial way if the kid says, or young person says, I want to be a carpenter. I want to be a plumber, I want to be an electrician. How do you help get them in the union? How do you help get them?
So what we do, so Dawson has a program. So any test that the kids want to do, we have a girl that wants to go to the military, right? So she's like, I have to take the entry exam to see where they're gonna place me. So I went and got the book, right? And I'm teaching her just like I teach everybody with the ACT, SAT. Because what happens, Ryan Fest, no matter what field you're in, when you go and show yourself and you put up a score that they ain't seen all year, you don't have to figure out how to pay for it. You understand? Like when my kids get, I got a kid at Stanford. I got a kid at Stanford, free. Got a kid USC, full scholarship. Got a kid Duke, Northwestern, full scholarships. They get recruited. Academic scholarships, right?
Which is a whole other.
Now let me tell you, people don't understand. If you get into Harvard, that means you scored a 30. Guess how much the average family in our community would pay for Harvard for a year?
How much?
$600. Because most of those schools have endowments, and if you get into school, they find the money because they're recruiting you. They just want you to commit early because they know that Yale is gonna knock on that door next, right? And they also need somebody to put on their poster on their Facebook page from the hood.
And you know
right?
what? And not for nothing, they also need your culture.
Yep.
They need your culture.
That's gold.
So
our culture is gold.
And we don't understand that our culture in many ways is our country. And that's what we should be pulling from to leverage
our culture
resources.
is our country.
Our culture is our
You need to put that on the shirt, my bro.
Yeah, I believe it.
Our culture is our country. Hey, you recording this? That was Ryan Fest's quote. So if anybody come up with that quote, they owe you royalties, brother.
And it's how do you leverage your culture for resources, but you can't do it unless you already built currency in your culture.
Amen. And you can't do it unless it's for the culture.
And when you leverage it for resources, those resources have to be invested back into the culture. To get more resources.
Can't be a culture vulture, bro.
Don't be a culture vulture.
Never be a culture vulture.
Well, usually that's from outside up in the sky. They come in and pluck it in, you know.
So what message would you give our kids, man, for 530 Day? You know, our kids we're trying to redefine greatness. We talked about we got to redefine genius because you was adamant about that.
Well, no, I mean, my thing about genius, again, bro, it's just genius is Tesla. Like the guy that helped create electricity. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I believe the iPhone is genius. It fundamentally changed the way we live. The motor vehicle is a genius idea. We ain't using horses to go to Milwaukee no more. So when we say genius, what have you done to fundamentally change the way we live?
And that's the goal.
Yeah.
That's the goal.
I mean, that's a goal that you may not see it during your lifetime, but you never stop striving for it. You know what I'm saying? Like everything we striving for, we might not see, but we said it earlier. And this is the last message I would give young people. We said it. Remember, the journey is more important than the destination.
So it is. All right, enjoy the journey. I appreciate you. So, one more question, bro.
Yeah.
What's next for Ryan Fest? How can we support and follow you online?
Well, a lot of people when they talk about me, oh, he's an activist or he's a community guy. I'm a humanitarian. I believe, man, in helping the animals, the earth itself. The plants are alive, you know what I mean? Like treating the earth right. And also the people are part of the earth. So one of the things I'm working on is with an organization called the Abolition Institute. We're going to a country called Mauritania where the Arabs still enslaved the Black Africans. And I'm working on a musical project about freedom, love, family, humanity, and we're going to perform it in this sub-Saharan desert country called Mauritania with some of the freed slaves. And we're going to be putting their music combined with American jazz. Our good friend Tammy McCann, she's coming with us to sing, jazz sing. I'm adding hip hop, Afro-Caribbean rhythms, And so we're putting out a single about this country where slavery still exists. And I leave next month, and the EP the album that we're doing called Raise Voices, where we're gonna have, it's just gonna be an international, global, African-American contribution of music. Is gonna be out this summer.
How can we get that, bro? How can we support that?
Follow me at Rhymefest, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Instagram, just at Rhymefest.
At Rhymefest.
Yeah, everything will be rolled out soon.
Absolutely, bro. That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Figure out where we fit in that project,
well,
brother.
what we would like to do definitely is, and this is not only what we're doing in Africa, but for what I'm doing nationally and internationally, we want to do foreign exchange programs where even I have a ranch and some people that I deal with in Wyoming, where we want to bring young people from Chicago to Wyoming to learn about equestrian horses, to learn about how to fish, to learn about nature, the moose, the buffalo, the bear, the wolves, learn about, you could be, do you know, you can be a forest ranger easy because there's no black forest rangers. You can work in nature, man. Our national parks around the country, 300 million people a year visit them. 1% of it is black. People from around the world, 1% is black. So, you know, I want to introduce young people not only to Africa and the continent, I want to introduce them to the beauty of the land that is America as well. And so that's what I'm really working on right now, is how to build through art, foreign exchange programs that help us get to know each other everywhere.
I got some ideas for that, brother.
Okay, I look forward.
I'll be your media arm of that.
We would love
teach the
that.
people to capture it and edit it and just, man.
Let's talk after this.
Love Lessons, bro.
Love Lessons.
I'm digging that shirt. What is that all about?
Yeah, Love Lessons. This is my forever dream project that I'm working on. So the album is done. However, there's a book coming with it.
Okay.
And the book is about how black men process pain. Because we get a lot of black men in pain.
Do we even process pain?
That's that's what we're going. That's what this book is digging into. So I really, in the book, I'm talking about my divorce and what I did. And you know what I'm saying, and how and how heartbreak. Black men have that. I know we look tough. I know we look like, you know, but we have heartbreak. You know, I'm talking about career heartbreak. I'm talking about friendships that, you know, in this book, it's just about how do you love through pain?
Okay.
How do we love through pain?
I'm digging.
And so the album is done, but I say dream project because I got to finish the book before I put it out.
All right.
But I'll wear it to remind myself of what we're doing.
All right. Well, I want one of them shirts so I could wear it to remind you of what
You
you're
got it,
supposed
bro.
to be doing.
You got it. You
All
got
right,
it.
brother.
I'm going to get a 530 sweatshirt.
Amen. and a track jacket.
I
Then I
love
got
that.
the whole outfit for you, bro.
Oh, I need the track jacket. I like
530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530.
I cannot believe that we are at the end of the day. Is that me? Let me
Miss Lighting. Oh, it's that like.
We all lied.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, did I say something?
What's up, Candy?
All right, let's try that. Are we better with audio?
I think we are.
I had a duplicate of myself. I always wanted to duplicate myself, and I had two screens, so I had a little bit of audio feedback, but we are back on. Wow. I can't even believe we're at the end of the day.
Yes.
So that was an amazing discussion. It was Rhyme Fest, moderated by none other than our own Silas Green. And now we are going to kind of wrap up. So I really wanted to have you guys on camera to wrap up the discussions the whole day. We have people on that have just been blown away like it was last year. It's like every year the 530 Scholars takes it up to the next level. So let's hear from you guys. What were some of the takeaways? And nice to see you, Ro. How are you?
Hey, how are you?
So what were your biggest takeaways?
I love that doctors panel. I love the boss panel. It was like a million things. When Kelly was talking about every girl is a CEO, you know, I definitely got to get my daughter that book. You know,
already ordered it.
Yeah. When Dr. Maya was talking about, we didn't have to wait to see what was going to happen with the pandemic. Like, we already know how they that we're going to be the last to get the resources. It just really resonated with me because it's like, you know, that you got to be your own solution.
Yeah.
You know, we can't react to what happens to us. We have to be forward thinking enough to say, hey, I'm going to take care of us. You know, I'm going to be on that front line in preparation for what's coming next. So that really hit home. But it was a million things that were said. Lemmy, Mr. O was dropping gems. You know,
Yeah.
And Val, you know, she dropped the gem. She said birth control is the greatest invention ever.
That was a good one. That was a good one. We are so grateful that Val Warner was a part of this year. It was so great to have her on. And I know she's big on supporting organizations like the 530 Scholars in the community. So shout out to Val again. Thank you so much for moderating and just breathing life into these panel discussions. What about you, Ro? What was some of the biggest takeaway aha moments for you?
There were so many, but I think what resonated with me the most is just to, you know, what's the saying? You stay ready so you don't have to get ready, right? I think that we are trying to educate, you know, parents, students to, you know, just get ready, you know, stay ready so you don't have to get ready, but just seeking out opportunities, seeking out mentorships, like not waiting on information to come to us.
Yes.
You know, seek out those opportunities. If you don't know, find somebody who can tell you. Google is our best friend sometimes, but we like to network and learn how to network and continue on with mentorship.
I think those are all great takeaways and moments in the discussion. So I think I really enjoy seeing the Black Girl Magic panels because one of the panelists said, everyone wants to be us. And I just think it's so amazing to see how Black women have shaped the culture, have shaped entertainment, music, fashion, natural hair, it's everywhere, education, and see the ladies from the medical panel on talking about some of the challenges that they still face, even being tenured in their career and passing that wisdom down to the next generation. You know, because we have some brilliant kids going into these fields because they're coming out of the 530 Scholars Program, but that doesn't mean they're not going to run into roadblocks on their college journey and even beyond. So it was good hearing from the ladies and knowing that they have to stay resilient. I heard the word resilience a few times. So, well, we're wrapping up. We want to hear from you. Thank you for sticking with us all day. It is 530 day. Let's give it up for all of the panelists, for everyone, all of our production people behind the scenes. Shout out to Yolanda. She has been with us all day, pushing buttons behind the scenes, working on graphics, to everyone who has been a part of this day. Do you guys want to say some thank yous before we jump to what is next? What is next is just as exciting, but any more thank yous?
Well, I want to thank all the 530 family. I want to thank Ryan Fest, Val, all the panelists. I want to thank the founders, Lemmy and Mr. O, for just being so dedicated to our community. Again, Marcellus, my boy, my brother, you know, for the brand management, and just from the beginning, he came up with the name for 530, and just always there, always there to put a battery in my back when I need it. And just the board members, we got the best board on the planet. Every time we want to celebrate the students, we give 60 seconds to raise money for the students. So like if a student hits the 530 goal and we want to raise $530 to get to the students, we just set the timer for $60 seconds, and everybody got to get in before 60 seconds or they don't get a chance to donate. And I mean, it literally be like 20 seconds, it'd be like done. Like, all right, next order of business. So we want to just thank the board, you know, for just everything that they do. And just and want to thank you, Candy, for every year hosting this conference, doing a wonderful job. And yeah, it's 530 for life.
It's wonderful. There's Miss Lemmy now. 530 Scholars has the best board on the planet. Yes, you do. We got some hand claps out here. Oh, Madison Edwards. Is she a 530 Scholar?
Yes,
Absolutely.
she is.
All right, 530 Scholar.
Maddie the man.
So it's awesome to see the parents on here, but even the participants, the students are on here. Stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Yes, Marcellus, that's awesome. Love it. All right. We are 530 for life. So here's what you all have been waiting for, right? We have something exciting coming up this next piece of our program. Silas, you want to kick this off and tell everyone what is coming up next?
Yeah, so we actually going to move over to our Facebook page, Candy, so you can eat finally. Candy be on all day. She don't get a chance to eat. All right. Order that pizza. But we have our Math Masters tournament coming up. We have some of the best mathematicians in the nation. Actually, tonight in the Final Four is 3 ex-champions going head-to-head in the Final Four. And then there's one second place finisher, but she got one of the highest scores in the history of the Math Masters. I don't know who's going to win tonight. It's the Math Masters doubling.
It's going to be exciting.
It's going to be exciting. I just know that everybody's going to come ready. Everybody's going to be prepared. And it's going to be one for the ages. So we got the Math Masters doubling tournament. We're going live on our Facebook page. StreamYard got the gangster graphics, but the kids can't share their screen on StreamYard.
Right.
So we got to go ahead and go over to the Facebook page. So everybody go to 530 Scholars Facebook page. And before we go, the highest honor in the 530 Scholars is 5 claps. So we want to give 5 claps to you, Candy, for a job well done. We want to give 5 claps to the board. 5 claps to the production. And 5 claps to the 530 Scholars kids for being an inspiration and being the best reason to do this on the planet. Let's go. All right.
Absolutely love it. Well, thank you all for being with us on 530 Day. So, Silas, you said it. Everyone needs to head over to the 530 Scholars Facebook page. Just search 530. I'm sure you all are there already. Probably.
And like, follow it while you're there.
Follow.
Right?
Follow, like that page. Also follow us on Instagram and visit the website. I know you've got the summer program coming up. You've got more virtual programs that are going on year round. And we want you to share this. But go head over to the Facebook page. It's a 530 Scholars. It is time for the Genius League Math Finals, and I'm so excited. It's been my honor. Love you guys. Thank you, family, for having me.
Thank you. Love you.
Good night, everyone.
Oh, Candy, I got a question I've been meaning to ask all day. What time is it?
530 scholars. 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. What time is it? 530. All we do is win. All we do is win. All we do is win. 530.